world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 Steam Cleaning System, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness.
Good evening and welcome to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback, generally speaking, through the mockery of terrible lib ideas. We appreciate you tuning in on this Friday. Hope you had a wonderful week and are headed into a fantastic weekend. I am actually in Miami. We're recording this in the past, which means you're watching this in the future. I don't know why I did that. There was no reason for me to do that. We've talked specifically on this show about an extra segment that we do each and every day that is exclusive to our YouTube channel, the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel, also on Facebook, also on Rumble, all of the social media platforms that you have. We've talked about that frequently, and because we're in Miami this evening, we'd like to give you a taste of what those look like. So this show, among other things that'll be aired here, there might be a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but also some segments specifically that are only online. Before now, you haven't seen them because, like I said, they're on the social media platforms exclusively, where you have to go subscribe to the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel or the Facebook page or the Rumble page or the X account or the Instagram, all of the different places. That's only where this has existed until now. So here is a sneak peek at what you're missing in case you're not subscribed, which I can't imagine why anyone wouldn't be. But in case, in the rare chance that you are not, you haven't seen this footage yet, here's what we're talking about when we talk about what the One Last Point segment is, in addition, every single day, to the show you see here on Real America's Voice. Watch and enjoy, and we will see you Monday. God bless America. We bought a new car, and while I'm very excited about the car itself, I hated the entire process of it. This is one last point. You know how when you buy a car, first of all, I'm assuming that everybody has bought a car at some point. If you're watching this, chances are you don't live in New York where, like, I'm carless, I'm entirely green, even though the subway that I ride on is probably powered by coal. Whatever those people think. I'm assuming that you at home have bought a car. My wife and I bought a new car the other day, and when I say new car, know that I don't actually mean new car. We've never driven new cars. I've never had the newest of anything, except for the most recent iPhone. And there's like work reasons behind that, but I did get the newest iPhone. I do have an iPhone Pro 17, whatever it's called. But that's the first time we've ever gotten anything like brand new. So when I say new car, know that I actually mean used car. But the process of buying a car, as many of you know, is unbelievably nerve-wracking, even if you know what it is that you want, what it is that you're you're looking for, what it is that you want to buy the car for. We've been in the market for a new car for a while, not for any other reason because we can't fit the family inside of the smaller cars. My wife had a Hyundai Tucson, great car. Not saying anything bad about that car. But when you have two parents and two kids in the back seat, you just don't fit. There's no third row. We need a bigger car to be able to fit the entire family places because if you are a family, you're going to want to go places and you don't want to leave the infant behind at home because you don't have the room in the car. So anyways, we need a new car. We've been looking for, a while, and finally my wife found one and we were like, hey, this looks like an interesting one. Several years old. We make the joke of I currently driving a 10-year-old car and we upgraded. We are in the new upgraded class where we've gone from driving 10-year-old cars to driving 5-year-old cars. So that's what new is in my family. But found one, went to a dealership. She decided, hey, I like it. It drives great. It is in the price range that we want. It has all of the things that we need in it, space-wise, bigness-wise, because remember, we want to protect ourselves against all of the illegal drivers who are driving trucks in the state of California, and one of the ways to do that is get a big car. Anyways, checked all the boxes. Really, really liked the car. We go to decide, hey, yeah, we want this car, but here's the catch, and here's what I know is going to be a contentious moment between us and the dealership people, and it's not going to be over quickly. It's going to last a long time. So the fact that we want to pay cash, and that is not at all said to be like a flex of any kind. It is to say that my wife and I are very, very frugal. We save a lot of money, and I think when I was in like my later years in college, there was like a Dave Ramsey video where he kind of outlined, hey, if you save this much money, you can buy a crappy junker car that'll get you from A to B, which is what I did. And then because you don't have a car payment, you can save this amount of money and you can buy an even better junky car. And then ultimately you build it on top of each other and you've saved money rather than paying car payments to buy a car. Anyways, so we've saved a lot. We're just savers by nature, and I'm thankful for that. My wife is not a run the credit card bill up, but we're paying in cash. And if you know anything about dealerships and dealers, they do not like paying in cash. They, in a lot of ways, sell the car almost at cost, really, to them. And they make their money by selling you loans, not necessarily high interest loans, even though that's what you're going to get if you're buying a car with bad credit or anything like that. But the process after you tell them you would like to buy it in cash is very difficult. Because in some states, I think in California, you have to sell the car at the sticker price, regardless of how the person is buying. You can't discriminate, say like, I'm not selling you this car because you're paying in cash. But then the hoops to jump through started happening. We say, hey, we're going to buy in cash. Guy leaves, brings back a credit application. I said, what do we need the credit application for? It's like, oh, we always have to, run these certain types of checks. I'm like, no, you don't, dude. We've settled on a number. I have that number in cash and I'm going to give it to you for this car. And he says, oh, this is something we always do. And I'm like, no, it's not. I know that you're not. I know that you don't have to do this. And therefore, because I know that and I know that he knows that, now you're dealing with somebody who's willing to lie to you. So there's that. Finally, he's like, okay, fine. We won't do that. I'm like, I know. Goes back, says, okay, here are the things that we've added on. And of course, they're not happy that they're selling a car in cash. They want to put a loan on it so that they can make money on that. And so in lieu of that, there's a bunch of different things. There's a fat number at the bottom, and it's okay, what's included in that? Okay, there's $900 for this, service fee. There's another $1,000 for this. I go through and go, I'm not going to pay these things. I know the gambit. I know the game. And if you're at home listening to this and you're like, yeah, I've bought a car in cash too, this is exactly what happens. And ultimately, without going through the whole rigmarole of what ended up happening, ultimately, we got the car at a fair price. I was happy with it. They said they were happy with it. I can't imagine they were actually happy with it. But at the end of the day, I was talking to my wife on the way home. Just like, what is it where there's a culture in a society that allows for the amount of salesmanship at best, lying at worst, that allows for that to happen. That's just kind of like a normal part of society. Like at the beginning of this, if you're listening to this or watching this, chances are you have bought a car, and the second I said we bought a new car and I hated every second of it, you go, oh, I know exactly why. And that's for some reason just accepted in modern American culture, that like, hey, you're going to go to a car dealership, you're going to get a used car, whatever it is that you're going to get. And well, here are all the hoops that you're going to have to jump through if you want to get that car, even if you just have a check and cash that you're willing to pay for that car. And so that is my just broad thoughts of not only purchasing, what a car is the second biggest purchase you're going to make outside of your house. But the fact that even at that level of, hey, this is a big purchase, you've got people that are willing to lie to you and do it in a way that for some reason culture just accepts.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the real.
Glenn has unmuted himself. I believe he would like to weigh in here on the journeys, the adventures of the Tailefi family purchasing a motor vehicle. Your thoughts, Glenn?
Joe Bob, I remember I did speak with you last night when we were talking about yesterday's episode.
Yes.
And you had mentioned you just got back from purchasing a car. And I think my first comment to you was, I'm sorry.
Exactly. No, it really is.
because I know. And I didn't know this detail of the experience, because then we got down to business. But, hearing this, I can relate. I bought my car. It's currently a 2009 Kia Sportage that I bought new back in 2009. Wow. And that was my first new car. And I remember having the same dilemma because I had a bank loan, meaning I did have cash in hand. It wasn't mine. I was going to pay back the bank, but the price did change, and I'm not sure that law that you mentioned was in place back then, or if it was, I wasn't aware of it, and they weren't going to be offering that information. But the price of the car changes based on how you pay, or it did back then, which was very frustrating that you couldn't just see the price, pay the price, and get the thing. But that's just the scam of it all. It's very, I mean, I say scam, it's not really like an illegal scam, although it seems ethically nebulous.
but it's able to be perpetrated in a society and culture that doesn't value the cost of something and only looks at something as payment to payment to payment to payment. Because right, like when we go and we're like, hey, we want to buy the car, the first thing he says, okay, so what do you want your payment to be? And I'm thinking like, here it comes. Here we go. I'm going to have to tell him we're paying cash. And because that's the way that way too big of a majority of people pay for cars is like, well, you want to get the payment. And I'm not saying that like that's not necessarily entirely a bad thing. It's just the difference between, cash and a loan is met with, all right, now I'm mad at you. For whatever, well, the reason is because they're making less money on it, and so I don't know.
When you go and apply for a loan, you get a loan, and one of the questions you probably should ask when you get a loan is, do the terms of this loan allow me to pay it off early? That would be ideal. Like, is there a penalty? Because some people do penalize you for paying off early. They are anticipating a certain amount of income based on how much interest they charge you month to month, year to year. And as that goes on, they plan their business around that. So if you start paying it off early, yeah, you're paying it back, but now their plans get thrown all whack. And if enough people do that, they make less money over time.
Well, of course.
So,
and that's the thing is it sounds like you might even agree with this. I don't necessarily think that that's like a bad business practice. It's really like a cultural thing. Like culturally, we've decided that we're just all okay with paying several $100s a month or more for a car because we don't factor in the true cost of it. I know someone who, I kid you not, has somewhere between a 12 and 14% APR or interest rate, whatever, on their car. And it's the term on it is like way, they're going to be paying that car off at the price that they bought it way after it's worth what they paid for it. And like,
that's rough.
Well, then, but that's like a
that's
culture.
Rough. That's a rough percentage.
When it's tough to blame the bank necessarily, because if the person is willing to take the loan, like I'm much more easily swayed by like college loans. Like, okay, you're telling a 17, maybe 18-year-old kid, you know, here's a loan for $100,000. Like, you don't have any concept of that. But generally, you know, when you're buying cars, especially new ones, you're probably 25, 30, maybe a little bit older. So you know a little bit better than that. So it's hard to blame the bank for somebody that somebody should know. But also, like, what does that say about the culture and the society that only looks at things through month-to-month instant gratification, paying off the car? Like, so you still drive your car, which is now what?
I still drive my car. It's now, I hate to say this, it's like 16 years old, and I sit in it and I look at this and it still feels like my new car, but you know, I've had to replace parts and the air conditioning went out for a couple of years and now it works again. But like, you know, through all that, I sit in it and I still feel like a sense of pride that I had it new at one point. I got it with 6 miles on it. So it was I was the only owner ever. But it's also a matter of like, yeah, this thing's not going to last forever, but I am so glad that it lasted longer than I was making payments on it. Like that is victory number one.
Well, but also,
and victory number two is I'm still driving it now, like
I was gonna say,
so much later.
But also your personality type is you're meticulous about things. And I remember a couple times, I think the first time you came to the studio, you were talking about, oh, hey, this had to get replaced. So like you have the maintenance element, which to me conveys somebody who understands the value of the thing that they bought, which again is the problem, is that most people don't understand, hey, this thing is worth a lot of money and you're going to take out a loan against it. And you have to keep paying that loan or else they repo your car. And it seems more of a societal problem with not necessarily understanding the value of this highly valued thing that is in so many ways necessary in the culture or in the society that we live in. You have to have a car. You can't not, you know, unless you're a hippie in New York City. But, you know,
I mean, the more you learn about this, you have to decide you're either going to be on one side of this or the other. You're going to be the person renting, leasing, you know, taking out loans, making long-term financial obligations that you have to fulfill, you know, periodically, or you're going to be the person investing in those and providing the money for people who will pay you back more than the amount that you loan them. Yeah. So you got to be on one side of that equation or the other. Are you investing or are you kind of taking, I don't want to say the easy way, and it's not to like, you know, dunk on anyone who has a loan. I have loans. I probably have more loans than you do, Joe Bob. but you know, it's a matter of, you know, if you make them understanding the terms, if you agree to them, you know, that's fine. If you go into it with your eyes open and you understand the obligation, fine, pay it off, whatever, enjoy it. That's your style, right? Like here's a good example. And I'm curious to know about this. We have pet insurance for our cats, and we're transitioning off of that to self-insure, so to speak. So instead of paying the company that we get insurance through, however much a month for each cat, we're just going to put that same amount in a bank account that's dedicated for their, you know, vet bills. And should there be some instance where one gets injured or needs a surgery, we will draw from that instead of going through the pet insurance company. And that's a lifestyle that, like that's how they pitch it to you, actually. And I agree with that, because, you know, some people, their lifestyle, they would rather pay month to month, and then when the big bill comes, let someone else take care of it. Or some people might rather save for it and earn interest while we save, and then pay it off from our own pockets when that payment comes.
That does,
it's one or the other, and neither's wrong. Neither's wrong in my opinion.
Well, yeah, but that uniquely applies to insurance, right? Because insurance is for something. When the big bill comes, they cover it. For like a car, for example, if you know you don't have the process of saving money and all that sort of stuff, you know, you could still be making loan payments on that car, then the car could crap out. Now the big payment comes, and okay, well, what happens, right? You know, I mean, I guess you could have car insurance.
You are stuck in that case, yeah.
Yeah, but there, you know, you don't not necessarily going to be covered entirely for whatever it is that happens to that car. I don't. It's just an interesting. It's tough. Well, how do I phrase this? It's not tough necessarily. It's interesting having these conversations amongst two people that save money and are not just like throwing it everywhere. I honest to God would love to, if you at home are watching this on your YouTube channel or Rumble or whatever, and just have a completely different mindset about how money works and saving and all that sort of stuff. I would love to talk to you. There's people that build entire careers on talking to people who don't have the same, and it's fast. Dang it, Glenn, this is gonna be way too long. One of these times we'll talk about the mentality behind what causes that. Like, is it because my wife and I have never been like, and we were like, we've heard stories from our parents of like when we'd get $1 like a week for allowance or whatever. I still have the first $1 that I was ever given. Still, like, it's in my little blue.
That is so cool. That is so funny. I can totally see you having that.
I do. When I do, and so that's the thing, is it's not something. Well, maybe it was learned, maybe, but I think the better argument could be made that, well, this is just something I was born with. Like, I just have the saving, and maybe that's good, maybe that's bad in some cases. My wife thinks I'm a pack rat, and I never get rid of like things that I think I might need someday. So there's the bad side of that. But that's an interesting conversation. We'll have to say that for another time of,
that'll be fun.
You know, where does that come from? Maybe we'll make these like a series of things. Like the next tomorrow, well, maybe not tomorrow, because, well, maybe we should still do a one last point tomorrow, even though we're not necessarily doing a show. Maybe the one last point tomorrow will be the continuation of where does the saving gene come from, and then wherever that conversation takes us will ensue the following day. Maybe. We'll see. But thanks, folks, for tuning in. Producer Glenn, thank you for your comments, your concerns, and your criticisms. Appreciate it. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, wherever it is that you're watching this. This has been One Last Point.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
my views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for.
It can be taught, it should be taught, and it will be taught. It's one last point. We've been talking about whether or not frugality is like learned or it's an innate trait or what it is. And this is also on the back of I like talking about something, and I think we've generally not run out of time. There's no time limit on this, but once it gets to 15 minutes, it's like, all right, we probably should cut this off and do something else. But the last time we joined you on One Last Point, I was making the point about a very interesting car buying experience, which I thought was, pretty indicative of how many car experiences often go, unfortunately. And I think part of that was then saying, yeah, we bought this car in cash, and that's not a flex. That's just a kind of an insight into how my wife and I live frugally. We've got enough cash to buy a car. I talked about, like, I think I watched a Dave Ramsey video in college, and he was like, yeah, buy a clunker. Then, next step up, buy the next clunker, then just keep buying cars in cash. So that's what we've done. And it got me thinking, I've always been like that. I think I told producer Glenn on the last episode of One Last Point that I still have the first dollar that I was ever given. And it's in this blue little zipper type envelope thing, which I also still have. And that was in my sock drawer growing up. I just, every dollar I ever made, earned, was given, went into that. And I don't know, I've always been a saver. So I was curious, like, is that something that you're just born with? Like, how does that work? And so I decided to look into it a little bit, and turns out, not really. I don't want to bury the lead here. Yeah, it turns out not exactly something that you're definitely born with. There were two different studies that came up. One from the Journal of Consumer Research, which obviously they would want to know whether or not frugality is a learned trait or it's innate and you're born with it. It turns out the heritability, maybe that's how you pronounce that, is estimated between 20 and 30%, with the conclusion being that it's actually mostly environmental causes that make somebody either frugal or not. There was another study in 2011, that first one was from 1999, that effectively did the same type of thing and found that it's about 25% heritability, and then also another 30 to 40% tacked on with upbringing and family environment, and then the rest is like unique experience. What builds a frugal person? What builds a person that is a saver as opposed to somebody that just spends their money willy-nilly? Ultimately, it is about 25%, about a quarter of you is inherited through genes or genetics, whatever you want to call it, that impacts your decision making as far as, at least in this particular case, frugality and financial experiences. But I thought that was actually a good thing, in my opinion, because to me, a quarter of you being born frugal, which I think I probably have to have had that quarter, like that's all, that space is taken up. But that also said to me, okay, well then 75% of it is learned. Like 75 can be taught. People can be taught. In this particular case, you know, frugality and how to manage money and that sort of stuff, but also just like politics, right? If what you inherit in the way that you think about things is biologically only about 25%, and I recognize this is kind of like a soft science and people are kind of guessing at this, but if that's the case, and that's what the research has come to the conclusion of, then to me that says, okay, well 75% of the personality then can be taught specific things that are good or bad, right? You can go down either path, and ideally, obviously, you teach somebody how to do the good portion of that, which is save financially, which is to be frugal, which is, you know, how to conduct yourself on a financial platform, but also, I guess, also then a political and lifestyle platform. That to me is good news. I think the more of you that is able to be taught and guided in the proper direction, now obviously assuming that proper direction guidance exists, the better, because I don't know, if you were to tell me like 90% of the human personality is already like set in stone at birth, that's kind of concerning, honestly. And there's really nothing you can do to move the needle. But the fact that there's this much leeway space, again, allegedly 75% of the person in this particular example is, you know, learned and taught and molded by experiences and family environment and all that sort of stuff. That to me says there's a lot of ability to move the needle one way or the other, and to me that's good news. Producer Glenn, I'm curious, do you think, I honestly gotta think that, well, if I look back on my family, my grandparents were super frugal. I had two sets of grandparents, like everyone does. I've got the immigrant grandparents who. Immigrant grandparents are as frugal as frugality gets, right? Like there are no. Find an immigrant grandparent, doesn't matter from where, like if they're from Samoa like my grandparents, or like Eastern Europe or Africa, anywhere that you come from, if you come into this country, you are the penny pinchiest person in the history of the world. I remember my grandma, Glenn, well, in some cultures, in Polynesian culture, you do a money dance, right? You do a siva at a wedding. It's, you know, you dance and people throw money at you. I remember my grandma at one of my cousin's birthday parties was on the floor picking up dollar bills that weren't hers, but she was like, well, there's money on the ground. Anyways, all that to be said is I had two sets of grandparents. My mom's parents too were also very, 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 very frugal and spent their money in things that like made sense to purchase, not necessarily were they were necessities, not necessarily, you know, frivolous purchases. Anyways, Producer Glenn, long-winded way of asking, where do you fall on that spectrum of saving money and having a financial plan? Like, where do you feel like, oh, I was born with this, or I have a brother or a sister who was not born with this and it shows? Where's that for you?
Let me just take this opportunity to ask for an advance on my paycheck.
No,
I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. Actually, I think. I mean, I'm one of three brothers, no sisters, and I'm the oldest of the three. So I'm thinking in terms of my family growing up, and the youngest of the three was easily the most frugal, much like our father, who is, or he's retired now, he's still alive, but he may be watching this on YouTube at some point in the near future, so he'll let me know. But he was pretty frugal as an accountant, and just generally his personality was frugal. The youngest brother learned that. The middle and me, the oldest, we learned it later. I didn't start off super frugal. As soon as I got a job, I had spending money. I didn't have saving money. And I want to say around my mid-20s, I think I was 26 or so when I first started like saving for retirement. And immediately, like it was that moment when you realize, oh shoot, so that gets invested and grows like all these years. I better start now. oh shoot, and then you realize shit, it started like, when I started working.
Yeah.
But c'est la vie, it's gone, right? You can only do with what you've got now. So I figured out, and I transitioned from more of a guy who liked to spend all his money on things that he wanted in the moment to someone who clearly still buys plenty of books, which I love. But I also do make a priority of saving, and hopefully for the right things. And now that I'm also married, that helps too, because it's not just me affected by my good or bad decisions.
Well, so it sounds like circumstance, though. Like circumstance will push people into frugality, and again, this is a subset of a broader understanding of like how human personalities and characteristics are developed, I guess. But I don't know. I was surprised that it seems like this low of a number, because at a certain point, right, if so much of the way that you make decisions is hereditary driven, then there's a certain point where it becomes difficult to blame somebody for bad decisions, right? Like it becomes difficult to, again, if 90% of you and the 90% of people were like, well, this is just they were born with this and they have massive amounts of credit card debt. Like at a certain point, you got to go, like shucks, like they didn't have any choice. But considering the fact that, it seems like such a small number is something that you're born with, and environmental factors factor in.
There's cultural. I think we talked about this last time. There's cultural factors as well. So like if you grew up around people who just took out debt, chances are you're likely to do what you've seen other people do. And if you grew up around people that invested their savings, like, religiously, chances are you'll probably be more apt to invest what you earn and instead of spending it or just letting it.
But also too, like culture is a choice, right? Like you and we, fortunately enough, have inherited the culture of the West, but at the same time, it is our choice to participate in that culture. I am much more likely to have sympathy for and help somebody who is, born to an entirely a big disadvantage, right? Like if there's some physical limiters, some mental limiters, I 100% am willing to help people out on that. I'm not easily willing to help somebody out who made a choice that makes it more difficult for them to help themselves. In other words, like if you got a big face tattoo and you're like, shoot, I can't find a job. Like, I don't know how much sympathy I have for you because of that choice. But again, if you're physically deformed in some way, shape, or form that doesn't allow you to participate in the workforce, I much would rather help those people through our church community as opposed to the government. But I'm willing to help you, right? And so, like, to me, this says, hey, there's a lot of room for personal choices and personal growth, not coming from a hereditary element, but coming from, the culture that you exist in, unique experiences that happen to you, but those things definitely shape you, which says to me, okay, in a lot of ways, there are decisions that people make that either put them on a good or bad trajectory.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's really none of my business, but I don't particularly have a ton of sympathy for people who make decisions. Now, again, that there's obviously a much bigger conversation of redemption there. Like I'm totally a fan of that. And I think, if you can acknowledge that you've made some poor decisions, in this case financially, but other life decisions, I am 100% willing to help people who are on the pathway to redemption. But for people, especially in our political system, that are like, well, this debt just happened to them because of the way that they are. Like, not really buying that argument, really.
No, I like the data that you provided. I mean, granted, it's from a soft science, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, it's hard to tell
specifically, but I mean, broad strokes. These are all learnable things. It's not something that you are, fated to experience throughout your life. If you look and you say, "Wow, I'm making poor financial decisions," and you see someone who shows you a better way, you can learn the better way. You can change your trajectory. You can do the Y refi and get yourself fixed up, right?
Yeah.
And you're off to the races. Plenty of people go from rags to riches, and vice versa, because they started off one way and at some point changed their trajectory, whether for better or worse. So, I mean, I like that that's the case, because, I mean, if I was bound to spend money the way I did when I got my first job at 18, like, I don't think we'd have ever met, because I wouldn't have been shooting super high to do anything.
I guess the thing that I often forget, Glenn, and I think we'll just end on this, but I had forgotten about white privilege. That's actually the only way that you can gain any sort of momentum in life. It's by, for some reason, people believe your skin color. So there's that. Maybe that will be the next diatribe that leads into the following One Last Point that you will see on Monday. Remember, we only do these Monday through Thursday, One Last Point, but you go watch the real show on Real America's Voice Monday through Friday. Get a whole extra day there. But producer Glenn, thank you so much. We will. This has been One Last Point.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for.
So much grace has been given to the Trump administration, says absolutely no one. This is One Last Point. It's really interesting, the perspectives people have in the differences of how it is that they are treated. There's a video we're going to play here of Michelle Obama talking to, I think it's Good Morning America, where she's talking about, the struggles that she and her husband had to endure in the White House, as opposed to to what? Is this different for you guys and it's not for everybody else? Everybody else had this, this fantastic grace period from the media, except for, conservatives, or except for, Trump, or except for, anybody else. Bottom line is, she says something that is so ubiquitously untrue that it kind of makes you think, oh my gosh, yeah, if you actually believe this, Michelle, I could see why you think the country is the way that it is not. There's a certain element of, you're only able to dream up fascinations or inconsistencies with reality if you believe something like this. I'll stop talking about it and just play it really quick. This is Michelle Obama on Good Morning America. Watch this.
You said, we were all too aware that as a first black couple, we couldn't afford any mistakes. Woman, I was under a particularly white hot.
I'm sorry. I muted the wrong one to cough. Okay, I'm just going to play it from this part again.
We were all too aware that as a first black couple, we couldn't afford any missteps.
Yeah.
And you also say, as a black woman, I was under a particularly white hot glare. Did you feel that?
For sure. You can't afford to get anything wrong because you didn't get at least until the country came to know us, we didn't get the grace that I think some other families have gotten.
What in the hell is she talking about? Like, just honest to God. So okay. Yes, the Trump administration has received tons of grace from the DC establishment, the political elite, the media, the mainstream media. They've received so much grace that the Obamas did not get because they're black, which, by the way, is totally untrue, right? Like, we're being sarcastic and satirical when we say that the Trump administration has gotten any grace or any leeway from all of the power players in Washington, D.C. To assume that would make you crazy. And then on top of that, to inaccurately diagnose what's happening, but then to say because we're black, blows my mind. I honest to God don't know where to go with this, because it's so outside of the realm of reality that it's kind of difficult to even make any arguments against it, right? Like, the basis of it is untrue, and then the diagnosis of the untrue thing is also ridiculous, which leaves you in a spot of going like, do we even take this seriously? Like, is this even a thing that we like pretend like, oh yeah, well, let's look at this from a serious and political and media scope. Let's look at this as a real complaint and a real concern. I don't know that there has been a president in the history of this country that has gotten more leniency, more grace, especially early on, than Barack Obama. I don't know that there has been a president that has been able to skate by and avoid the criticisms of the mainstream media like Barack Obama had and continues to have. Remember, Barack Obama, when campaigning for Kamala Harris this last cycle, reiterated many of the lies that have been debunked thoroughly over the last 10 years, specifically the good people on both sides thing. Barack Obama himself said that. He knows it's not true. We know it's not true. Everybody with half an inclination to dive into something at a minimal level knows that it's not true, and yet he still said it and suffered zero political consequences for it. So in what world, Michelle, was there some lack of grace period that you didn't get because of the melanin content in your skin that other presidents have gotten? When was the Trump grace period? I must have missed that. I must have completely surpassed my recognition of it, because I must have been asleep. I don't know. Maybe I was. The 30-second grace period that the Trump administration got, which, if there was any, it was about that long. I probably was, I don't know, asleep. Actually, that's probably not true. I was probably eating pizza because of the time change during the inauguration, which is the only time frame that 30 seconds could have happened. I probably was getting pizza because I was on, the West Coast. So it was 9 p.m., but it was midnight on the East Coast. And so during that 30-second grace period that the media gave the president, I probably was at a late night pizza place. That's why I missed it. Bottom line here is the grace period that is afforded to others was apparently not afforded to the Obamas, which is the opposite of true. And the opposite of true happened because, of course, they were black, which, not to go in on this, do you think, and I'm genuinely curious, email the show, tbt@tpusa.com. Producer Glenn has some thoughts. 1 second, Glenn. Or comment on YouTube. Do you think that Barack Obama got more votes or less votes because he was black? I would stake my entire net worth on the fact that he got more votes. Do you think Hillary Clinton got more votes because she was a woman or less? All of the things that libs complain about constantly, generally speaking, are the opposite of what they actually are. Hillary Clinton got more votes because she was a woman. She lost because she's a terrible candidate, but she did better than she would have had she been a man. Barack Obama got more votes because he was black, not because of he didn't get less votes because he claims, oh, the country is racist, which is just factually untrue. And race relations got worse under Obama, but we don't need to go into that whole thing. But the bottom line here is Barack Obama got more votes because he was black. Hillary Clinton got more votes because she was a woman. And yet continually there's a claim of, wow, we didn't get the same grace period that other presidents get. Okay, well, let me know when that grace period starts for the Trump administration, or if I missed it entirely. Glenn, your thoughts?
I was thinking about the grace period comment, and I had just finished Eric Trump's book Under Siege, and he mentions in the book that there was about 17 minutes, I think he said, it was like 17 or 19 minutes, some very small number of minutes after Trump was inaugurated in 2017, before the first mainstream media, I forget the outlet, they had posted an article about now's the time to start impeachment. Like he was president for 20 damn minutes, and they had already written this article and they posted it on Inauguration Day. Like, what kind of grace period was that? Because they didn't write it within those it was already planned out. There was never a plan for any kind of grace, and you are completely correct. Obama got so much grace, and probably more so than any president in my lifetime.
Well, the one thing that we know for sure is true, that 17-minute window in which there was a grace period for President Trump before they started calling for impeachments would have been only, 14 minutes if he were black. So,
of course, because of racism. Because of racism.
Yes, exactly, Glenn. Thank you. You're catching on. Thank you for glomming on to the message here. It's yeah.
And it's tough as obviously a white man. I can't understand the experience of anyone other than white men because racism, right?
Because of racism. Yes.
No, but back in reality, I think it's very sad to see Michelle talk like this, and I don't know if she actually believes it. Like, yeah, I think part of my brain says she doesn't believe this, but she thinks a lot of the audience believes it, so she's maybe playing into that idea, which is totally racist, by the way. But what if she does? Like, how sad is that to limit yourself by that?
That is the actual problem. Like, if they actually believe it, that's when you have a, like, we're going to have to do something about this, because holy cow, this is where things go off the rails fast. Because when people, like, not to give any... no pun intended, not to give any grace to people who say things that they don't believe. But if you actually believe it, that's worse. And that's been a running theme on this show. Like, are they stupid or do they actually believe this thing that they are saying? But fascinating. I guess we'll never know. But, as far as right now, I guess the only option is to take her at her word. Maybe she does, in fact, believe it. And maybe we are, in fact, doomed if more and more people start believing this. Producer Glenn, I will see you at the next privilege meeting, as you are white and I have been called white adjacent because I believe in conservative values, and the internet does not accept that. Are you bringing the chips and I'm bringing the salsa, or what how does the privilege meeting work that's coming up here?
It's proportionate to your privilege, so I'll be bringing more chips. You just bring a few.
Fantastic. This has been One Last Point. Thanks for tuning in.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we have been charting the course of America's cultural comeback. As you can see, we're still on the road. I'm currently in Jacksonville, actually currently probably in Miami, but was filming this in Jacksonville. I hope that you've enjoyed some of our kind of one last points. Again, it's a little bit different than the show, but we kind of just, talk about things that are interesting, and producer Glenn weighs in, and, anything can happen, but you can only find those usually at our Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel, so go subscribe there. Monica Page did a fantastic report on the Supreme Court taking up President Trump's tariffs, which I would love to play for you now because it's a very important thing, and whatever the Supreme Court decides is going to be very, very interesting, and they're going to do it sooner than later. So check this out from Turning Point's White House correspondent Monica Page.
We're here outside the Supreme Court where oral arguments begin in the case involving the legality of President Trump's tariffs.
Yeah, I'm not looking for leverage. I'm looking for fairness. We want reciprocal as much as possible.
The Trump administration faces off against small businesses and a group of states who believe most of the tariffs it put in place are illegal and should be struck down. In implementing the sweeping tariffs on nearly all imported goods from nearly all U.S. trading partners, the president used the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act, otherwise known as IEEPA. The text of IEEPA says the president has the power to, quote, regulate the importation of foreign property during national emergencies. President Trump first invoked this law back in February to tax goods from China, Mexico, and Canada, arguing drug trafficking from those countries specifically constituted an emergency. For context, the White House previously credited this 1977 act for its speed and flexibility, and by declaring this emergency act under the law, the president can issue immediate orders and bypass longer processes. The administration deployed it again on April 2nd, ranging from 10% to 50% tariffs on goods from nearly every country in the world.
Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen.
We've already seen some positives that Trump's tariffs have had on our economy and relationships overseas. For example, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says if it wasn't for IEEPA, the fentanyl situation involving China would be far worse.
This is a matter of national security. The Chinese agreed to start working to bring down the precursors for fentanyl.
The administration also says that thanks to these tariffs, we will significantly cut the deficit.
In fact, this year alone, we are going to cut the deficit by $600 billion, namely because of the president's effective use of tariffs.
And it could even go as far as giving the American people a rebate.
We have so much money coming in, we're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt, but we're thinking about a rebate.
So, what happens next? If the court rules the tariffs are illegal, the president's trade strategy may be in trouble. Reports also say the government may have to refund some of the billions of dollars it already collected through these tariffs. But the president has a backup plan.
I'll tell you, the White House is always preparing for Plan B. It would be imprudent of the president's advisors not to prepare for such a situation.
Even Politico reports that the White House is ready to, quote, fall back on a patchwork of other trade statutes to keep pressure on U.S. trading partners and preserve billions in tariff revenue. President Trump recently weighed in ahead of these oral arguments, raising alarms if he does not win this case.
I think our country will be immeasurably hurt. I think our economy will go to hell.
And he also took to Truth Social, expressing just how high the stakes are in this case, calling it, quote, life or death for this country. But Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt conveyed confidence from the podium.
We are 100% confident in the president and his team's legal argument in the merits of the law in this case, and we remain optimistic that the Supreme Court is going to do the right thing.
And White House spokesman Kush Desai exclusively shares with us here at Frontlines a message of hope, saying, quote, President Trump lawfully exercised the emergency tariff powers granted to the executive branch by Congress, and the administration is confident in its ultimate victory on this matter by the Supreme Court. While the White House expresses optimism ahead of the arguments, its ruling will either cement or gut one of the boldest executive trade gambles in history. From the Supreme Court for Frontlines with Turning Point, I'm Monica Page.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
If you're up late with us on the West Coast, Donald Trump is on the verge of returning to the White House at this hour.
What you are seeing is Donald Trump on the precipice of the greatest comeback in American political history. We've never seen anything like this.
Here he is, risen from the ashes yet again. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 37th president of the United States. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
What do you hope to accomplish in the next 3 years?
Look, we have the greatest 9 months in the history of the presidency, so if I can keep that going, I'll be very happy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Erica Kirk.
I'll never forget the time where someone told him, I appreciate what you're saying. I just don't really like how you're saying it. I don't like your delivery. And with his smirk, he would say, you're missing the point. It's not how I'm saying it that's upsetting people. It's the fact that I'm saying the truth that's upsetting people. And that's what the truth does. It convicts you. It changes you. And that's why he always spoke the way he did. He wasn't afraid to say the truth, to defend the truth, to lean into it, to not follow the crowd. He was a leader of it.
You know, the famous quote behind every great man is a great woman. We're now realizing how great Charlie was by seeing how great Erica is. Erica has been able to take hope from grief. She didn't ask for this mission. She accepted this mission. This was not something she wanted, but this is something she's now duty-bound to do. Charlie's mission was to save Western civilization, and that is now her mission.
I'll keep speaking the truth, no matter the cost. No matter the cost. And I pray that all of you do too.
She has done 3 things that defy human understanding, and the third was in your interview. The first was when she said, I forgive him on that stage. Defies human understanding to be able to say, I forgive him. The second is when she said on that stage at the memorial, thy will be done. That defies understanding when you've lost a husband to your 2 children, and he's gone forever on this earth. And then last night in your interview, you asked her if she was angry at God. And she said, I'm not angry at God. Do you know how hard that is to do, to say, and to mean? She has done 3 things that defy human understanding, and she's able to do it because she has the love of Jesus Christ in her heart. Charlie had that, and what a beautiful message. No one is more deserving of that award tonight than Erica Kirk.
To believe, but just think of it. 1 year ago, we were still in the middle of a presidential campaign. Can you believe that? It seems like 10 years have passed since that time, since we've done so much. We have really done a lot. It's frankly a very different world. America is back, and America is respected perhaps like never before. Our economy is roaring, our border is secure, and our country is poised for greatness. We are doing better than anyone ever thought possible, and no president has ever come even close to doing what we've done in 9 months. Thank you very much.
God is not done with the United States of America. Our best days are ahead of us.
On November 5th, 2024, the American people reclaimed our government. We restored our sovereignty. We rescued our economy, regained our liberty, and together we saved our country. And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. The golden age of America has begun, and we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvin, executive producer of this show. I am joined here on set in D.C. No, we did not change the Charlie Kirk set. This happened last time. We did not change the set, but I am joined here by Sean Davis, CEO and co-founder of The Federalist, and Lomez, Jonathan Keeperman, on my right. I think we've got cameras on them. There we go. Eventually you will see them here in D.C. And then Blake Neff is joining us from Phoenix. Blake, are you there?
That is where the normal studio is. We can prove that it does still exist. It is still it hasn't been bulldozed, hasn't been changed. Yeah, chair is there. It is no panic in the emails, please. Yeah. We're still. Well, this
was actually funny. You guys would appreciate this. Last time Blake and I think Jack was with us, Poso, we were here. I mean, our inbox was like inundated with like people like, I can't believe you changed the set. We're like, no, we just were visiting. It was during the medal ceremony the last time we were here. But thanks to the Real America's Voice team for making this studio available to us. Gentlemen, there's a lot going on. We're in the middle of a shutdown. We were actually just talking about how our flights got delayed because of the air traffic controller, holds or whatever, because there's less air traffic controllers in the air. There's a lot going on that is really important. We want to get to it. But, there was a moment last night at the Patriot Awards where Erica Kirk received the first ever Charlie Kirk Legacy Award. And I think this is one of she's just been so courageous. You guys, I don't have to tell you about all the distractions and all of the conspiracies and all of the things that could distract and really derail a lesser human. But she's just really been so strong and so gracious and so, steady in the midst of this unbelievable situation that nobody should ever have to be in. I'm curious about your guys' POV just from the outside watching, as she's done her first interview now, she's accepting awards, and she's doing a phenomenal job in my opinion. But what is it like for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I can remember going back to September 10th and experiencing this with my own wife, who I love you wherever you are. However, I couldn't imagine her just stepping into a role like this and just sort of like seamlessly filling into the enormous shoes of Charlie, and not just getting up on stage and just mouthing the right words, but really embodying Charlie's spirit in a way that's almost uncanny. Like his ability to bring people together, this sort of just strength of purpose that comes with everything she does. And so it's been a really sort of remarkable thing to observe from the outside. And I think, of course, this is a testament to Charlie as well. He obviously has really good taste, and he picked a winner.
Well, Sean, I'm going to get to you and Blake here, but 409 is basically Jesse Waters, who got the first exclusive interview with her, saying the same thing. 409.
The famous quote behind every great man is a great woman. We're now realizing how great Charlie was by seeing how great Erica is. Erica has been able to take hope from grief. She didn't ask for this mission. She accepted this mission. This was not something she wanted, but this is something she's now duty-bound to do. Charlie's mission was to save Western civilization, and that is now her mission.
Sean?
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about this since September 10th, and I've always wondered, watching people be martyred overseas, when you see people, they've got the bags over their head, they're lined up, and you wonder, how do they have the strength to go through what they know they're about to go through? And I'm convinced it's grace from the Holy Spirit in the moment that he knows we need it. I watch Erica, and I think to myself, there's no way she does this without the Holy Spirit. She has been given so much grace and so much courage, not to take anything away from her personally, but there's no way any of us could manage that on our own. There's no way any human on their own power could handle that grief and that burden. And to go out there and see her do it, I think is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Okay, I was messaging with Blake just because we are studios apart, and I was like, Blake, you should chime in here. He's like, no, it's good. I'm going to explode when we get to these two next topics. So in lieu of that, I want to tease the audience for Blake. The Blake rants are becoming legendary. Let's go ahead and play a clip then from Erica at this event. Let's go ahead and say let's play 407.
This whole room feels it. This whole nation feels the spiritual warfare. But Charlie would say that's how you know you're over the mark, when you feel it, when the enemy is there. That's how you know you're doing the Lord's work. And that's how you know you're defending truth. And that was his true barometer, was when he would feel that spiritual warfare. And I watched him pour every ounce of himself into the students, into raising up the most courageous generation, and inspiring so many people to stand firm in faith and to love this country.
Yeah, I mean, that really is, when you talk about spiritual warfare, I was talking about Lomas, Jonathan Kieferman. We still haven't settled on how we're going to.
It can be either one.
Maybe J-Lo.
Yeah.
Jonathan Lomas.
There you go. But this feeling of spiritual warfare is really palpable right now. Mm-hmm. And it's hard to explain. I think a lot of people in our audience feel it. If you just log on to social media for like 2 seconds, you'll see it.
Yeah.
There is a churning happening right now, and it's impossible to know where it's going to settle out. But I think we felt it before Charlie was assassinated, and then as soon as Charlie was assassinated, it's like there was this moment of unity and sort of beauty, really. And I think in the last couple of weeks, people have really come to see that we are in a time of churning and testing, both as a movement as a country.
Well, I think for me anyway, in Charlie's absence, it was only in the last couple of months that I came to realize just what a sort of central figure of gravity he was, holding this whole coalition together. And in his absence, you do see sort of the barbarians at the gate. You see people and forces sort of coming into this coalition and using sort of the vacuum that was created by Charlie's untimely death to fill it with, different kinds of ideas and different sort of self-interested agendas that could derail what was a really strong thing and what still is, but is going to require, I think, everybody to sort of take a cue from Erica and try to embody this unifying spirit that Charlie had. And so I think that's the task before us here.
Blake, I think this is a good time to actually throw it to you because you've been sounding off. I've been looking at your Twitter, actually. And you have really emerged, in my opinion, and I don't mean to make you embarrassed here, but as a voice of common sense and a strong, forceful voice. I'm super grateful for it, actually. We had to encourage Blake to start tweeting. But I mean, what's your take on this?
He forced me to start tweeting. I want to be on the record for that.
Well, I knew how great you would be at it. Yeah. I mean, honestly, you are a lot of things, Blake, but you have a moral clarity that is profound. So final thoughts to you in this segment.
It's just, it's been a very trying time for a lot of people. It would be trying no matter what happened, but just, it really, it makes you appreciate how many different things can stress you out through a difficult moment, because you have the obvious loss of Charlie, and then you have, you have the good problems, like how do you manage the outpouring of support, love? How do you make sure that what happened to him is, the surge of spiritual energy, make sure that's not wasted. Make sure his martyrdom is not, is not just this tragedy with no upside to it. But then, the follow-ons, you have the vicious people who try to come at whatever the big topic is. You have the kind of oddballs who just invent bizarre things and then get obsessed with them and harass you. And you have to really we have to work on maintaining your composure through difficult periods. And I think all of us have learned how to do that, but it's a real challenge. And Erica, most of all.
Yeah, she's been doing great, though. More with Sean Davis and Lomas. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. RAV is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
The hardest working radio show in the business. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right. I want to tell you about our friends over at YREFI. That's YREFY.com. They are amazing patriots. They've stood by this show. They've stood by Turning Point. They sponsor the National Campus Tour. That's YREFI.com. Did you know that private student loan debt in the U.S. totals over $300 billion, and about $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed? So if that is you, or if you are holding distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch, YREFI will work with you to come up with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. So they're not going to give you a monthly bill that makes it so you can't eat, for example. They're going to work within your monthly budget to tailor something specific for you. So when you are feeling stressed out, when you're feeling like you can't make it, go to YREFI.com or call them at 888-YREFI34. If you have co-borrowers that you need to get off that loan, you can get them off. Mom and dad can get some relief, or kids can get some relief, however that is working out. So you do not have to live with this burden anymore, guys. Please take control of your own financial destiny and your own financial situation. Have YREFI help you out. Please check it out, YREFI.com. 888-YREFI34. All right, so we're going to switch topics here a little bit in the next segment. Sean Davis from The Federalist, CEO and co-founder of The Federalist, and then we have Lomez. Lomez, you've got a new show. You've got 40 seconds to tell us about it.
Yeah, so I got a new show on The Blaze with Christopher Rufo and Lomez. Please subscribe on YouTube. And
you guys would make a great podcast.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, look, we've been talking here about like this kind of disintegration and chaos and all the psychodrama going on the right now. And it feels like we're kind of unmoored and there isn't any real like calm, dispassionate analysis of what's going on. And so, I don't want to promise too much, but the idea of the show is that Chris and I, we're just going to do it once a week. It's not going to be reactive to the news or anything like that. We're going to kind of take a distance approach and try to unpack exactly what's going on the right and better understand some of these forces.
Well, we'll keep talking about that because Sean gave us a little pump up in the break that I want to get to. Welcome back, National Radio. 1 second. All right, welcome back. Radio stations across the country. I'm Andrew Colvett, joined by Sean Davis and Lomez, a.k.a. Jonathan Keeperman, Passage Press, Passage.press.
Passage.press, that's right. Great
publishing company, great news, analysis, commentary. The Federalist is one of the best guys. So you got to check out both of these guys' work. Truly important. Now, so you've got a new show coming out, a podcast with Christopher Rufo.
The great Christopher Rufo.
And you're talking about this psychodrama on the right.
Yeah.
And I think like in the long run, this is actually, I think, yes, I said something on Twitter yesterday that what God has unleashed, man cannot stop. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't matter if it's people that we perceive as conservatives or liberals or whatever. I really believe that what God has unleashed in Charlie's assassination, his martyrdom, that man cannot stop. It will take its course. The gospel will march forward. The truth will march forward. And I think that's what makes what Erica, her steady hand, her grace and her courage makes it even more poignant. But Sean, you said something that you wake up every morning and you're like, let's go. And Lomez and I were like, sometimes we just look at the internet, we're like, no thanks.
Yeah.
But where does that come from in you? And tell us more. We need it.
Yeah, I'm jacked up for the fight, man.
Love it.
And I don't think I've ever felt more energized than in the wake of Charlie being killed, because never before has it been so clear what the stakes are. It's good versus evil. Period. And here's the thing that should encourage everyone. We are going to win. Yeah. We're going to win because we are behind a God who doesn't lose. So when you know that you're on God's side, that his army's going to win, that the debt's been paid, that death has been destroyed forever, why on earth would you not be totally jacked up and encouraged? Like, it's worth remembering what discouragement is. Just think about the word. It's a lack of courage. So being discouraged is actually sinful. Being despondent is sinful. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to mourn. We should never be discouraged because God has defeated everything. Christ has defeated death. What on earth do we have to worry about? All he's asking us to do is go forward and fight the battle that he's already set out for us. It's like, man, pick up your sword, pick up your book, your pen, whatever it is, and get jacked up and get to it.
Well, we do have some good news, and this is for Blake. Pelosi is retiring. She is not going to seek re-election. So, when you just said evil has been defeated and all this stuff, I just thought it was a good segue. Blake, what do we make of Pelosi finally hanging up her spurs or whatever they are?
She's a very symbolic figure of a lot of trends in American life, and we should see her off properly. So, first of all, she's leaving office at 85 years old, so she perfectly represents gerontocracy. She's been, let me check how long she's been a representative from California, since 1987, which I have bad news is nearly 40 years ago for all of you who are around my age. And she, she first became Speaker of the House back in 2007, nearly 20 years ago, had 2 separate stints at it. And beyond that, she represents a lot of things. She represents the total political invincibility of the urban Democrat machine. She represented San Francisco itself, which has become this unlivable, homeless-infested, drug-infested, feces-encrusted disaster, yet can never seemingly really change and still costs $1 gazillion. It's sort of this disaster piece of a city. And she represents other things. A lot of people have been pointing towards her stock returns, that I think she beat the market by about 600% in her investments over the years. And it's sort of like, no one ever really stops that from happening. No one seems to be interested in banning that. It's almost like a giant shrug from, the American governing class that she's able to do that. And also just what she represents more broadly for the Democrats. She's kind of this this fossil from the 60s. We literally have photos of her hanging out with John F. Kennedy. And she oversaw this total transformation of America that, as we're going to see when we show that British veteran up ahead, like this transformation of the West, this transformation of America that almost everyone recognizes is in a negative direction, where they had this incredibly world historically successful country and society, and they sort of gave it away for stock market returns and cheap trinkets and ethnic food?
Lomas.
You know, can I say something controversial here?
I would hope
Nancy
so.
Pelosi. While I agree with everything Blake says, I also have a kind of grudging respect for her because she also represents a kind of administrative vigor and competence that I think is at least something that we could try to emulate. I mean, she kept together this like coalition of the fringes for years. And, you know, I think what comes next for the Democrats is far worse than anything Nancy Pelosi did. It's complete chaos.
I say the same thing about Gavin Newsom, which people get so mad at me. I'm like, listen, as somebody who's lived in California, Gavin Newsom is like a puppy dog compared to what's waiting in the wings. So be careful what you wish for. Going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is...
Let me be blunt. Gold is up around 40% this year. That's not speculation, it's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, well, you're missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation is still way too high, the U.S. dollar is still too weak, and the government debt is insurmountable. That's why central banks are flocking to gold. They are the ones who are driving prices up to record highs, but it's not too late for you to buy gold from the Birch Gold Group and to get in the door now. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't have to pay a dime out of pocket. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit. There's no obligation here, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. So, what else is there to say other than to text the word America to the number 989898. Do so right now and claim your free information kit on gold. That's America. Text that to the number 989898 and protect your future today with gold. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here. President Trump is meeting with Hungary's prime minister as we speak. He greeted the prime minister, Viktor Orban, at the White House just moments ago. You see Orban pulling up here. President Trump is there to greet him. The two are set to have a bilateral lunch this afternoon. Viktor Orban, of course, is one of President Trump's biggest supporters excuse me, in Europe. The two have had a very good relationship and seem to have a mutual respect. We, of course, will have more on this meeting between Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, and President Trump for you throughout the day. In the meantime, you may want to expect longer than normal lines and angry passengers at the airport today, as around 800 flights are already canceled across the country. The Federal Aviation Administration is reducing traffic at the nation's busiest airports because of the ongoing government shutdown. There are 40 airports in more than 24 states targeted for a 10% reduction in flights. The FAA says it's starting with the 4% cut in flights today and will ramp up to 10% by next Friday. That's a quick check of your headlines.
First, America first. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We are in the D.C. studio, Real America's Voice. Thanks to those gentlemen for making this possible, and Parker and Rob and the guys, phenomenal human beings. Also, we've got Sean Davis, CEO and co-founder of The Federalist. Amazing. Why don't you plug your stuff here real quick?
Yeah, check us out at The Federalist. I don't want to oversell what we do.
I want you to.
We are the greatest news and media site on earth at thefederalist.com, where you can sign up, subscribe, and become a donor. So, yeah, check it out, thefederalist.com.
So there was a clip here that is going viral, and Blake is, I know, excited to chime in on this as well back in Phoenix. So there's a 100-year-old military veteran from the UK, and this clip was posted 8 hours ago on Good Morning Britain. And basically, you know, we talked about Nancy Pelosi. She was born 15 years after this gentleman was born. So the crossover has been, you know, extreme. And we talk about how we have squandered so much of what the war bounty after World War II, defeated fascism, and then only to give it away, as Blake said, for, you know, cheap trinkets and ethnic food, and you know, a GDP and a skyrocketing deficit and debt. And so, and this is a theme that we've seen across the West as we've become more unchurched, as we've become more multicultural, as we've seen our own culture degrade and corrode, and the cultural cohesion really strained to the max. And so this powerful clip from this 100-year-old gentleman, you could tell he's not saying this in a mean spirit, and I think that's what makes it so striking. So let's go ahead and play it. 4:33.
Oh, Alec, I'm sorry you feel like that, because I want you to know that all the generations that have come since, including me and my children, are so grateful for your bravery and all that for service personnel. And it's our job now, isn't it, to make it the country that you fought for. You absolutely fought for. Is it. And we will do. We want to...
I'm so wonderful to know there are people like you that can spread the word around.
We will do.
Younger generation.
Whoops, we got the after there, before the before.
Yeah, the after. Let's go ahead and play the before. Yeah, 410,
please.
410.
The country of today. No, I'm sorry. The sacrifice wasn't worth the result that it is now. What we fought for, was our freedom. We find that even now it's darn sight worse than what it was when I fought for it.
The sacrifice wasn't worth what we've gotten from it, you know. I mean,
it's really gloomy.
Really
you can find
line.
There's another book. I don't remember the name off the top of my head. Lomez might remember. To tell me if you do. There was a book. It probably came out like 30 years ago or so, when there were more veterans still alive in Britain, and it was a similar thing, asking them how they felt about British society. And it came out over and over again that they said it felt like the sacrifices weren't worth it, because when they thought of the country they fought for, they thought they were fighting for Christian civilization, for the English people, for Britain as this free society of, that gave us all those constitutional liberties we care about as a British descended country: freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the nature of Parliament and all of that. And then they just saw it get thrown away. They saw their country, get rid of free enterprise and become one of the sort of most socialist, most overregulated, and as a result, most inefficient and like low growth countries. They massively rolled back freedom of speech. You're now far more likely to get arrested for saying something offensive on the internet in Britain than you are in the People's Republic of China. You're far more likely to get in trouble for, some perceived like racist offense or homophobic offense there than you are in a bunch of supposedly more authoritarian countries. And on top of that, they see their leaders just openly saying British people deserve to be replaced, that there's no such thing as an English people or a British people, and they don't have a right to have a country that is presumptively their own. And it's so depressing, frankly, that this guy had to live long enough to see it become as bad as it did. I think he's realizing, he would have been luckier if he died a lot younger than he's living to be now.
I think also for me, this puts into perspective what we're doing here, okay? Like we've been talking about a lot of this like petty squabbling going on the right, and you hear someone like this and you got to take a step back and like realize these are like civilizational stakes here, and we got to remember who the enemy is and where the real forces of sort of decay and degradation are coming from. And I hope like the lesson for me would be, okay, we owe it to people like this, the memories of people like this, to preserve this civilization they fought for, and we got to refocus on what's really important here. We have like a situation in Minnesota with like this, negotiating kind of like Somalian ethnic squabbling, okay, over who's going to be the mayor of Minneapolis, and you have people trying to castrate children and stuff, and you go, okay, that's where the fight is. Can we refocus on the things that matters and get away from a lot of these trivialities that frankly are just distracting us from that.
I want to flag that in case people don't know what you're talking about, because it's so great. It's very quick. You mentioned the Somali ethnic squabbles. So this is getting reported on X that allegedly a significant number of Somalis in Minneapolis did not vote for Omar Fateh, the Somali candidate for mayor, because he is apparently part of the Dawood clan rather than the Hawiye clan in Somali culture, and they are hostile to each other. They don't like each other. Allegedly, the Ilhan Omar is also a member of the Dawood clan, so the Hawiyes also don't like Ilhan Omar over that. The remark I said was, imagine Ben Franklin saying, a nation of never-ending ethnic squabbles from the third world, if you can keep it.
Well, yeah, it's true. When you import the third world, you import every third world tribal, clan-based war, grievousness. You're bringing in all their battles and all their ancient hatred, and they're fighting it out in your streets.
Well, and listen, I mean, it is sort of like an expression that Blake uses sometimes. We talk about advanced civilizational tech, right? Like monogamy is one of these really powerful civilizational technologies that tends to make men more productive. We focus on building our families, our businesses, our home life, as opposed to, warring against this warlord that's got 30 wives, and we're sort of aimless and wifeless and childless. And so it tends to be this really amazing thing for society. But there's another thing about Western civilization that is so profoundly amazing, and that is that we've managed in many ways, not perfectly, obviously. The Scots and the Picts and the Welsh and the English would tell you that it's not perfect, certainly, but this binding together under constitutional systems and republics, and putting sectarianism and clannish behavior behind us, and really what's interesting, and it has to be a bigger question, because I think you have to know the root cause if you're going to solve it, is why in the West, specifically the English-speaking West, did we decide that it was not okay to be proud of ourselves, to be proud of our national identity? Where did that happen? When did it happen? And what is the root cause? Because in some ways you could define MAGA is a resurgence of national pride and people that have at least identified that they want to be proud of their own nation.
I think we have lost the courage, we have lost the confidence to simply say straightforwardly, our way of life is better than other ways of life. And when people come here, they need to assimilate into our better way of life. It's not just that it's different. The way of life we have here in the West is better, and it's okay to say that. We need to have the confidence to be able to say that, and I think, we've lost the ability to just explicitly make that claim.
And you don't even really have to make the claim, you just have to point out the contrast. American culture is superior to Somali culture. You know how we know? Because look at there and look at here. It's better here. It's why everyone's coming here. They're coming here because they know it's better.
Well, I have one note on that, and Blake, I'd love for you to react to this clip. This is an Islamic imam, and he's explaining how they plan on taking over America. Play cut 279.
Let's work towards that. Let's work towards a Muslim mayor. Next election that comes in, nominate people for the school board of education. Next election that comes here, nominate people for the local township. Begin the demographics change. People converted. There's a huge conversion going on in this country. Where are the converts? They just convert and they're gone in the wilderness. The other thing, children. Muslims have the highest population. Average, they did this, Pew Foundation did a research study, Pew Foundation, and they said that Muslim household average is 3.4 child per family. The white American has 1 child per family. We're already beating the march. Because these are voters. These are not just babies being born in hospitals. These are voters. That's the way a politician looks at it.
Yeah, so Blake, I mean, you what Sean said is they come here because it's better. I think that's true of past waves.
No, they come just because they come here. They come here because it is better, but that does not mean they aspire to the culture that made it better. They also can just say, you are a giant pile of money, you are a dumb rube that I can take advantage of. And we've seen that, for example, with the Somali community. They remain quite clannish in the Minneapolis area, not just their literal clans, but they're sort of closed off. You remember the justification for Ilhan Omar? The defense of her marrying her brother included the fact that when she first got married, she did not get married under any governmental system. It was only within their internal religious system. And they're well known for having pretty elaborate operations to skim government money in sinister ways, because a lot of them just don't really see it as any sort of moral offense. Oh, this is a giant spigot of government money and we can take it and use it for our own ends. It's like a way of making a living like any other. And yeah, there's this aspirational thing. They are a growing power. They can say, oh, we're going into this society and we are triumphant. We are on the march. We are growing. We can change it towards what we want it to be. And you see that assertiveness now in Britain. That's what that veteran is basically reacting to. Now you have Muslim members of parliament, and they brag about, I'm running for Gaza. I'm running to destroy the state of Israel. I'm running to ban Israeli soccer teams from playing, their fans coming to the UK. That was the thing they did. And they, of course, brag, oh, we're Islamicizing the UK. We feel tremendous pain when we see, for example, a church converted into a mosque, which is happening in the US. It's happening in the UK. And they celebrate that. They have every reason to feel like they are winning and taking over. Why would they assimilate to a sinking ship?
Yeah, well, there's 50 plus Muslim majority countries in the world, and it's a simple question. And if you can't answer it in any sort of satisfactory way, then we've got a much bigger problem than most people are aware of or willing to admit. Why don't they move there? No, they're coming to the West, and there is a reason for that. I really quickly want to tell you about Alan Jackson, our friend over at Alan Jackson. He's got the Culture and Christianity podcast, the Alan Jackson podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to issues we're facing today. Gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, and the White House. I'm going to tell him to do an episode on Islam, too, by the way. He doesn't just discuss the problems. In every episode, he gives practical things we can do to make a difference. His guests have incredible expertise and powerful testimonies. Each episode will make you recognize the power of your own faith and how God can use your life to impact the world. So check out the Culture and Christianity podcast. You can get it wherever podcasts are available, YouTube, Spotify, wherever else. Just make sure you subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. And if you want to find out more about Alan Jackson, go to alanjackson.com/Charlie. alanjackson.com/Charlie. More with Sean Davis, Lomez, Jonathan Kieferman, Blake Neff, and myself. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's just really. It's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life
The Great Reset stops here. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Okay, so I have to do the Rufo and Lomez bumper here.
Oh boy!
And I told you in the break, I just feel bad for Rufo, that he's just he's the bit player in this world you're creating.
That's okay, man. He'll recover.
We love Rufo. It's all right. It's all right. I'm busting his chops, I think is one of these expressions that would work. Let's go ahead and play it. 4:32. Rufo and Lomez.
I think quietly, rational people are hoping that Trump solves their problem for them.
Yes. There's no conservative equivalent to Jimmy Kimmel on network television, and something needs to be done about that.
But I think the problem is related to trans ideology, and it is involved in online kind of communities, whether it's popular or not. That is a common denominator that I think has some causation.
Is America a force for good or a force for bad? Is the West a civilizational force for good or a force for bad? Do you believe in Bigfoot, Christopher Rufo?
That's great. No, listen, I'm really excited about the show. I'm going to be a subscriber, absolutely. Two great minds talking about the most important ideas. Yeah. Well, welcome back, National Radio, in just 1 second. show. So, Lomez, Jonathan Kieferman, where have you guys released an episode yet of Rufo and Lomez?
Yeah. No, I think the first one's being released today. So,
fantastic.
We've gone into the last week's news, all of, again, the psychodrama that's been going on. We try to unpack some of that, talk about some of the elections, talk about the death of Dick Cheney and kind of what that means in the trajectory of the right over the last 20 years. It will be a weekly show, actually twice weekly, once Friday, once Tuesday. Subscribe at YouTube, anywhere you get your podcasts, Blaze TV, Rufo and Lomez.
Rufo and Lomez. I'm genuinely excited about that clip. I want to get to this Sydney Sweeney viral clip, just because we've got 4 dudes. Makes sense, right? Let's go ahead and play. And by the way, she gets asked by, I guess it's GQ's Catherine Stoffel. And Blake, you're going to be the first one I throw to after this, so get ready. But she's asked, don't you think it was a bad idea for you to talk about genetic superiority because you're white? 426.
I mean, the president tweeted about the Jeans ad, or Truth Social about the Jeans ad, and that just seems to me like a very crazy moment for anyone, and I wondered what that was like.
It was surreal.
It was surreal. Mm-hmm. But the risk is that, there's a chance that somebody will get some idea about what you think about certain issues. Like, do you worry about that?
No.
The criticism of the content, white people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
Blake Neff, your take.
Man, I saw a line on it that was so great where there's so many layers of feminine social engagement going on there. The interviewer, I want to give you an opportunity. I am kind of ordering you to say this, but I'm giving you an opportunity. I'm not understanding why you're not taking the opportunity. And then Sydney just effortlessly shooting it down. I am not equal to this level of social adroitness. I would die horribly in that situation, of course. But Charlie, Charlie obviously, he was not he would weigh in on this. It was pretty funny. He liked to say yeah, she does have great genes, doesn't she? So he would sometimes find this very amusing in a detached sort of way. So I think he'd be chuckling at how this is playing out now, and he'd be proud because it does reflect, even with the difficulties we had this week, there really is a positive vibe shift in America. Even though we had a bad midterm, it was partly because Democrats had to look around and say, we've got to give a heave-ho to a lot of this really bad cultural stuff. And we are in such a better cultural place than we were a year ago, than we were 5 years ago. And, that's why not even a year ago, this loser from The Guardian tried to dox our friend Jonathan. Instead, revealed that he is a beautiful man, and that man is going to now start his own show, and everyone's excited to watch it.
It's a resentment against the beautiful and good. We must protect Sydney Sweeney at all costs. Our beautiful Helen. I mean, the funny thing about this to me is that the underlying controversy here is that Sydney Sweeney is implicitly acknowledging the existence of genetics. Okay, the left wants to sort of present this idea that it's somehow anathema, immoral. It's a betrayal of our good senses.
White people aren't allowed to have that.
Yeah, you don't have genetics. We don't believe in genetics around here.
It kind of goes back to our other conversation about where the West decided it couldn't believe in itself. White people aren't allowed to do basic things anymore. We're talking about beautiful men here, Sean Davis.
So glad I could be here for this discussion.
You get the final word, my friend.
You can't buy these jeans off the market. No,
Speaking of good jeans.
These come from God. What I love about that clip is that in just one screenshot, you don't even need to listen to it or watch it. One little snapshot of that, and you see the total destruction of the HR Karen, HOA energy, the up-talking, the passive aggressiveness, the nitpicking, and then Sydney Sweeney's like, nah, I'm good. You can actually just not denounce people on command. It's true.
You can reject the premise.
You can just say no.
I agree with Blake. There are so many layers to that. So, I think you're a terrible person, and a lot of people do. now, but like, do you think that you do? And it's like there is so much going on there, and it was like to Blake's other point is like he just so incisively cut through it and just rejected the premise and said, "I'm not playing your games, lady." The problem with this hour is it went way too quick. Hour 2 is going to be Blake Neff and I believe Mikey McCoy doing an AMA, Ask Us Anything. So if you are a part of members.charliekirk.com, you can send in questions. You're going to be asking them directly. You're going to be on air, members.charliekirk.com. We will be right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love rap? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. Americans are facing enormous financial pressures right now. Credit card debt in this country has surged past $1 trillion in interest rates, while unfortunately they're some of the highest that we've ever seen. Families who work really hard, pay taxes, do everything right, are feeling themselves drowning in monthly payments that they just can't seem to escape. The good news is there's hope and there's help available. Joining me right now to talk more about real solutions is Melanie Pecor. She is a consumer finance advocate with Iconic Debt Relief. Melanie, good to see you.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Terrence.
So we talked about credit card debt. Right now, the average APR is between 21 and 24%. A lot of people are paying even higher rates than that. The big question, though, is are the Fed's recent interest rate cuts enough to help people begin to regain control of their financial situation?
You know, what we're seeing right now, Terrence, is truly no, it's not. You know, the federal interest rate or the Federal Reserve has lowered the interest rates, but they're not really passing those on to consumers, right? They haven't lowered interest rates right now. Like you said, it's anywhere from 21 to 24% on average, oftentimes even higher. So because of that, and then we've got inflation, we've got groceries higher, housing higher, childcare higher, everything is just higher. So we're just seeing so many hardworking families just rely on their credit cards so heavily for even just the basics. So I would say the answer to that is no, we're not seeing a relief yet right now.
And that's where Iconic Debt Relief can come in. Tell us a little bit about the company and the sorts of services it offers.
That's a very great question. Iconic truly helps consumers understand your options. We will enroll you, if it fits, with legitimate structured debt relief programs that really aim to lower your monthly payments, because that's where we need the break, right? We can work as hard as possible, but things just continue to pile up, and really help stop that constant feeling of financial pressure. We are not a bank. We are not a collection agency. We are truly advocates for you as the consumer to, again, help you stop the bleeding, in essence. We'll walk you through the process, simple terms. We'll educate you throughout the different relief programs that make sense for your family, and help you along that journey.
There are probably some of our viewers who are hearing this and saying, yeah, I've heard this song and dance before, specifically because there are so many debt-related companies out there. But what makes Iconic different?
Great question, as usual. Yes, there are definitely a lot out there, and I can understand that concern, but I would say there's a few different things that will set us apart. So number one is going to be transparency. We will absolutely explain everything very clearly from the get-go. I would say number two is no pressure, zero pressure whatsoever. You as the consumer is in control. The biggest thing is we are here to educate you, make sure you understand your options, see the light at the end of the tunnel should there be, and not pressure you. Okay. And of course, human connection. We treat every single person like a human being, like family, with empathy, no judgment. You're not a number. You are a human being with a real story, and that is so important to us. And then, of course, number four is long-term support. We don't disappear when we enroll you into the right program. We are here with you throughout the entire journey.
So how does one start that journey? Every journey starts with one step. So what's the first step?
First and foremost, do not feel ashamed. Put that aside. The economy has made this hard for so many millions and millions of responsible families. And second thing would be, don't wait at all. Every single day that you wait, every single month that you wait, your interest is piling on top of more interest. You're throwing money out the window towards that interest, not towards your debt, especially with the interest rates as they are today. Reach out, give us a call. It's a phone call that could essentially change your future.
All right, and all that information is there at the bottom of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. You see the number to call, also the website where you can go log on. Plus, there's that QR code that you can scan right now to get more information and at least to take that first step towards your journey of financial freedom. Again, all the information there at the bottom of your screen. Well, that's going to do it for us here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate you being here with us. We're going to take a quick break and then get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Is probably the funnest hour of the week, certainly the one we look forward to the most. It is the Ask Us Anything hour. It was Charlie's favorite hour of the week before we carry it on in his memory. I am joined in studio by Danny, a fan of the Ohio State University football team, but nobody's perfect. And I believe we also have Mikey McCoy from his undisclosed location somewhere in North Carolina. We don't have him yet? Oh, that's disastrous. That's too bad. Well, we'll work on getting him in first, but we'll get right into the questions because there's a lot of good ones. Do we have Bernadette? Unmute yourself. Give us 10 seconds. Oh man, we got to really. Okay, how about them Ohio State team then? How that Ohio State team, Danny Phillip?
They're looking real good. We have best 3 players in the country, all on the same team.
Yeah. College football. I'm not. That's where I differ a lot from Charlie. I was not a big college football fan, but I'll probably have to defend Oregon from these. Alrighty. All right. Okay. Now we're told she's ready. Bernadette, unmute yourself. And what's your question?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. There you are, Bernadette. Thank you for being a subscriber. And shoot.
Hi, Blake. I'm so sorry. So I just really wanted to discuss how can we stop all these horrible rumors that are going on, the collectiveness of everybody being so hateful towards the team and to what's going on with Erica. It's just very hurtful since I've been a long-term Turning Point investor and I love Charlie more than anything. So I just think if we need to have somebody very strong to get out there and say enough is enough. We're continuing the mission of Turning Point. We don't want to lose a piece of Charlie in this. We want to support Erica at every move. Stop analyzing everything. Stop being toddlers. Stop the infighting. We have enough infighting in the party as it is. And I just think a little bit more of a stand should be taken because you guys have a very hard job. You have the midterms coming.
Yes. You mentioned being an investor. I think you email us all the time, don't you, Bernadette? I think I see those emails.
Aren't I annoying, Blake?
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry we can't respond to all emails. We get a lot of them. I try to respond to some when I can. But no, thank you for being such an interested supporter, so invested, morally as well. That's a very good question, and I'm glad you've asked it because it is a tough thing to navigate, and you can see how we've worked around it because there's a lot of things that are so vile, so hate-driven, just so loopy. It has certainly been the opinion of a lot of us here that it's not productive to engage with. You're only giving oxygen to a fire. But I think it's also true after 2 months, clearly, it has not caused them to just go away. There's still, there's people who are harassing Mikey. There's people harassing other members of our team. And a lot of that's just Yeah, sorry, what was that, Bernadette?
I just kind of think that they're all children, and in order to stop this, you have to smack it down for once. It's enough already. You can't keep pussyfooting around it. You have to say, enough with it. We've explained to you that this is what happened. I don't want to hear these lies anymore. I don't want to hear you tracing all over whatever Candace is saying or whatever this one's saying. You got to just be firm enough to say, enough, we're moving on. This is the way the case is going to go, and you know what? Pray for Charlie, and let's get on and try to beat the game because we have the midterms coming.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to speak up because I'm not Erica. I'm not, the senior people at Turning Point. I technically don't have a position in Turning Point. I'm only with the show. So I don't want to speak up for anyone else.
I get that.
And I don't want to also, like I said, they have preferred we not give oxygen to really wild specific claims unless it's absolutely necessary for some reason.
Right.
What I have done is I've tried to, when I talk about it, I talk about it big picture, which is there's clearly just a part of society that finds conspiracy theories really compelling. I was just talking about this morning.
I mean, you put out a good tweet.
I said it this morning. I'll just repeat some of it here, where you see how these things work. First of all, people get more attached to the idea of some conspiracy existing than any specific narrative. So they can swap in new things, like they'll throw out some wild idea, something obviously debunks it, and they just instantly slot in a new thing that is as crazy or even crazier, and they don't really pause to think about it. People love to say, I'm just asking questions, and okay, it's true, you can ask questions about things, but what is often the case is they're not actually that interested in answers. So people ask the question, was he on the phone when the shooting happened? The answer is no. And okay, I guess that answer, it turns out they weren't terribly interested in an answer to that question.
No,
and then
he wasn't on the phone. Yes,
and just a loss of sort of basic thinking on a lot of things. So many things, it's like, even if this was the case, who cares? So again, to use the one that we've talked about on the show, because I think we've confronted that, like, if Mikey was on the phone with someone, what? Like, he wasn't. Again, he was not. But if he was, like, what? Oh, the conspiracy required that someone be 20 feet away from Charlie so they could call it in to say that it's done. Like, this thing that was happening in front of hundreds of cameras, it defies rational thought, which shows that so much of this is not happening for rational reasons. And that's why you can't really debunk it. You can respond to it, but when I respond, I try to just show that we're aware of this, we're not ignoring it, but you also have to recognize it's not really defeatable through rational means. You just have to show, like you said, we're focused on what matters, which is winning elections, which is winning young people, which is converting people, pursuing the religious revival, doing the things Charlie cared about. And Charlie would be very distressed if we were just endlessly fighting weird conspiracy theories instead of doing the causes he gave his life for.
Yeah, and we do have Mikey on, if Mikey, you have anything to say.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi,
how are you?
How are you? You look wonderful.
Good.
I'm so sorry.
For those of you guys who do not, thank you, Bernadette. Charlie loved you, and for those of you who don't know, behind the scenes, Bernadette always would bring a gift to Charlie twice a year at our investor retreats.
I see it right behind you. There's the football.
There's one behind me, and then there's one in his office, which is the Michael Jordan basketball, which was one of his highlights. So, Bernadette, you are always such a good friend to Charlie. But
I don't want you to feel hurt by all these horrible things. We know that you have a responsibility. You're a young man. And I just want you to take a deep breath, like I said, and you know what? Let them spin their conspiracy theories. You're a good kid. You had instructions to call Erica. Charlie had a team that jumped right in there. I know that team. And we just got to move on. We got to push the moving on, and let's get to these midterms.
Yeah. That's right. Thank you, Bernadette. It's crazy. It's just, I remember taking, the last picture I took of Charlie was at 12:23. Yes. Right before he was shot. And I took that picture. My phone was already in my hand. I plugged my ears. People thought I was on a phone call. I wasn't. But I did, in fact, call Erica momentarily afterwards. But thank you, Bernadette. That's very encouraging to hear from you.
You be encouraged, and you keep going, because we need you, and we need that team to take a deep breath and get your pants on and get running. Right?
Thank you, Bernadette. God bless you.
I'm just thinking of the occasional times.
I'll see you guys in Mar-a-Lago.
Get your pants on. I'm just thinking of the occasional times Charlie was like a nice shirt with like shorts on. He would occasionally have, not often, but it was a thing.
No, but he
that I
said
had
this
seen
too
before.
shall pass, so get it going. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, God bless you, boys. And you know what? We always got you back.
All right. We have a minute
Thank you,
until
Bernadette.
Got it. Bye, Mikey.
Yeah. We have 50 seconds till the ad read. So welcome, Mikey. Welcome from the top secret Arizona alternative studio. We have like 3 different studios
coming
today.
from an undisclosed location. Did I miss any other questions? Was Bernadette the first one?
That's the first one. We'll have Stephanie up ahead, but we just have 30 seconds here, so I figure we don't want to do that thing where we take the question and then immediately cut away. So we'll just wait till after the break. But yeah, I just want to reaffirm, Mikey, obviously you faced way more attention than I have or anyone else here has the last few weeks. We are all 100% behind you. This is gross. This is dumb. But as Bernadette said, this shall pass. But until then, I'm going to tell you guys about Good Ranchers. All Good Ranchers meat is 100% American. It's raised on local farms, and it's delivered right to our door. And the quality is truly incredible. You can get a $25 off every box with free shipping and a free gift within every order for life. We've gotten their chicken thighs, their bacon, and their Italian sausage. We love that you can swap a free meat gift each month to try something new. And if you're worried about committing to a subscription, don't be. You can pause, delay, or cancel if you're busy traveling or, away for a long time. It's super simple and it doesn't lock you in. And with holidays right around the corner, now is the perfect time to start your subscription. This is the kind of gift your friends and family will actually get excited about. Order by December 1st and use the code KIRK to get an extra $100 off your first 3 orders. That's their best offer ever, and you have to order by December 1st to claim that deal. GoodRanchers.com. Get back to the table.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
You're listening to the sound of freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to tell you about a really excellent friend of this show. I think we know it's YRefi. Based right here in the Phoenix area. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion, and about $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi refinances those distressed or defaulted student loans that others won't touch. They can provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They are not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. I know, I've been to where they take the calls. It is not a faceless call center. YRefi can reduce your monthly payment, and it guarantees interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? The first step is contacting YRefi. YRefi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact, and bad credit is accepted. If you have a co-borrower, YRefi can get them released from the loan, and you can give mom and dad a break. Just call 888-YRefi-34 or log into YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. May not be available in all states. Welcome back to the Ask Us Anything hour of the Charlie Kirk Show. Let's just get right into our next caller. We have Stephanie. Stephanie, unmute yourself, and what's your question?
Hi, thank you for everything that you guys are doing. Prayers are with everybody, Andrew, Erica, and the kids. My question was in reference to the Jay Jones situation. I obviously saw all the news about the tech scandal because my algorithm allowed it. What do you think the possibility is that most Democratic voters weren't even aware of the tech scandal?
I saw a poll on X that said that 83%, they think around 80 to 85, came around 83% of all voters were aware of the text.
Yeah, I think the truth is, I think a similar poll. It might have been the same one, but the truth is when you ask them, it's that I think only about 45% of people overall said that they thought the texts were disqualifying for him. Presumably, most of them are just Republican voters anyway.
To the local Democrat Party, 47% of them think that threatening to kill your opponent's children is not disqualifying.
Yeah, so a lot thought it was. Some said it was concerning but not disqualifying. Some said it had no impact at all, and like a few were unaware of it. But you know, if you're bothering to turn out, these are lower turnout races. It's off year entirely, so lower turnout. There's also just more focus on them because no one's distracted by the presidency or the Senate or all of those. We managed to make a state AG race a national thing. A lot of people did hear about it, but the truth is we have highly polarized politics, and a lot of people have taken away the lesson of the last few years that the way you get through any scandal, no matter how bad, is you apologize for nothing and you just move straight ahead. We're not even a decade removed from the governor of Virginia was caught wearing blackface in his in the school yearbook, and he just obviously lied and said it wasn't me. And then I think he backtracked to I can't really remember. But the point is, he didn't resign, didn't give in, just played out his whole term, and in the end, they couldn't remove him. And I think that's what Democrats realized they could do here. That there was no point in being ashamed of it. There was no advantage to being ashamed of it. So just knuckle under, move ahead, and say Republicans are worse. It doesn't matter if we have an AG who, you know, really, people are emphasizing the text, but it's so many other things. He drove, what was it, like 100, 120 or something?
Yeah, they got out of community service.
Really bad speeding, and then he got out of the community service in a scam way. That's actually shadier than this. Like you have to have,
he tried to kick a dog the morning of election day too.
I'm not a believer in Doggate, to be honest. That was it was funny.
I would also just add to this that we need to also be asking how many Republicans knew about these text messages, because what he was saying is super dangerous, which is only when people feel pain personally do they act on policy. So Republicans, this needs to be a warning to us that the left is not only moving towards further radicalization, but they're also going to use their political power for you to act on policy by you feeling pain. And so Democrats, a lot of them knew about this and still voted for him anyways. But how many Republicans know about this story? And the answer is not that many. And we need to blast it out to everyone, especially going into the midterms, that we cannot allow candidates like this to get elected. But also, this should be a warning sign to the trajectory of where the left is headed.
I guess a small naive part of me was really hoping that people wouldn't really still vote for someone if they were aware.
Unfortunately,
that's what we're
in a different country now, and people will vote for a lot of very dark things, and people should be aware of that, because now we have an AG in Virginia who wants your children to die. That is the reality we are in. Thank you for your question, Stephanie. Let's go. David is our next caller. Unmute yourself, David, and what's your question?
My question kind of piggybacks off that. We're in the communist California, and we got shellacked. Pretty much we got shellacked. So how do we educate our base so that we're, because you just talked about that we're in an off year. But we're not really in an off year, because it just keeps on going. President Trump has only been in office for 8 months or 10 months, and we did a shellacking on Tuesday. So my question is, how do we? Go ahead.
Charlie used to always say complacency is a cancer. And so I feel like a lot of Republicans have a tendency to just kind of sit back and get comfortable, especially after a victory. But we also have this obsession with infighting right now. And I said this last week, but when you're infighting all the time, you're showing to the world you have no more enemies to conquer, so you must fight each other. And so I know people who gave a ton of money to Prop 50 in California, and they felt as though it was a waste. I feel like California is going to rig it no matter what. But when are Republicans going to start working together, not be complacent, not sit back and get comfortable, but to just work hard time after time, show up to the polling places, show up to vote, and actually take action, not just be comfortable?
Yeah.
What do you think,
Let's continue through the break. I want to really dive into this. I think it's a rich vein.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. #1 news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Gold is up around 40% this year. That's not speculation, it's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, well, you're missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation is still way too high, the U.S. dollar is still too weak, and the government debt is insurmountable. That's why central banks are flocking to gold. They are the ones who are driving prices up to record highs, but it's not too late for you to buy gold from the Birch Gold Group and to get in the door now. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't have to pay a dime out of pocket. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit. There's no obligation here, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. So, what else is there to say other than to text the word America to the number 989898. Do so right now and claim your free information kit on gold. That's America. Text that to the number 989898 and protect your future today with gold. Bates with your Real America's Voice news break. President Trump meeting at the White House right now with Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister praising President Trump for his push towards peace.
So no question that if that time the name of the United States president would have been Donald Trump, there would be no war between Ukraine and Russia. That's clear. But what we are speaking about here is more than that, because without the pressure coming from the United States government, I'm speaking 2022, the Europeans would not take that hard line what they have today on the war.
And on the other side of Washington, D.C., Senate Republicans hoping their Democrat colleagues will come to their senses and vote to reopen the government, potentially even as soon as today. Senate Democrats met behind closed doors on Thursday to discuss a deal for a short-term agreement that would allow Congress to address full-year appropriations bills. By the way, the current shutdown is now in its 38th day, marking the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. On this day, the Trump administration is also under a federal judge's order to fully fund SNAP benefits by today. That's a quick check of your headlines.
100% American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back to radio, and before we get to our next question, we've got Hillsdale College, Charlie's favorite. History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. Or even if you did, you might need an enjoyable refresher. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this free 8-lecture course, you can learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels: 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, I should say especially because they were written in the 1930s and 40s, they are highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they also show us that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you read those books long ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them and they seem a little intimidating. Let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There is no cost and it's easy to get started. That's charlieforhillsdale.com to register. CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. Give it a look. All right, so our next question is, let's go to Brandon. Yep. Brandon, unmute yourself and what's your question?
Hey guys, I was just wondering, what was Charlie's favorite book that he wrote?
I feel like the flip answer would be the next one, but Mikey might have a more true answer. But I feel like Charlie was always looking forward, so he was always talking about, he was so excited writing the Sabbath book, Stop in the Name of God. I feel like the one we'd end up referencing the most probably was the college scam, just in the sense that was a very timeless topic, whereas right-wing revolution and MAGA doctrine were more embedded in a specific moment. But college scam comes up again and again. College is only more of a scam by the day, other than Hillsdale, of course. And so those are the two answers I'd think of. But Mikey, what would you say?
Yeah, he loved all the books that he wrote, and he spent a lot of time on each one of them. And so each one of them are very special in their own unique way. Also, you just kind of get to see every aspect of his life as you get to read these books. When he was in his era of really pushing the college scam, he always pushed it, but that was when he was just obsessed with it. And then you can kind of see where his mind was at, where his headspace was at. Then Right Wing Revolution, America's Turning Point. There's all these books that he wrote. But I personally, I feel as though one of his absolute favorites was his newest one that's coming out, which is Stop in the Name of God. And he was just so spiritually invested in that book. He was so obsessed with the book, the amount of time that he spent on it, talking with people that could give him knowledge and wisdom. And he wanted to just understand, he wanted to get it right, because he used to always say that the Shabbat is a gift, and you just need to receive the gift, and your punishment for missing the Sabbath, Shabbat, is that you missed the Sabbath. It turns out that the punishment was, in fact, missing the Sabbath, because it was such a gift in his life, and he wanted to just share that with the world, that he would just stop one day a week and be with his kids and his wife, and that time was dedicated to them. But he was so spiritually invested in this book, and it was really amazing and beautiful to be alongside him as he wrote this and went deep on this book and just really dived in. But he finalized the book probably the week before he was murdered, and he was so happy with it, and it's just an amazing book. I can't wait for the world to see it, to read it. I just was looking at the copy literally today and was just in awe of what he was able to accomplish with this beautiful book.
Do you guys know when that one's coming out, or?
It should be coming out at the beginning of this next year, I believe, is when it's coming out. But pre-order sales are actually available right now. And I know it's finalized and ready to go. I was looking at a copy today, but you're going to really enjoy it. Thank you so much for that question.
All right. Our next guy, we have Jimmy. Jimmy, unmute yourself. And what's your question?
Yeah, thanks, everyone. Appreciate all you guys do. So the question is wrapped around, you know, Trump had an amazing win. Of course, Charlie Kirk, I loved everything he did to help do that with you and the team as well. And so he won the popular vote. He just won so much. So we're trying to get through his agenda. His agenda seems to be, for many reasons, to be slowed down. There seems to be slowed down everywhere you look. So he's come out with this, especially during the time of the government shutdown. He's proposing a strategy to shut down or stop the filibuster, which apparently is some kind of Senate rule that's used to slow down legislation, and it's not in the Constitution. So I was wondering what your thoughts are regarding that strategy. I know that some GOP senators are for it, some are against it, but just trying to get your thoughts about it as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in on this. I have weighed in on it in a few other shows. So I'll throw it to Danny and Mikey to see how you guys feel it as younger voices, how you feel about Senate institutional reform, if you have anything to say. Otherwise, I can revisit what I've said the last few days.
I hear it from both sides, but from my point of view, from what I've seen, I think it's dangerous, because I don't like the idea of giving the Democrats in the future the possibility of just running wild with whatever radical ideas they want, especially with recent elections. They could gain back power pretty quickly here. And so I think there's definitely, we should be careful about doing it. And so there's some aspects that I'm kind of worried about if we do go through with it. Yeah. Mikey.
Blake, I'll let you take it. I will just say this. Gen Z as a whole, I'm a little worried that, as you know, I don't think they necessarily care about things like this.
Yeah, that's possibly
I think Republicans need to find the right. Yeah, they need to find the right way to message this to young people.
It is very true, especially young people. They care about results. Like, they care who is delivering, who is making their lives better, and they're not going to be sold on an excuse like, oh, well, this Senate practice that goes back decades. They don't care about that.
That's great.
What I will say though, is if you are going, I've said this consistently, they can delete the filibuster if they have a plan for how to maximize its effectiveness that they can deliver on. So if you get rid of the filibuster and all you do is reopen the government, And maybe, and he reopened the government, and he said, pass national voter ID law. A thing I support. I 100% support doing that. But I think if that's all you got from it, that would be a huge waste of getting rid of the filibuster. And now you've made it just even that little bit easier for the Democrats to go totally off the chain the next time they hold power, which they likely will someday.
Yeah, and if we know anything about Republicans, we're definitely very organized and all together and have many plans. I mean,
Exactly.
Of course,
now, because you'd only have a year, you possibly only have 12 months until you have, and then, and then plus the lame duck period. You have basically 14 months before you have possibly losing the Senate, possibly losing the House. And then in that span, you could pass a lot of legislation if you had a majority ready to go. You could change America's immigration laws. So no more asylum seeker nonsense, cut back on legal immigration, get rid of the diversity lottery. You make deportations way easier. You roll back all these weird legal exploits they've developed over the decades. You could reform regulatory laws, reform environmental laws so we can build those houses that we wanted. You could blow up the student loan system, say, we're not giving endless money to universities anymore, and you could pair it, we're not funneling endless money to universities, also we're going to forgive a lot of outstanding student loan debt. That's the way to do it, not just the way Biden did, where he just snaps his fingers and makes it go away and turns the money spigot on forever. There's so many things you could do when you get rid of the filibuster, but we have a lot of bad senators in the Republican Party, too many. It's unfortunately the case. We're trying to make it better. They've gotten a lot better. This is a much better Senate now than we had in 2017. But it's not a perfect Senate. It's not an entirely on-message Senate. And so I've just tried to warn people, if we get rid of the filibuster, we could get very disappointing results with the current Senate we have. And yes, are the Democrats likely to get rid of it the next time they have power? Yes. But even if they have to spend a few weeks getting their ducks in a row to do it, that is a few weeks fewer before they're actually able to do it. And it makes it feel more transgressive when they do it. If we get rid of the filibuster, we own getting rid of the filibuster. And Democrats can claim with far less shame than they would otherwise, oh, well, we're just doing what Republicans let us do. You always have to think, what is the next order of business when you take an action in politics? And I try to make sure people remember that on the filibuster question. But if we're ready to take it, if we have the agenda in place, then by all means, full steam ahead. Tom is our next question. Tom, unmute yourself, and what's your question?
Hey, guys. So you're doing such a great job. I miss Charlie greatly, but you really are stepping into the role. Thank you. So listen, I'm a senior member of Generation X, and by 2 days. So don't get me started on the boomers, not my favorite, but I'll just leave that there and ask this question. How do I and other Generation Xers help the courageous generation step into their role right now? What could we do? How could we encourage? How could we connect?
Yeah. That's an amazing question. And Gen X and boomers too. Here's the thing. The suspicious people that are suspicious of you are the ones you want to win over because they're guarding their loyalty to you. Once you win someone who's suspicious of you over, they're beyond loyal to you. And boomers, they love their generation. They want to make sure that their generation is good. And I just think that's very honorable of them. And if Gen X and boomers, the best way you guys can help us is just know we need help. And you guys, you've been through life. You've experienced the ups and the downs and the tragedies and the hardships. And we need your help. And Gen Z and young people in general, we need your help. And so 2-3 weeks ago, I spoke at Liberty. Erica was supposed to speak there, and she couldn't travel. She asked me to go fill in for her. So I traveled and went and spoke at Liberty, and that was my speech. Is they are the courageous generation. That is what Erica labeled them as, is the courageous generation. They have a lot of courage, but they feel a little bit hopeless. And courage without hope leads to recklessness. And so they're a little reckless. They don't know where to turn. They need help. That's why you see young people turning to radical ideas as the solution to their problems with Mamdani and other radical candidates. And we just need help. Be there for us. Oftentimes people would just kind of tell the younger generation, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, figure it out. But we are courageous. Help us find our way. And there's nothing that will stop this courageous generation of young people, as Erica called us. to change America. Our hero was Charlie Kirk. We are fired up. We love Charlie, and our hero is gone, and we want to put our courage in something. So thank you. What an incredible question. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What a great answer. That gives me encouragement and hope, because I know this generation is going to fulfill what God has for them. But I just want to be that cheerleader, the catalyst, the people that come alongside, really.
All right.
And say,
thank you very much. We're going to the break here, but thank you a lot.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat, here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Which Charlie tried to do. So yeah, well, let's rattle off the list of books that we had. This is just, he said, none of us is perfect, and this is just a starting off point, and you don't need to read all of this. This is sort of just this is some quick hits. Let's start actually with the philosophy, politics, economics list he had. He had The Republic by Plato. He had the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. I know that was a big favorite of his. The City of God by St. Augustine. The Imitation of Christ by Thomas à Kempis. I definitely recommended that one. That's a very medieval one. The Federalist Papers by Founding Fathers, Madison, Hamilton, and Jay. Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, a big favorite of Charlie's. Abolition of Man, C.S. Lewis. The Fatal Conceit, The Errors of Socialism by F.A. Hayek, as well as The Road to Serfdom. He would like that, too. The True Believer by Eric Hoffer. Collected Essays by George Orwell. Capitalism and Freedom by Milton Friedman. And Genius, A Mosaic of 100 Exemplary Creative Minds by Harold Bloom. That might have been another one that I recommended he include. We also have some good history works. We had The Civil War, a narrative by Shelby Foote. A History of the English-Speaking Peoples by Winston Churchill. From Dawn to Decadence by Jacques Barzun. Charlie definitely would have only read a summary of that one. That is a very, very long book. The Russian Revolution by Richard Pipes. Citizens, A Chronicle of the French Revolution by Simon Schama. I've read that. That is one of my favorites. And we have some great literature here, too. The Iliad and the Odyssey by Homer. The Divine Comedy by Dante. The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. We need books for women here, too. That's an all-time classic. 1984 by George Orwell. The Power and the Glory by Graham Greene. That's a great Christian novel. Scoop by Evelyn Waugh. That is one of my favorites. It has the important lesson that journalists have always been pretty awful, but it's a good lesson to have, and it's very funny. The Bonfire of the Vanities by Tom Wolfe. That is an incredible one, and it teaches you that everything we worry about today was happening decades ago as well. We're running out of time before the radio rejoin here, but you can, I had to skip over a few of them, but you can see the full list if you check out Right Wing Revolution. There's a lot in that book. And we'll be back in just a few seconds with our next question.
Completely lock solid. I mean, this thing is a really, really strong case.
Welcome back. Final segment of the AMA Hour. Always races by. Let's just plow right in to make sure we're able to answer it. Giselle, unmute yourself, and what is your question?
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for taking my call. I'm just so sorry for your loss. I've been praying for your families, for TPUSA, for Eric and the children, just daily since he's been murdered. I never had the privilege to meet Charlie myself, but even so, I felt like I lost like a beloved, like younger brother. He was a decade younger than me, but worlds wiser than I was at 31 or younger. So
thank you so much. We've heard so much of that from people. He really touched them like that, and it means a lot to hear from people like you.
Oh, thank you. I've been listening to your show off and on pretty much not since it started, but like around Election Day of 2020. So a good long while. And, when you hear someone's voice that many times in your head, you do feel like you know them almost, even though you don't in real life. So your show is just, I'm so grateful for you guys keeping it going, and thank you. And the thing I wanted to share though too was that my husband and I we have a new little baby daughter who's just turned a year old just last week. And we're older. We're a little bit older. Like I said, we're in our 40s, and we've been married a long time, but we were very happy being dinks, focusing on our careers. And we actually finally gave our lives over to Christ in 2023. And later on that year, we actually heard one of Charlie's sermons that he gave as an episode of your show. I think it was in a church in North Dakota, and he talked about how children in a marriage is like God's perfect design in most cases, and it kind of got us off the fence like on that topic. And I really do believe that God used Charlie to get that message out to us, and we kind of taking that a lot more seriously. And last year we were blessed to give birth to I was blessed to give birth to our beautiful daughter, and I really don't know if we would have done it before it was too late if it wouldn't be for that message. So I hope you all know that he has such a huge influence.
That is so beautiful. I'm so happy you called. I'm so happy we got that. That story.
I've been thinking about that all the time ever since his passing. I mean, it's just been he was such a huge influence, even on people a little bit older than him, like me and my husband. We're both in our 40s, like I said. So he was such a huge inspiration to us. And I was also just wanted to ask if, I was wondering if either the Charlie Kirk Show or the Turning Point store might ever consider selling like onesies or baby clothes, because we'd love to support that. I know they're knockoffs, but I'd love to support the actual one. If you ever consider selling those, maybe.
That is an easy question to answer. Daisy has informed me, or Mikey, you want that? Mikey?
Go ahead, Mikey.
No, go ahead.
Okay. She says, shout out proclaim365.com. That was Erica's bailiwick before she was put into her new, bigger position. That includes baby clothes, baby blankets with Bible verses and other Christian content on them. I'm told the blankets are currently sold out. They are locally sourced and made in the USA, so you have slightly more complicated supply lines, but you can get them there. That is such a beautiful story. I'm so glad you called, Giselle. I'm so happy to hear about your baby.
Thank you all so much.
Charlie,
I believe they sell baby clothes on the Turning Point USA store as well, by the way.
Okay, excellent.
I believe we do.
Excellent.
Okay. And thank you all so much. And thank you for all you're doing to keep everything going, and we'll always keep you in your prayers, and we definitely have your back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think of that line, he who saves one world saves the entire world. I think it's a Jewish proverb, but it's kind of, a life exists because of Charlie's witness.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's a life of infinite importance to God, of infinite importance to their family, and it's a life that, were it not for Charlie, would not be here. And man, that's incredible. Oh, man. We have one last question. I'm just going to read it because I'm worried we won't have time. Otherwise, it's Christine, and she says, C.S. Lewis or Tolkien? And while we're at it, Tozer or Jonathan Edwards? It's tough. I think I've got to go with C.S. Lewis. I read Lord of the Rings for the first time, surprisingly late last year, and I liked it, but it did not have the same impact on me that reading Lewis did when I was a younger person. And I think he had a bigger, broader breadth of how he wrote. I am not qualified to answer the Tozer or Jonathan Edwards question. Are you qualified, Mikey? You're the pastor's kid.
And I'm not overly qualified, but C.S. Lewis is my answer.
But what about Tozer or Jonathan Edwards? Are you a sinner in the hand of an angry God?
I think we should make also a list of authors that Charlie liked. I think that's a good idea. Not just books, but also a list.
We should just have it as like on an FAQ on our website. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Giselle. Thank you, everyone who called. We love these questions. We love answering them, and we look forward to having them next week. Have a great weekend.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive. He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host,
Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Today we have a very special edition of Human Events Daily for you. We're here live in Washington, D.C. Look, we are here at General Flynn's New Media Summit. Today is all about independent media. It's all about disrupting the narrative. It's about getting the truth out. And we're so glad that Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily are able to be here and to be a part of this great summit, because we're meeting with people from all across the spectrum and, in fact, all across the world in ways that the mainstream media just will not do. This is the force multiplier. This is how you can be a truth aggregator, how you can actually get the facts, spread it out through using social media, using independent networks like Real America's Voice over the top, and then going and telling that story.
Thank you very much, General Flynn. So I just came from a summit on the ending the persecution of Christians worldwide. I think that's emblematic of where we stand today, is that it's a real indictment on us as journalists that most of the world has no idea that for the past 20 plus years since the day of 9/11, there has been a systematic, organized campaign to massacre Christians across the isolated rural villages of northern Nigeria. And when it finally comes to light, what does Al Jazeera do and all these other journalists? They put out always denying that it's true. And you're just like, I'm just like, so the last 5-6 years I spent documenting one massacre after another. I mean, I was walking at dinner on a Friday night. I got a picture of a 17-year-old, 16, 17-year-old girl who was pregnant, having her head hacked off while they had the baby out of her stomach. And you're going to sit there and tell me that this is something made up by the right wing? I cannot come to you strongly enough and say that we are in an absolute crisis of information. General Flynn articulated this with the amazing and wonderful and much missed Spoon Cutler in his book, Set Generation Warfare. That is the battle for our mind, but we are in battle for our minds and our souls. And when you deny that people are being murdered, you lose your soul. And, you know, I see Angela Standing King. She's going to be on the panel later today. But Angela is one of the people that brought me to a basic truth, because she saves babies in abortion. And she talks about saving children from murder. And I never thought about abortion like that. And so what is so important about that is we as journalists have been derelict in our duty to the truth and into pursuing the truth regardless of who's in power. We've become instruments of propaganda, and God bless independent media and the rise of independent media. But there's a price for everything. There's a price for everything. So if it's when we dance on the graves of, you know, CNN and the New York Times and shows how they deserve it, we ask what fills the void? Because what is filling the void now, you know what you don't have when you lose your advertising revenue from Big Pharma and you lose the corporations, you lose first-hand journalism. I spent 5 years in Iraq as the chief foreign correspondent for CBS News. That cost how many millions of dollars? How many over the years? We're independent media or out there can afford that. Now, it's no use if you're going to put people on the ground and they're not going to tell the truth. So your bureaus mean nothing. I'm not standing in defense of mainstream media. I'm standing in defense of the principles of real journalism and the reality that it takes money. It costs money to do real journalism. It costs money to travel. It costs money to invest in time and in people. And that investment is not happening. And, you know, unless you're the one in a million, I don't know, James does pretty well at it. He's relentless. He does 19,000 different jobs at the same time and somehow manages to run his own organization, fight off all those lawsuits that you can, Imelda Marcos had shoes, quite frankly. And I still manage his teams of independent journalists. And yet he's still got to battle the right to even be called a journalist because the very lady deems him to be a far-right activist. Please, you people belong in the trash bin of history, right? But they don't. And I would see this amazing woman, Ava, here, who I look at, I see her as a vision of what I would like to remember myself has been 20 years ago when I was younger and thinner and and perfect, because every time she comes out, she just nails it, and she's brave. But what has Ava done? She has consistently, over time, built up a bank of knowledge. There was a time when journalists we had to be historians, and we had to be economists. I study economics. I carried that English as an extra major. I did a Bachelor of Commerce degree, not because I wanted to know anything about Karl Marx. God guides me. He's like, no, don't go there, because I have a shield of protection around me. And I had to force myself to go there because I had to understand how money worked, because it was obvious that money and power drive these things that you're seeing when you're standing at the door of a mortuary and you're 17 years old and you're making friends with the guy running it because you want to know how many bodies there are inside. Because the South African government at the time, when I was a young girl doing this reporting, lied about all of that. So I learned the value of first-hand reporting. And that does not mean, God bless them, I'm sorry, showing up in Aurora, Colorado with a small camera, going around asking people if they're a member of the cartel. I mean, that journalist, I'm sorry, put him up against the wall and shoot him in the head and then teach him how to do real journalism. Because every person in that building will be killed if they tell you that they're a member of the cartel or that there's cartel there. So that's not what I mean by first-hand journalism.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments.
And our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Human Events Daily. Folks, everybody that knows me and the work that Human Events does every single day, day in, day out, knows that the conservative movement never stops. And the fuel that keeps me going, keeps the show going, keeps the work going is Blackout coffee. For years, Blackout has been my coffee of choice, and I know so many of you were wanting to get in on the action as well. Just tweeted out, pin this up, blackoutcoffee.com/Poso. It's across all my social medias. You can get in there because let me tell you something. This isn't just coffee. It's America in a cup. Founded on Christian values, rooted in family, built on the belief that hardworking Americans deserve better than the corporate swill that you get out there. Blackout Coffee, it's a family business, and they roast every single batch right here in the U.S. of A. 2 roasts you got to try. The Morning Reaper, don't fear the Reaper, a smooth medium roast. It kicks off your day with no bitterness. And for the dark roast lovers, if you want to go dark, you want to go on the dark side, take a walk on the dark side, Brutal Awakening. This thing is deep flavor, dark roast, keeps you sharp and alert. Perfect for friends, for family, around the holidays, which are coming up. We got Halloween, we got Thanksgiving, we got Christmas, we got New Year's, we got the gauntlet. The best gatherings start with the best coffee. So here's the deal. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/Poso and use promo code Poso for 20% off your first order. That's blackoutcoffee.com/Poso. Support a company that shares your values, supports American jobs, and fuels your freedom. One strong cup at a time.
I mean, we have a dearth. We have forgotten how to mentor. We have forgotten we don't have newsrooms anymore. If I had a nickel for every time I was bouncing into my boss's office and told him about a story and he ripped me to shreds in 4.5 seconds, because reality intrudes. We have a saying in journalism that never let the facts get in the way of a good story. Whenever you hear, oh, that's a good story, I'm going to do that, you start to investigate, and what do you find? It crumbles. And what did I learn? Never be afraid to walk away. Don't stick with it because of belief or ideology or anything else. Journalists are not lawyers. We don't go into court and cherry pick evidence to make a case. We're not advocates. We don't campaign on behalf of people. That's not our job. Our job is to do everything we can to find not just part of the truth, but the whole truth. Because something can be true, but if you distort it and you focus on it and you put that out above everything else, you can still be as deceptive and misleading as the people who lie blatantly. And it's not hard. It's not easy to find the whole truth. These things take time. Beat reporting is valued because you know why? Because when a person truly understands the subject, it's of value to all of us. If I never understood, I'm living in Iraq. I know Shiite militias. I know Iraqi terrorists. I know the government. I know soldiers. I know people all across the country. And yet somehow every U.S. ambassador or State Department official or military official or, White House official, he came to the country. They wanted to bring that anchor from New York, but never spent 4.5 seconds in the country. And they opened the doors, the reg politics. And you think, but why? And it's because they don't want to sit down with someone who knows enough to challenge them. They don't. Superficial is the death of real journalism. And they use a superficial. It's good in a crisis. The rest of the time, worthless. And when journalists don't have resources behind them, what they do is superficial. What I do half the time, commenting on things online, superficial. Unfortunately, I don't want to do that. But we have created a monster. Independent media is both our salvation and also a monster. And if we don't guard it and protect it and fight for it, and if we don't recognize that there are real principles to real journalism and separate that from opinion, which is completely valid, opinion journalism, there's always been opinion pages in newspapers. There's always room for analysis when you take someone. But and I hear people who are not lawyers, and I see judges and lawyers on TV talking about nobody's going to prison for treason and sedition, and by the way, there's a statute of limitations. I'm like, are you serious? I'm not even a lawyer, and I know that's a lie. Allowing people to get away with this nonsense is, to me, it's the equivalent of being a co-conspirator in treason and sedition. And we have to hold people accountable for that. You can't take the murderer that's accused of being a serial killer and put him up there as if he's an expert when he's talking about his own crimes. Sure, he's an expert because he's guilty. John Brennan. Right? It's insane. And to allow CBS News to put a guy on there as the deputy head of the CIA, and then he retires, and then he goes up, you're doing the biggest cover-up of one of the most damaging intelligence operations against this country and against this nation, and you're allowing him to go out there like he's some independent, neutral analyst who's just well-informed. It's an outrage, but they get away with it because we allow them to get away with it.
Fear no evil. So it's hard to know what that really means unless you've been through it. You can watch the movies, read the books. I know you've been through it. We were all sitting together at the breakers, and it was like everyone, all of us, have been raided by the feds. But I'm a journalist. That's crazy. It continues to be crazy. It's so crazy that if another country did it, our State Department would be issuing sanctions against that country. It's actually, hopefully. So there's that part of it. So I've been asked to talk about what independent media is and what my views are on the current situation. I second again what you said about money. I don't know if this is a controversial statement to make. I don't know if the commercial imperative is compatible with truth-telling. I don't know if the commercial imperative is compatible with investigative journalism. I mean, how many, you at 60 Minutes, you watched your piece dozens of times before you aired it? Hundreds of times. And now everything's live. I just started to do live myself, but there's something missing in live. You don't package it. There's no who, what, when, where, why. There's no concise, succinct presentation of the information. So as a result, our brains are everywhere. There's no discipline. And the discipline of verification is what separates propaganda from journalism. The discipline of verification is what separates journalism from propaganda. And there is no verification of anything. Why? Because the incentives aren't aligned. The incentives are to make money and to get clicks. And you say a lot of crazy shit because that's what your audience wants to hear, but that's not the truth, though. So, and I'm not going to give any examples, but you know what I'm talking about. It's your people are just saying crazy things because there's money in it. There's no money in what I did. And when you look at the world, which everyone does, because we all run organizations, whether they're NGOs or corporations or LLCs or 501c, even 501c3s, which are non-for-profit enterprises, you have a statement of net assets. You have assets, and you have something called liabilities. And guess what? My liabilities are always going to exceed my assets. So that's a very difficult challenge. I will second another thing you said, which is that you have to be. You look at someone like Charlie Kirk, who Jack was extremely close to. I didn't know as deeply, but I knew, especially at Ghost Spark from Project Veritas, Charlie and I became very close. Charlie was there for me when that happened and lifted me up. And I mean, you have to be he wasn't an investigative reporter, but he was an organizational entrepreneur. You have to be a good speaker. You have to be a good fundraiser. You have to be a good chief executive officer. You have to be a good entrepreneur. You have to be not a hypocrite. You have to be a good Christian. You have to be a good father. You have to be a good husband. You have to inspire people. You have to give good public presentation. I mean, no one can do all these things. But that's what you have to do to be an independent journalist. If you lack any one of those things, you will fail, in my opinion. And, can they find someone else to do what he does? I don't think so. I suppose they can have a contest for, a couple of young guys to go on campuses. The problem is you will not find the ethics. You will find the talent, but you won't find the integrity. And the hardest thing about what I do is to find people with the integrity. It's such a cliche, isn't it? Ethics. And what does it even mean? It means that you have no price. You have no price. It's such a hard thing to find. And then to also find someone with the talent, forget about it. 1 in 100 million. Not 1 in 100 million. So I think it's a problem that we have all this opinion. I agree that you need opinion, but when there's only opinion, it's toxic. It's radioactive. People. So that's the bad news. Here's the good news. Because I am an optimist for reasons I will tell you right now. I just did this story last week about I saw it, but I went undercover and I wore this ridiculous wig, which was from Amazon. And you might say, oh, how How do they not recognize you, O'Keefe? You guys, you literally said this walking in here. It's like, you don't understand. These people, they're not held accountable for anything. And I did that intentionally. Number one, I did it because they're so incompetent and corrupt. I wanted to demonstrate that. And number two, I wanted to show you that you can do it too. What's your excuse? Because I get from everyone, well, I'm so famous in Tennessee that everyone always reckon. Well, I'm James O'Keefe, and I still go undercover with the FBI, the State Department, the people on the federal level, and they don't recognize me. So when you have an excuse, it better be good. Of course, when you actually go into the psychology of it, it's just an excuse for their own inaction.
Thank you, General Flynn, for the invitation. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Eva Vlaardingerbroek. I do not expect you to repeat that very long Dutch last name. I'm absolutely honored to be here, and I'm listening to both of you, to Lara and to you, James. I am extremely aware of how different our situation in Europe is. As much as I love hearing you guys talk about how you should do better, how you should work together.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Sobeck. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
You should work together, how there is too much opinion. It's great. You have so many standards for yourselves. But we in Europe, man, we have a lot of work to do to even get to that point still. I'm from the Netherlands, so I'm from a very small country in Europe. And I'm sorry if I get a bit technical here, but I'll just sketch out our media landscape for you for a second so you understand our situation. We don't have not even one media outlet that pretends to be right-wing. Not one. So there's no Fox News, right? We don't have institutional media. We don't have legacy media that even pretend to represent the right from the center. It doesn't exist. So go figure what our legacy media landscape looks like. And then think about how important the rise of independent media voices in our countries really is. And that process is also going way too slow because we don't have a Laura, we don't have a James O'Keefe, we don't have a Jack Posobiec. If we did, the situation wouldn't be as dire as the one that we are in today. And now I'm on X and I'm on Instagram, and it's funny because listening to you guys, I realized that I have never called myself a journalist. I haven't ever called myself a journalist because I never have called a journalist by the people who call themselves journalists, even though I hope I have more objective reporting and I do more objective reporting than they ever will. I also think that at this point, I might have more reach and influence than they combined do, especially online. Yet, again, I call myself a political commentator because I do openly voice my opinions. Instead, I actually do, and I acknowledge that. I say, look, this is my analysis of the situation. And my analysis of the situation in Europe is that we are heading for utter and total destruction. Europe as we know it, and Europe as we have known it for centuries on end, is coming to a rapid end. We look at mass migration. That's one of the subjects that I focus most on in my reporting because it is underreported. The statistics are skewed. The consequences of mass migration, impoverishment, cultural decay, they're lied about, they're hidden, even though we can all tell with our own eyes. Those are the things that I try to bring to the forefront. And of course, that requires opinion. That requires saying, this is not good, even though you think that it's obvious for everyone. But it's not. And the problem that we face in Europe, of course, is that we have many different cultural identities. We have many different languages, many different countries. That's something that we cherish. That's something that we're proud of. But it makes working together and it makes pointing out the similar issues that we are dealing with difficult when it comes to these types of cases. The rapes, the assaults, the murders that you are hearing about in Europe as a result of mass immigration. They're happening on a daily basis, but they're not collected by the legacy media. They're not even written about. And so what I try to do is highlight as often as I can what is happening. And I truly feel like a broken record talking about these cases day in, day out. Rape of a 16-year-old girl there, murder of a 17-year-old boy there, even just bad assaults, right? They usually don't even get published. So I try to focus on that. I try to give these people names. I try to let people know, look, this is a systemic issue. This is not incidental. And this is all by design. Because we are still at that point. We are still at the point where I have to tell people that over and over again. And so this is for us, I think, one of the biggest challenges when it comes to independent media is that we unite, but we also have to fight back against the institutions that try to silence us. Because, again, allow me to go back to my small country for a moment, the Netherlands. We don't have freedom of speech the way that you do. We don't have the First Amendment, and sure as hell don't have the Second Amendment. We have criminal codes that make it illegal to offend groups. So if I say something that is offensive to a group, which is weird, right? Is how do you offend a group? How can a judge decide on behalf of a group that they are all collectively offended? Well, they do it. They do it on the basis, of course, of sex. They do it on the basis of race. They do it on the basis of sexual preference, religion. And people actually get convicted for those types of hate crimes, right? Or hate speech. And so speaking about the cases that I just mentioned to you, the rapes, the assaults, the connection between mass immigration and crime, the sacrificing of our children on the altar of mass migration, that is and can be qualified as illegal hate speech, and you can get sent to jail for it. That's our situation. So to tie this all back to independent media, without X, which is the platform that I use most, we wouldn't even hear about half of these stories. Half this, even an optimistic estimate, I would say. So that's where we are. The independent journalists of Europe are on X. That's the only place where we can voice our opinions somewhat safely. But even X is being targeted by the European Union with the Digital Services Act. I don't want to bore you with all of the details of that, but it's a censorship act. And it's a censorship act that is now official law in all European countries, designed by unelected bureaucrats. We don't have sovereignty. Our democracy is an illusion. It does not function. A supranational organization decides for us what our laws are and what we are allowed and not allowed to say. So once again, want to instill in you the urgency of the situation in Europe and how much we look to you in America and how much we need your help to get this message out there, because we're fighting many monsters at the same time. And that's why I'm very thankful to be here. Thank you so much.
So a couple weeks ago, I went on CNN for the first time, and I never thought I'd be in a situation where CNN would be ever allowing me to sort of talk about me, and nothing, all of us, but...
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're Ron, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, Thor, man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true.
Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys And these are the guys that should be getting Pulitzers.
Never thought I had the opportunity to be on, and of course it was in the wake of Charlie's murder. And the reporter, field journalist who came on, not one of the anchors, she was fine, totally fine, by the way. And there was a question that they asked me, and you know, when you go into one of these interviews with anyone, with any outlet, with any journalism platform, you have to think, well, who am I speaking to, right? Because all of the audiences are bifurcated now and trifurcated and quadricated, because there's no one single monoculture, mono audience. Like Laura, when you were on CBS, you could, 60 Minutes used to set the tone for everyone. It was the nation's leader in terms of stories, in terms of news, but now it's all totally separate. Who you listen to determines your worldview, determines your views. And so you may hate your neighbors, even though they might look like you, they might sound like you, they may go to the same schools that you do, they shop at the same places that you do, but you completely hate them because you listen to a different form of media and you take your worldview from them. Of course, you're not talking about any of this, or I'm talking about the other side. But so I know this is going out to CNN audience, which is a different group of people than I usually speak to. But I wasn't really thinking about it at the time, but I'm sure that probably not going to be invited back. And I had a question about this, and this is because 2 days after the shop trial, and they asked me a question. We're in the Turning Point, as I say, building. This is the first time I've been back to the building since Charlie was murdered, and my wife was, sitting aside. She's right there, by the way. Tanya Say is here today in support, and thank you for being here, John. And they said, are we in a civil war? Are we headed for a civil war? And there was a real question. And I think there was a question at the time of, will this political violence beget more political violence? And will this historic cycle that we've seen, a downward cycle, which is extremely dangerous, will it play out again? Is it playing out again right before our eyes? And I looked at her and I said, we are seeing asymmetric civil warfare breaking out across the country. And if you don't believe me, go ask my friend, because he's in a box right now for speaking truth. Charlie Kirk wasn't murdered because he lied. Charlie Kirk was murdered because he told the truth. And he told the truth to people that never would have otherwise heard it. And because they couldn't beat him in debate, because they couldn't beat him on the facts, because they couldn't beat him in terms of his reach, which was growing exponentially every single day, they tried to silence her. But let me tell you, Frank, they failed. They absolutely failed, because of all the people in this room, because of all the people who saw what happened, because of thousands upon thousands of students and young people, new generations of Gen Z and even Gen Alpha, if you can believe it or not, that saw what happened, are never going to forget the murder of Charlie Kirk. We're going out there into the modern public square. Right? The modern, what could be more of the modern public square than going onto a college campus and debating all of these issues in public? And I thought something that was really interesting that I've actually just occurred to me recently, because so I also, in addition to working with Fernie, I work with Post Millennial Human Events, and our editor-in-chief, Libby Emmons, is also here with us. And she does an incredible job every single day working in independent media to do the verification, to do the truth count, to make sure that everything that gets put out is true. And of course, the media is very upset with us, because not only do we have White House passes now, but we are now part of the new Pentagon press corps, because they didn't want to follow the rules. So we have now replaced the legacy media inside the Pentagon. And the New York Times asked me yesterday, they said, how are you going to report? And I said, well, I'm going to tell the truth. And I know that's maybe radical for you guys here, but we're just going to tell the truth about what's actually going on in our government, in the military, in the national security base, and everywhere, the same way we do every single day, the same way we always have. But one of the things that was kind of existential and interesting for us is that we're in this situation now where we're doing our job every day, try to report the news, tell people what's going on, tell the truth. But in this case, our colleague, our friend, the leader of Turning Point is the news. His death is a murder. It's the news. And we're following the case. We're following all of the updates. And there was this buried line that came out, I think it was on last Friday in one of the filings. And we're not going to get too technical, but this will illustrate, I think, what we're all talking about here. The lawyers for Tyler Robinson, the suspect case, just put up a filing to say they want to ban cameras from the courtroom in the Charlie Kirk murder case. And I thought about this, and they said, well, we have to do it because of privacy. So we have to do it because of privacy. And you know, I have obviously an emotional reaction to this, but I thought about the issue, right? The right to privacy. This is a right, right? This is a right that we want in a free society. But then Libby Emmons wrote something. I want to just put a spotlight on her for a sec because it was so beautiful what she wrote. She said, Charlie Kirk didn't have a say in whether or not his murder would be public. Only his assassin had a say in that. And therefore, Charlie Kirk's trial, or should I say trial of the murder of Charlie Kirk, should also be done in public the same way that his murder was. So if Human Events just filed a submission with that courtroom in Utah, completely opposing this ban and saying that we are going to come down and oppose this. We're going to get lawyers involved if we have to make sure that everyone has a full, open, and accounting of the situation, every single piece of evidence. And we got Human Events, the Postmillennial. I'm happy to announce Court TV just came in and is also supporting the effort now. And so this is growing. It's going to continue to grow because the public has a right to know. The public has a right to know everything. And I thought about this. And I said, you know what? This is the difference between a free society and a closed society. And Ava, the society that you're talking about, I don't know, you say, it doesn't sound very free. It doesn't sound very open at all. And the difference is, because when you say you have a courtroom, if in your courtroom, you have your lawyer, you have your prosecutor, you have your defense, you have the judge. But when you have cameras rolling and you have the doors open, and even here in federal court today, and as General Flynn knows, the federal courtroom does have the ability to members of the public to go and attend. This is one of our oldest traditions, and it is one of our best traditions, that justice should be done in public. Justice should be done before the people. And if you have something to tell that you shouldn't be able to hide it, you should put it out, because that is a check on the entire system by the people in a free society. And this very transparency is the line. It's the absolute line that you draw between a free society and a totalitarian society. Because in a free society, who has the power? The people. The people had the power, and the people had a right to know. And all of these issues come into bear there because you think, of course the public has a right to know. Of course the public should have a check on the system, because the public ultimately is the backstop of every single system of media, of power, of journalism, government, of corporate power in the entire world. You are nothing without the people. Those are the people who should be empowered. And if we are going to be truth tellers, and if we are going to continue to fight for the legacy of Charlie Kirk, then we have to do the same thing that he always did. Empower people, share the information with people, share truth with people, share his platform with people like he did every single day. He allowed me even onto his platform for some reason. And he would allow all of us would go to Turning Point events and be up there, and James would have these elaborate musical performances, and but it was multimedia and push the boundaries and interact with people in ways that you never thought possible. That's what Charlie was all about. And another piece that I think that I've come to appreciate a little bit more was that Charlie never lost sight, even in the rise of digital, even in the rise of social media. And of course, Charlie was on every social media, dominated every single platform he ever even thought about. He never lost sight of trying to connect with people in person, in the physical space on those campuses. And when he would bring someone up to the front, and he would always say this, and we saw JD and Erica were down at University of Mississippi, Ole Miss last night. 10,000 people came out last night, by the way. We had 7,000 in Montana. We had Nebraska. We had Indiana. Thousands upon thousands. Biggest events we've ever had. But Charlie wouldn't care about the numbers. If there was someone in front of him, he would care about that person. And for that moment, he would even tell people, say, hey, don't heckle. Don't cut them off. Don't yell. I want to connect with this person individually in real life, not through a screen.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're Ron, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
And I think in so many ways, this is the negative side, right, of independent media and social media, because when we do things through the virtual space, when we do things on these little pieces of flash that we carry around in our hands and in our pockets every day, we lose sight of the fact that there's a real person on the other side, all right, before AI takes over, of course. And the person who shot Charlie Kirk didn't think of Charlie Kirk as a real person. This was someone, and you know, assuming that this is correct and this is the suspect, this is someone who, when you look at how disassociated this young man was, Berger forgave in an incredible act of Christian charity. But you look at how disassociated he was from reality. He was someone who was involved, yes, in a transsexual relationship with a man. He is someone who was involved with extreme pornography, which included, by the way, transhumanist pornography, where he was watching simulators that allowed him to pretend he was a furry, and so he would participate as a sort of half animal, half human hybrid, performing extreme sexual acts on other furries. And this was a game that he played in his spare time. So total disassociation with reality and throwing himself into this internet-based personality.
This is a real threat. This is one of the biggest threats of our time, is that if we forget about the real world, if we forget about reality, if we forget about truth, if we forget about meeting one another as an individual and totally throw ourselves into these internet-based identities, which are false identities, which are not godly ordained identities, which are not identities that are provided to us by our Creator, then that is where the devil will seep in. That is where the demonic will seep in. And that is the trap. And that is the biggest trap of all. And that's why I realized that Charlie focused so much on bringing people back to the physical space and bringing people together. And I'll end with this, that I realized too that because of what Libby wrote, the fact that Charlie was murdered on live stream, think about that. It wasn't just an attack on Charlie. It wasn't just an attack on Western culture and Western civilization. It was even an attack on independent media, the fact and everyone who consumes it. Because if you were watching that live stream, and I don't even have to ask for people to raise their hands. I know you've all seen the video. I know you've all seen it. And I know that Charlie's kids will see it one day. This little girl and this little boy who are so young, they have no idea what's going on. It's an attack on us, and it was designed to be an attack on us through social media. So we need to become wary as well when we are consuming this, that these are new attack vectors on all of us that we need to build not just physical defenses of, but psychological and spiritual defenses of as well. And that's why everything that Charlie did and what we're trying to do even more and more is to put God at the center of every single thing that we do, because nothing that comes from God can be bad, and everything that comes from Satan is.
Wow. Unbelievable. Earlier, and you guys weren't here, I listed off a group of character traits of what I felt from these people that I have gotten to know over the many years. And one of them has to do with courage and passion. And you saw that up here, and I know that the deal of a couple other people, but those that have already spoken today. But this idea of unifying, under some umbrella, right? And really the umbrella is our ability to be able to speak freely about what we want, what we believe in, right? Our country, our faith, right? The freedoms that we cherish, that many, many have sacrificed for. But one of the things in Lara is actually, there's a reason why I'm up here today, and we're here today, because her and I, a couple of years ago, she probably didn't even remember the conversation, but I do. We talk about figuring out how do we grasp what has happened in the world of the media. And we had a long conversation about the Washington, D.C. Correspondents Bureau and, the failure of that organization, frankly, and because they'd given up the truth. And so the main points, and they just talked about it, it's to be truthful, be accurate, and be responsible. I mean, if you think about that, be yourself, right? Use good common sense. And so, I know everybody got busy lives here. I particularly appreciate you guys being here and being part of this and doing what you're doing, because what you're seeing is this is a tectonic shift in the world of information, okay? And that's a world that I am very familiar with. And we are going through this very, very historic move that is causing the world to go in a different direction. And Jack, we're not really going to talk too much about it today. That'll be something down the road, is artificial intelligence. And he highlighted it a little bit, the world of artificial intelligence, right? I mean, and so that's another aspect of being able to discern. You used the word, we heard the word discernment, and Larry used it as well. This idea about discernment, which is I just take it as, take a deep breath, take a step back, understand what it is that you're hearing and seeing. What is it that are, what values you have that kind of will synthesize all that information together and then respond, right? Instead of, like you were talking about, we're very we're fluid online. Sometimes we repost things, we do things that are, they're just to make us feel good. But actually, we are going to face trials here, right? We're going to face trials here. I know in our country, we're going to face trials here in the coming weeks, coming months. And we don't know. And but when we do, it's this body, because the other side of what we're facing is what Eva talked about, and what we heard earlier, from Ukraine. I mean, the other side of what we're talking about, it doesn't exist. Freedom doesn't exist, right? And it happened all over the world. I'm telling you, there's no. That's why I tell pastors, look, you ought to be talking about politics in our country from the pulpit, because the only reason you can talk from the pulpit about your religion is because of something called the Constitution. So you can't, let's get with it. So I know there's little things, and Trump actually did us all a favor with minimizing the Johnson Act. So that's helpful. But, Evans talked about it, and Don talked about it with what we're already seeing in the United Kingdom, in the Netherlands, Italy. I mean, across the world, Ukraine, and trying to figure out, because things happen, and then all of a sudden, they begin to happen here. I don't know where we're going to end up. But without fighters, without courageous fighters, and that's kind of, all of you that are in this space, right? There's courage, it's passion, it's entrepreneurial spirit, it's having that, right? It's doing the right thing. And I forget which one of you talked about, James did. Very, very powerful. We didn't catch it, He basically said Psalm 23, right? Yea, that I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, right? I mean, I've said this before, and I'm stealing a little bit of time here. This country, I used to talk, and I'm doing it for the last number of years, so I've lived it. We're not on the precipice. We are in the valley of the shadow of death. And the way I describe it is I say we have two choices. That's it. Not 50 choices. You have two. One, you can sell your soul. Okay, and you can go for the bright light, shiny thing, right? Or you can take the very difficult path, which is a very dim light, and it's a long journey out of that valley. Okay? And I'm getting chills because I have been there. And when you think about just these four, and of course, others that we've had here represented already, and some of you, but these are people who have been in that valley. And it's like, like my mother would say, get off your knees and get out there. Go do something, right? And so these are people that are warriors, fighters in that valley. And I am so, grateful for you guys for taking the time and just being here, right? And everything that you're doing. So God bless. Big night for us.
And remember, we're winning. They are losing.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
It was the cover.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through. Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/rev to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber. Today is Friday, thank God, the 7th of November in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to today's top stories. As always, thank you for joining me here on Real America's Voice. We truly appreciate it. California Democrats just pushed through a redistricting plan that's designed to lock in their power, sparking a federal lawsuit and raising new alarms about gerrymandering in multiple states. I'll bring on Congressman Ralph Norman to discuss that today. Also, with President Trump in charge, the border is secure and ICE agents are allowed to do their jobs despite death threats and attacks by protesters. Ben Bergquam will be here, who has a brand new episode of Law and Order airing tomorrow. Details of his adventures with ICE. More on that as well. And then later, a federal judge has ordered that the Trump administration fund SNAP benefits for the month of November despite the government shutdown. Quite ironic considering the Democrats are to blame for the longest shutdown in American history. Details and updates for you today. But first, I want to start with this, a bit of a personal story, all right? A bit of a personal story. I want to take you inside a conversation I had with a friend just here recently, or possibly a former friend. I don't know. Maybe. I think it's perfectly representative of the arguments I'm seeing made on the internet every day when people don't look at the whole picture and think we should be ashamed of who we voted for. I'm not. My friend, who will remain anonymous, called me deaf and blind for not throwing the Trump administration under the bus over tariffs that affect farmers, SNAP families losing out on benefits during the government shutdown, changes to the Affordable Care Act, and President Trump's decision to build a ballroom. I'm not deaf or blind, actually. It feels like I'm the only one seeing the big picture most days. Let's start with the assertion he made about farmers getting screwed by Trump's bad tariffs affecting agriculture and specifically soybeans. That China was not buying soybeans and the prices are now higher than they were last fall. Not much, but little. Seems my friend missed the whole memo. In fact, the 52-week low on prices for soybeans came December of 2024. That's when Joe Biden was still in the White House, as I recall, but he doesn't. Here are the numbers. Soybean futures closed at around $10.42 per bushel at the end of October, up about 3% from the prior month and roughly 5 to 6% higher than October 2024, when levels were at about $9.95 a bushel amid harvest pressures and lower global demand. As part of my daily programs, I hear the Ag Report here every morning. I keep up on what's happening with farmers quite closely, and based on what my friend was saying, it doesn't seem like he does, which sadly isn't unique. Many of the loudest critics don't seem to read or pay attention at all to important things they claim to know about, which they don't, and it's obvious. And I'm not sure how many soybean farmers you know, but I know several. This past week, I spoke to a couple from Michigan and Arkansas. They both told me the same thing. Soybean sales are fine. New markets like biodiesel in Japan are opening up rapidly, and they're making a bit more money than they did last fall. And now, of course, Donald Trump has made a deal with China. Every one of them is cheering what Trump is doing because he is opening up more options so they are not beholden to China alone. Every farmer I've spoken to this year wants to be less reliant on the whims of the CCP. In fact, they would be happy never selling to China again, but they're going to at the moment. America's trade deals needed an overhaul, but of course it comes with bumps in the road. A couple of bruises too, but Trump's track record is a strong one on trade. Here's what he expects in the days to come.
They're paying tremendous amounts of money to us as in the form of tariffs. As you know, they're paying 55%. That's a lot of money. They never were paying anything over years and years and years. But they were like anybody else. A lot of countries took advantage of the U.S. They're not taking advantage anymore. No, China's paying 55% and a potential 155% come November 1st unless we make a deal. And I'm meeting with President Xi. We have a very good relationship. We're going to be meeting in South Korea in a couple of weeks, and we'll see what we can do. We have a very good relationship with China, but you know, it's been probably a little bit like your relationship with China. They try and take advantage, but most countries do. I mean, I can say the European Union took advantage, but not anymore. We worked out a very fair trade deal. Japan, we worked out a very fair deal. South Korea, where I'll be meeting President Xi, we worked out a very fair deal. And I expect we'll probably work out a very fair deal with President Xi of China.
Which, of course, they did. Does that make me blind, deaf, and dumb? No, I knew he would get it done. How about those SNAP benefits? We hear a lot about that. Let's be clear. They could be in place today if not for the minority party in Congress having a tantrum. 38 days, is that where we are with it? Democrats have now voted at least 14 times to keep the government closed down. I've lost track, to be honest with you. It could be more. But it takes 60 votes in the Senate to make that happen. But Chuck Schumer is on tape saying about the shutdown, it gets better for us every day. I'm not sure who us is. Certainly not the people that don't have food on the table today. Trump isn't much of a king when the minority party can make outlandish demands and then refuse funding the government when those demands are not met and keeping it closed for a record number of days. Yes, they voted yes 13 times previously, but now think they have a political advantage by keeping food away from the poor. The number 3 Democrat in the House, Katherine Clark, said suffering for American families is just leverage for Democrats. Here she is.
I mean, shutdowns are terrible. And of course, there will be, you know, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously. But it is one of the few leverage times we have.
They take the responsibility so seriously, they've kept the government closed as we head toward Thanksgiving. Clark and her colleagues don't care about poor people. Honestly, they never have. They care about what? Power. And just a couple of days ago, in the latest move against ordinary, hardworking Americans, Chuck Schumer and his minions rejected a bill that would have guaranteed people in the military, TSA, and air traffic controllers would get paid. That didn't happen. The Democrats, of course, said no. And Democrats blame Trump. Not only is that odd, that's completely dishonest, which brings me to the ACA, or Obamacare, if you will. My friend pointed out that as a self-employed worker, his rates have gone up. Well, guess what? I'm self-employed too a good part of the time. My rates have skyrocketed for years. In fact, my rates went up double digits every year that Joe Biden was in the White House. Double digits. I'm sure the same was true for him and probably for you too, right? This is not President Trump's fault. It is a direct result of the very predictable failure of Obamacare. It was never about affordability or care. It was always about paving a path to a single-payer health care system through an insurance scheme. I was among those from day one saying it was not sustainable, could never work, and would always fail. And guess what? I was right. Several others were as well. It was always going to be a failure. That was the design. Despite that, Republicans have already offered to extend the subsidies for another year, and those offers have all been rejected too. And the shutdown, as we sit here today, continues. Thank you, Chuck Schumer. Thank you, Hakeem Jeffries. Thank you, Katherine Clark. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt hits the nail on the head right here.
I'll just point out the irony in Democrats holding the government and the American public hostage over a healthcare system that they created. The healthcare system was called Obamacare. Why? Because Democrats and President Obama implemented. And Republicans have always said it's a broken system, yes, but they caused it, and now they want to shut down the government to fix it. We need to open the government, and then we can have these very important conversations about healthcare.
Reading deeper into the emotional, hysterical letter I got from my friend, he says that the claim that all liberals care about is the illegals is bull. It's a common refrain these days, of course. Recently, I saw this headline on several outlets. Illinois spent more on health care for illegal immigrants than roads, foster kids, elderly, and the arts combined. Combined, folks. So maybe my friend is right. It's not all liberals, but it's a whole lot of them, isn't it? Enough to make that big of an impact on Illinois' budget. All the while they're in Illinois, they ignore the thousands of people being shot and hundreds killed just in Chicago alone, while calling Trump's efforts to stem crime in major cities as tyrannical. Weird, huh? Mamdani will soon have the police off the streets in New York. That should help. As for President Trump's renovations on the White House, the complaint was that Trump lied about his plan for the East Wing. And okay, look, I'll admit, he did say one time, without much clarity, something to that effect that he wasn't going to change the whole thing. Okay, a politician lied. It's like being shocked if you saw people drinking beer in a bar. All right, but I see how that can really irritate some people. I do. But how about we compare that one vague comment to the 37 times that were very clear and on tape, 37 times, that Barack Obama told everyone, if you like your plan, you can keep your plan. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. 37 times. But I guess it's time to blame somebody else when that scheme failed, as I predicted, and others did as well. And what's worse, lying about a renovation to the White House or to millions of people about their health care? You decide. Of course, the Democrats and their media lackeys are trying to shove this made-up scandal down everyone's throats, while my friends with kids in the National Guard are going without a paycheck again and again, and now again, thanks to Democrats. But back to healthcare for a moment. What President Trump has done in healthcare this year is generate deals with Big Pharma to lower prescription drug prices. In fact, such a monumental deal that Mark Cuban, billionaire, open Trump hater, came to the table with his own drug company to get on board and partner with this administration to the tune of billions of dollars. Listen to this.
We'll work with Trump RX. I mean, it's incredible. It's stupendous. It's like the most incredible program ever. And so we're excited to offer them our API so that they'll be able to download our daily prices. So when they go down, everybody benefits. Plus, I like what they're doing with the MFNs, because as I mentioned in my comments, our brand drugs are more expensive because PBMs are involved. And with Trump RX and the MFN program, that allows manufacturers to work around the PBMs and work directly to patients. So I think it'll save seniors, it'll save everybody a lot of money.
Now there's a guy right there who hates Trump so much he talked about running for president himself. Gee, is his tune changed or what? Look, this will save Americans billions of dollars starting right now. You see, sometimes good ideas transcend politics and political parties. I give him credit for stepping up to the table. Now let me address the personal attacks that were leveled at me by my friend. I'm apparently deaf and blind because I have a different opinion about politics than he does, or his enlightened circle of friends. Really? I also am apparently no longer an honest and good reporter because I have a different take on critical issues facing this nation. Nice. And my personal favorite, I think, was a line that went something like this. So you can take that and Trump that in your a-hole. He missed a couple of words there. I think he was in a frenzy, because I think he meant to tell me, stick it in my, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but because I don't think a friend would say that to a friend, but that's what I got out of it. Look, I'm not going to lower myself to such personal attacks, but I will tell you what I do agree with in President Trump's accomplishments. Closing the border, cleaning up crime in our cities, waging war on drugs and fighting the cartels, ending multiple wars around the world, the approach to dealing with China with strength, not weakness, keeping men out of women's sports, and yes, even the new White House ballroom he's building for the future presidents to enjoy. Now, I certainly don't agree with him on everything. I don't. And I find some of his comments to be petty and beneath the office. But on balance, he is so much better than the previous occupant, or the occupant before that, or the occupant before that. And that's why 77 million Americans voted for him and would again. People ask me, did you vote for this? You see it on social media all the time. Yes. Yes, I did. And I would again. I guess that makes me stupid in my friend's estimation, which is sad, but I'm fine with it. I know where I stand. I know why. And yes, I would certainly vote again for President Trump. That is the takeaway today. There it is. Coming up after the break, I'll bring on Congressman Ralph Norman to discuss the Democrats' gerrymandering tactics using ballot measures and courts to override voters and reshape representation. Details straight ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through. Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Well, I'm going to have a career opportunity for you here in a second. I'll tell you about that. But first, in California, voters approved Prop 50, a measure pushed heavily by Governor Gavin Newsom and Democrat allies, of course. The proposition redraws California's congressional map, aiming to create more Democrat-leaning districts, about 5 maybe, potentially flipping several seats, like I say. But the move sparked immediate backlash. California Republicans filed a federal lawsuit arguing the new maps unfairly use race and partisan gerrymandering to engineer election outcomes, calling it yet another example of Democrats manipulating the system to maintain power. And this fight isn't isolated to California, of course. Redistricting battles are unfolding nationwide, with both parties using map drawing to secure future political control. Another example, in South Carolina, Democrat Governor Wes Moore is seemingly trying to push for redistricting, that's Virginia, which will eliminate Republican Congressman Andy Harris's seat. It's clear Democrats are escalating the issue using ballot measures in courts to override voters and reshape representation. Here to discuss all of it, Congressman Ralph Norman from South Carolina's 5th Congressional District. Congressman, nice to see you. I think the redistricting battle is something they're going to lose for a variety of reasons. First of all, Texas started. That's about 5 seats red. California will get about 5 seats blue. So those are basically off the table. North Carolina then could pick up 1. Indiana could pick up 1. Ohio could pick up 2. Missouri could pick up 1. These are all states. Virginia could switch a couple to the blue side. But now I'm hearing Florida might get in the game. That would be 5 to the Republicans. And then, of course, the Supreme Court decision on all of this racial gerrymandering would push about 12 seats to the Republicans. I mean, I guess I would say to my Democrat friends, careful what you wish for. What do you say, Congressman?
Well, you look at what's happening in California, Prop 50, the reasons why California is pushing this was, as you mentioned, to negate the 5 that Texas picked up. But what ought to be a wake-up call to every American is, in California, one, the illegal aliens that occupy that state is unbelievable. And secondly, 29% of the early vote came in before within a short period of time. And I guess thirdly, the amount of money Soros and others put in there dwarfed the campaign to not redraw the districts. We've got one here in South Carolina that we need to basically redraw because it's a fair thing to do. It's currently held by Jim Clyburn, who's been there 31 years. This isn't about Clyburn, it's about fairness, and hopefully we'll get that done.
Yeah, and so South Carolina is also on the board, and there you have it. Meanwhile, as you see the elections around the country, we talked about this in the break, and I wanted to touch on this. People that are in real estate in South Carolina are having a pretty good week. Apparently, the folks are flooding out of New York. They're flooding out of California. The blue states are flooding the red states. I just hope they leave their politics behind. What do you think?
Well, that's the problem we're having. Plus, the other problem South Carolina's having is the fact that our infrastructure is unbelievably terrible. Some of the roads and bridges ought to be condemned. We're not ready for the growth that we're having. But, what's not to like about South Carolina? And people are coming there, not just from New York, but Oregon, California. I see their tags everywhere I go in and around South Carolina. So they can't, in many cases, they bring to politics, and that's why they left the state that they left. So hopefully we'll keep control of that.
Yeah. I hope that that's true. Infrastructure is a concern all over this country, something we could address. If the government were open, of course, but it's not. What are we on, day 38? I've lost track here. It gets so ridiculous. In fact, the Democrats were talking about, all right, coming to the table and opening government. But then they had a pep rally yesterday, apparently, the Democrat senators. They're going to keep it closed longer. You've got SNAP recipients that they claim to care about. No food for those folks. You've got the TSA, the air traffic controllers, the military, and a host of others that haven't been paid in a month. Democrats claim to care about them. Look, it's a clean CR. It's a clean CR. Now, it's basically too late to make this CR work. It's a total mess now, day 38. What do you see from your perch?
Well, it shows you how unhinged they are. They don't care. Catherine Clark's comment about they care about those who are doing without food, women, children, but they don't care enough to stop this insanity. And I think the American people see through it. I think they'll keep doing it. And we're not giving in on borrowing $1.5 trillion to fund illegals to get on the government payrolls. It's just not going to happen. And Mike Johnson has done a good job of bringing us up to speed every week, and the Republicans are sticking tight. And, I know they're celebrating, Steve. New York never has been a mecca for conservatism anyway. New Jersey has never been a mecca for conservatism. Virginia, other than Glenn Youngkin being elected, which was a good thing. But I tell you, it's a wake-up call with the type candidates that are taking office, the pure Marxist socialists. The president calls them communists. That's what they are. And the sad part about it, like in New York, New Yorkers are going to have to put up with this for 4 long years. We've seen what 4 long years.
I would say this, though. I agree with you, but I would say this. There's a similarity between what Mamdani tied into and what Trump tied into, and that is people that felt disconnected, forgotten, unheard, unseen. Different kind of candidate, but when he talked about affordability for the entire race, did Mamdani, he connected with young people who feel like they can't afford an apartment, who can't get ahead, who work hard. Even people that do have good jobs feel like they're just on a treadmill. It's important for Republicans, I believe, to make sure they focus on economic issues going into 2026. I know that Donald Trump is doing that. I know those are some of the things you want to do. It's important. So the last question I have for you is this. On day 38 of the shutdown, what about the filibuster? I know it's not your side of the house, but what about the filibuster? Is it time for it to go?
At first I said no. I said, the fact that, it's not been used. If it wasn't for Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, it would have been broken before. The Democrats will use it once they come into power, and hopefully that's not for a long time. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes for another week and see what happens. And it just shows you, though, the only thing that, and you mentioned this earlier, power. power is the only thing they recognize. And the problem, the fact that affordability, they're saying let's have total government control of our supermarkets, our gas stations. How does that work for the post office? It hasn't. Government-run health care at every level. So, Republicans can get together and hopefully get a health care bill that makes sense. But look at Donald Trump has done so many great things, and they bring up affordability, which it is a problem all over, but he's done so many great things. The Democrats are the reason we've got unaffordable housing and so many other affordable things.
Yeah, bad policies that lead to bad outcomes. Before I let you go, though, you are running for governor in the state of South Carolina, and just give us an update. How's that going for you?
We're going to win the race. People are coming our way. There's a conservative movement. We had over 1,100 people at our announcement, which is unheard of, and people want true conservatism. I bring that to the table, and I'm the only businessman with a solid conservative voting record, which no one else can say in this race.
Congressman Ralph Norman, always great to talk to you, sir. I hope you have a fine weekend, and I hope we can get this government open again someday soon, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Steve.
Always appreciate it. He's running for governor. Coming up after the break, I'll bring on Ben Bergquam. He's sometimes running for his life. A brand new episode of Law and Border to be unleashed, airing tomorrow right here on Real America's Voice. He'll give us a preview. Up next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement.
Well, our frontline correspondent, Ben Bergquam, exposes the cartels in the Darien Gap, reports on Vermont's border surge and faces down traffickers and protesters. Law and Border airs Saturday and Sunday on Real America's Voice. Ben's back with a new episode airing tomorrow. Let's get a sneak peek. Here it is.
This time on Law and Border, we'll ride with ICE in Houston, Texas, Indianapolis, and Gary, Indiana. Starting out in Houston, Texas, Ben and the team roll out early to catch the worst of the worst in what's known as targeted enforcement operations.
That's a huge number, in my opinion, of crimes
that we prevented.
And we'll go from the streets to the detention facilities and ask the same question. Why are the Democrats so opposed to us deporting these illegal aliens?
About 60% of the folks in this facility right now have criminal convictions.
Then we'll visit a neighborhood right outside of Houston, Texas, that was believed to have been built for the sole purpose of harboring illegal immigrants.
Yeah, definitely sensing a trend.
From Houston, Texas, we head to Indianapolis, Indiana, to show how every city in America has now become a border city since the Democrats betrayed our nation, incentivized illegals, opened up the floodgates, and allowed us all to be overrun. And for a little icing on the cake, we'll end at a deportation flight that's leaving out of Gary, Indiana. And as usual, the left continues to attack ICE, Border Patrol, and anyone else who is standing up for America and her sovereignty. So stick around for an episode of Law and Border that you don't want to miss.
Well, it was night, and now it's day.
Never miss an episode, my friends, because you miss a lot. Join me now to discuss this, the man himself, Ben Bergquam. Ben, nice to see you.
Hey, it's great to see you, Steve.
All right, where do we find you today? Just out of curiosity, where are you today in your Rome?
I am in lovely Missoula, Montana. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Missoula, but it's a pretty cool place out here. We're heading down with the family. I was speaking in Utah, riding with ICE earlier this week in Houston, and then was speaking in Utah just outside of Salt Lake City, then went up. Actually, we were in Canada yesterday and now heading back down south. So kind of a nonstop journey as we speak.
Ben, I've been there. Went to college in Montana. A river runs through it, based right where you're standing. Great movie.
Right.
Won the Oscar for Best Cinematography. Just a little side note. All right, so tell me about this episode. Look, we've caught up with you in California, in Chicago. You've been riding along with ICE. What is your takeaway from what you're seeing out there being on the front lines?
Well, look, I was just in California covering you were just talking about Prop 50 and the redistricting and Democrats trying to steal the elections in California. Now we have a state that will be at 40% of the state is conservative, but it'll have only 8% representation. We have a divide in our country. We're no longer the United States of America. We're the divided states of America. And we have enemies within this country that are trying to destroy us. And you've got agencies like ICE and Border Patrol who are working to save this nation. And you have traitors in our own government that are working to aid and abet the illegal. So our focus in riding with ICE is exposing what Joe Biden did, the Democrats did on unleashing the largest invasion in American history, and now what President Trump is doing to fix that. But the most important thing is what happens in 2026. We have to codify what President Trump is doing into law, and the only way that we do that is if we get more seats in the House, get rid of the rhinos that are in the House, replace them with MAGA Republicans, get more seats in the Senate to where we can make these things permanent. Otherwise, in 3 years, it very easily could go back. And I don't think we can sustain another 4 years of what we saw under Joe Biden. We've got millions of illegals to go. And the biggest problem right now, Steve, are the enemies within these cities. They call them rapid response networks. They're the same organizations that invited the invasion into our country. Oftentimes, they're led by illegal aliens themselves that are actively obstructing ICE. And so what we're doing on Law and Border is showing the truth about the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol and showing the truth about the traitors in our own government that are trying to destroy us.
Sure. I want to touch on the redistricting for a moment. You were there in California. I was surprised at how easily Prop 51 to violate state law and violate the state constitution. Of course, lawsuits have already been filed. But I want Democrats to hear what I'm about to say. Here are the states, California and Texas, will say they neutralize each other. But what other states? 18-0, Missouri, North Carolina, Ohio, Indiana, Kansas, Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, Tennessee, all doing redistricting now as a result. Democrats do not win that argument. In fact, they lose a lot more seats than they've just had left it alone. Careful what you wish for, Democrats, because there's something coming that they did not expect. What do you say?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Democrats have gerrymandered for years. Republicans, it's always this game where Democrats always fight to win. Republicans, when they take power, often just fight to stay the same. They get in there and they don't do anything about it. Now we actually have leadership under President Trump that says, no, you want to play that game, we're going to play it too. And as you said, careful what you wish for. It's just like we saw under cancel culture in President Trump's first term. Now we're seeing that cancel culture destroy the left and take jobs away from the left, rightfully so. And I think hopefully we have Republicans that have the stones to do what's necessary to say, you guys want to play this game, we'll play it, and we're going to take more seats, because that's the only way we save this nation. We can't be playing patty cakes with these guys. We got to be fighting to win. No more compromise.
No more compromise. Ben, always appreciate seeing you there. Enjoy Missoula. It's a little chilly there this time. You're going to enjoy Montana. It's always great.
Yes,
Ben, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. We're going to take a break here. We're going to come back on America's Voice Live. After the break, a federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to pay SNAP benefits for the entire month during the shutdown. I don't know the legalities, but we're going to sort it out with somebody who does straight ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement.
Well, the Trump administration pushing back against a federal judge's order that it would force the government to immediately dump billions of dollars into the SNAP food aid program. Lawyers for the Justice Department asked the First Circuit Court of Appeals Friday to temporarily block the ruling, arguing that the court shouldn't force such a rushed decision. The order comes from Rhode Island Judge John McConnell, who demanded $4 billion in contingency funds be used to fully fund SNAP through November, saying the needs of 42 million Americans. Critics say the ruling overrides Congress's authority to manage federal spending and risks setting a dangerous precedent for judicial overreach into government budgeting. The administration is arguing it is working to ensure assistance reaches those in need without forcing hasty, potentially unplanned spending. Here to discuss this further is the host of the What's Right show and legal expert with over 30 years experience, Sam Rajowski. Sam, nice to see you again. Look, how can they force SNAP to be funded when the military doesn't get paid, when TSA doesn't get paid, when air traffic controllers don't get paid, when a whole host of other things don't get paid? Congress gets paid. Sam, that must make you feel better. Congress gets paid. But the legal question is this: how can they force SNAP to pay? It is a dangerous overreach, isn't it? And I'm not saying those 42 million people don't need the help. They do. And all the Democrats have to do is to vote to open the government. Your thoughts?
Well, I think it's an absolute, this district court order is absolute nonsense legally, because what it is a single federal court judge is putting himself in place of Congress and ordering that federal funds allocated by Congress be moved around, because where the money is supposed to come from is from Section 32 and the WIC program. So this judge essentially is telling the Trump administration that they have to take funds from one area, rob Peter and pay Paul over here just to keep the SNAP benefits flowing. And no federal judge is able to do this. This is a power exclusively in the hands of Congress, and then the executive branch needs to make those payments. In fact, Trump can't move that money around without risking, violating the law himself.
It's such a mess, isn't it? What are we, 38 days in? It's mind-boggling, considering all the Democrats would have to do is say, yes, let's open the government. You want to debate health care? Okay, let's do that. You want subsidies? Let's debate it. In fact, why wouldn't the Republicans put forth a bill that says, yes, we can extend the subsidies, but only for American citizens? Put that in there and let them vote on that. I mean, throw it out there for them. How about that?
Well, that's a great idea. And look, to me, this judge wants to pay SNAP benefits because that's what helps the Democratic base. This judge is literally showing the extent of his activism, his political engagement in this. You pointed out the troops that aren't getting paid, the air traffic controllers. Here in Las Vegas, we're going to have 120 Southwest flights alone today that start canceling. This is a lifeblood for our city, and this is happening at scale across the country. It will have global effects. And yet this judge is hung up about SNAP benefits because he knows that this is one potential vulnerability for the Democrats from their own base. So I find it just so just despicable that these judges continue to meddle politically where their noses don't belong, where their power clearly doesn't take them. And I hope this judge gets overruled quickly, and I'm glad that the Trump administration has filed this appeal.
I hope you're right. I have one other ruling that came down today that maybe you're aware of, maybe you're not. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, that's Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, has ruled that no, students cannot be compelled to use pronouns of people trying to identify as something that they are not, just handed down. I think that's kind of a big decision in the wars of gender and so forth. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a huge decision. And remember, Steve, yesterday the Supreme Court came down with another ruling about U.S. passports. The Trump administration, in fact, can require you to declare yourself either a male or a female. So this is, now two days in a row, pushback on this lunatic transgender agenda, and I think it's all good news.
I think it's all good news as well. In the end, the people that care about science are apparently conservatives. I greatly appreciate you being here, Sam, as always.
Thank you, Steve. Always a pleasure to be with you.
All right. Now, let me be blunt. Gold's up, 48%? So far this year. That's not speculation, that's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you are missing out. Here are the facts. Inflation's still too high, the U.S. dollar is still too weak, and the government debt is ridiculously high. This is why central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs, but it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold. Get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and you don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just text America to 989898. Claim your free information kit right now. There is no obligation, just a lot of useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. What else can say that? Text America to 989898 right now to claim your free information kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a brief commercial break where I'll discuss the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services decision to revive Biden-era skin substitute regulations. I'll explain coming up.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement.
And welcome back to America's Voice Live. I'd like to inform you of something that I feel needs to be addressed today. On Halloween night, while most Americans were turning out the lights, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, better known as CMS, revived a long-dead medical regulation that could devastate access to care. Billed as a way to cut rising costs, a rule would impose new regulations on wound treatments while slashing reimbursement rates. Yet, these changes misinterpret the cause of price hikes and threaten an industry patients rely on. At issue are allografts, placenta-based skin substitutes that cover chronic wounds and promote healing. For years, the Food and Drug Administration has allowed these products without clinical trials because they are widely recognized as safe and effective. During COVID, their use exploded as regulators allowed them to be applied with minimal oversight in nursing homes and mobile wound clinics using the telehealth exemption. While beneficial for many patients, these changes came at a very high cost. After already rising year after year, Medicare spending on allografts is expected to jump another 50% from $10 billion in 24 to $15 billion this year. This growth rate is unsustainable. Unfortunately, in 2024, Biden-era regulators responded with draconian price caps that could bankrupt the skin substitute industry and leave patients stranded. This is important for people that have diabetes, for example. The Biden rule was set to take effect this year until President Donald Trump personally intervened, declaring concern for saving the lives and limbs of Americans. In a graphic he published on Truth Social back in March, he blamed Crooked Joe for ramming through a policy that would create more suffering and death for diabetic patients on Medicare while increasing unnecessary amputations and deaths. President Trump made it clear this policy would never be implemented, not on my watch, he declared, warning the Biden-era rule would not only kill innovation but lead to more ER visits, more amputations, and more mortality. At first, his administration appeared to heed his call. CMS quickly paused the rule until next year to determine a better policy and best path forward. Patients and producers breathed a sigh of relief until bureaucrats used the confusion of a government shutdown to resurrect the Frankenstein regulation with even harsher restrictions. You heard me right. Under the new final rule, CMS would reimburse all skin substitutes based on the smallest possible graft size, a price so low only a few of America's 50 skin substitute makers could survive financially. While this would artificially reduce prices in the short term, It would leave only the least innovative companies selling the cheapest, limited-use products in the marketplace. CMS then inexplicably made the problem worse by allowing an arbitrarily defined subset of skin substitute companies that previously supplied clinical data to receive higher reimbursement rates starting in 2027. Not only would this lift prices back up from the government-induced low of 2026, it would effectively provide state sponsorship to a small number of chosen medical providers and manufacturers. And it is a chosen group. Most companies reasonably decided not to spend millions on trials that the FDA didn't require. If those companies now wish to supply data and access fair rates in 2027, they can't. CMS hasn't explained what data these trials must show, even while the FDA still deems these products safe without them. It's crazy, right? When the industry tried to reason with CMS and Congress tried to exercise oversight, CMS ignored the request. Meanwhile, in an unbelievable coincidence, one of the companies vying for a government favor, Extremity Care, donated $5 million to President Trump's super PAC earlier this year and another $2.5 million to the White House Ballroom Fund, a red flag of pay to play. If this all sounds like a communist-style Politburo picking winners and losers behind closed doors, I don't think you're far off. Alec Armanda, Kimberly Brandt, and John Brooks, the top leaders at CMS pushing these policy changes, have deep financial ties to the healthcare industry as former lobbyists for the likes of Eli Lilly, Pfizer, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and more. Now, these corrupt actors have gone behind President Trump, Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr., and CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz to line pockets and hand out favors to politically connected companies like their future vacation homes depend on it. Worst of all, none of these solutions, and I use that term lightly, will work because the spike in spending isn't due to high reimbursement rates, but to weak oversight. During COVID, regulators allowed providers to bill Medicare and Medicaid for skin substitutes with almost no safeguards against fraud. Price caps won't stop that. They'll just make care harder to access. If CMS truly wants to control costs, it should target fraud, not deceitfully take the job of the FDA and punish the patients and innovators who have made modern wound care possible. At the same time, the government should create a level playing field. All skin substitute products certified by the FDA should be approved for reimbursement. CMS should rescind the destructive pricing mechanism that would and will bankrupt producers, and the administration should work with the industry to establish a realistic pricing scheme. President Trump made it clear he wants the Biden-era rule buried for good. The question is, will CMS finally comply? We'll keep you posted. The tax extension deadline may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble, it's just beginning. If you missed the October 15th deadline or owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month up to 25% of your total tax bill just for not filing. That's in addition to what you already owe. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. If you're self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are just trash, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. With tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. It's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is 100% free. In one short call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move. The decision is yours. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
I know you see what's happening out there. they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real Word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Through it.
Well, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day with the hope of putting a smile on your face before you go on your way. Today's story comes to us from Staten Island, New York, where a GoFundMe campaign allowed a deserving individual to take a much-needed break. Staten Island resident Andy is a familiar face along Highland Boulevard as he pushes his candy cart up and down the busy street, rain or shine, 6 days a week, despite living with cerebral palsy. What's more is that those who have interacted with Andy note that he's a kind individual who puts a smile on their face. That's right. One individual by the name of Jennifer Romaro was so moved by Andy's determination to get after it that she decided to open a GoFundMe campaign where she noted that Andy reminded her of her late brother who also had cerebral palsy, and that this was an investment for someone who is truly spectacular. And quite an investment it was, as the campaign has raised over $30,000, ensuring Andy can take some time off once in a while. Helping someone for the heck of it, always a treat to see. And the efforts by all those donors to Andy's GoFundMe reminds me of what makes America wonderful on a Friday. Good to see you here. Didn't get to the question of the day. If you'd like to be involved with that in the future, follow me on all the social media platforms. You know the usual suspects. Do that. If you want to send me an email, please do. Go to SteveGruber.com. Send me an email. And make sure you start your day Monday through Friday right here on Real America's Voice with me on the Steve Gruber Show. It's a lot of Gruber to go around, but you can handle it. It's Friday. Have a great weekend.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real Word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
All right, my first guest is a former NFL player. Played for the Giants for a while. He turned to sports broadcasting and now is the host of the Unafraid Show on YouTube. Happy to have George Wrighster join us. George, really good to have you on, my friend. Before we jump into some of the other topics, we just are getting word as time is coming here. Marshawn Kneeland, the Cowboy, passed away. They haven't announced an official cause of death. Some people are saying possible suicide. George, what do you know? What do you think? And any insights on this at all?
Yeah, from the reports that have come out, it appears that there was a wellness check made with him and his family, and he was evading police, and then he ended up taking his own life. So that's the reports from the police department that are out now, and it's actually extremely sad. It's extremely sad because mental health is real in this country. It is real it is real no matter how much money that you make, how successful that you are, or your station in life, that your mental fitness is even more paramount than your physical fitness.
Mm-hmm. Brett Favre is a very, very close friend of mine. He believes some of his, or maybe his Parkinson's recent diagnosis, is caused from the constant hit. He's the most hit quarterback in the history of the game, and more sacks, most hits. And back in the day when, you led with your helmet, now you can't do that anymore. So, and he believes there are a lot of these things, suicides, some brain disorders, later on dementias, are caused by some of that. Do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, this isn't bashing the NFL. I'm a huge NFL fan. I'm a bettor. I watch every game. Doesn't matter what teams are playing. I love it. I don't love the way it's gotten touchy-feely where you can't hit certain quarterbacks at all. But your thoughts on this?
See, okay, football is a dangerous game. So you're trying to do dangerous things as safely as possible. And a lot of it, back even when I was playing and prior to that, there was this, like you have to be tough, and concussions weren't acknowledged. You would just call it getting dinged. And so I sit on the Harvard football players' health study, and we've had a chance to examine brain health and CTE and all of these things. And a lot of it's not even so much if you get one bad concussion, because if you sit out and allow yourself to heal and treat it like you broke your arm, then you are likely to do better. It's the repeated head hits, and a lot of that had to do with the way practice was held. And now that a lot of the contact is taken out of practice, guys are going to be doing a lot better in their post careers. But a lot of this starts with, honestly, is with youth football, because you have so many kids playing youth football, and all of the coaches aren't prepared to deal with head injuries. And then you have parents and other people pushing kids to play, and you have second impact syndrome and all of these things that impact them later on in life and their cognitive abilities and everything else. If you get a concussion, you need to sit out, treat it just like you broke your arm or sprained your ankle or anything else.
George, I don't know this. I am an avid football watcher. It seems like every team has one guy playing with like this huge helmet or a pad around his helmet. Yeah. It almost looks like you're probably too young for this, but
Kazoo.
Kazoo in the Flintstones. Yeah. He had that big helmet thing. What is that?
So that thing's a Guardian cap, and they wear them in practice now even when they're playing without their helmets in 7-on-7, where the high school and youth kids are playing. It's essentially to dampen the blows. The reason why more players don't wear it is because it's not fashionable. But the more and more players that you get playing it, wearing it in games, it's just like anything else. It becomes more socially acceptable. And then one person does it, then 3 people do it, and then 20, and then 100. And then the next thing you know, the league is requiring it. So if it's anything that is, because if I were playing now, I would 100% wear it. And yes, people would tease you. They would clown. anything else. But at the end of the day, you want to be good for you and your family. What good is it to have this amazing life, to make money and everything else if you can't enjoy it with your family after?
So if you just made the outside shell soft instead of hard, tough plastic, you wouldn't get the crashing sound that I know everyone loves to hear. But I think it would be safer. And I'm concerned that the NFL is not requiring. I'm not saying a 2-inch thick kazoo helmet, but just make the shell soft instead of hard. You probably save a lot of impact. Another day, another story. Can we jump to NBA a little bit? This betting scandal, illegal betting. I'm sure you're in locker rooms. I'm sure you come across things. Maybe you want to talk about it or you don't. But it seems very almost movie-esque that the NBA was somehow players and coaches in the NBA were somehow in bed with the mafia to rig card games and also maybe shave points in games. What are your thoughts on this? Are you surprised this is happening?
Number one, no, I'm not surprised, but this is two separate things. So there's two FBI investigations. There's one into poker and people playing in card games, which the only thing that makes the card games illegal is the fact that they're taking a rake and then they're cheating. So we'll put that in one bucket. And then there is the NBA betting scandal, because you've had more players suspended for gambling in NFL, NBA than you have in the entire and baseball as well. Than you had in their entire history. And that's because there is more technology available to recognize, weird betting patterns. And one of the things, like, Eric, that for a long time, you could only bet on overs, unders, wins, losses, and stuff like that. But now individual player props are a thing. And that means that you can bet on how many points that LeBron James is going to score, or how many rebounds, assists, and all that stuff. And for the top level players like LeBron James, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, those guys, they make $50-60 million a year on the court alone, and then many more millions after. So getting them to manipulate their stats, there's nowhere near enough money to get them to do something silly like that. But the guys who are toward the end of the bench, who barely play, who don't even really impact on a day-to-day basis the wins and losses, they're playing 5, 6, 8 minutes a game, and they can then manipulate their numbers and say, oh, I'm not even going to grab rebounds today, so I have a friend who's going to place this bet and I can help him out. And you have also opened the door with player props to have people blackmailed. Imagine if they find some sort of pictures of you or damaging information that can hurt your reputation, and they say, listen, all I need from you is to score under 3 points today and get under 2 rebounds, and we're all square. And this is where we've continuously heard the mob, and we've heard mafia. But why are the only people that we're seeing in front of this is the NBA players, when the mob and the mafia who's behind it should actually be the people who are front and center when it comes to this sort of investigation?
I'm dying to watch your podcast, your YouTube show, Unafraid. I'm going to subscribe right now and watch it. You're an interesting guy. You're a fascinating guy. Very quickly, you used to play for the Giants. Why is Brian Daboll still coaching the New York Giants? Can you help me out here, my man, real quick? I got about a minute, but I'm blown away.
Well, I mean, it costs a lot of money to fire people, and then also, I believe that the Giants, that they believed in Brian Daboll when they hired him, and they've been cycling coaches in and out, so they're trying to give this man every single opportunity to be successful. It's not happening yet. So this could be Boys to Men end of the road after this season.
I would think so. Because it's about 2 years too late. A little past that opportunity. Anyway, I hope you're not a lover of the Giants right now, because I tell this audience every single Friday, bet against the Giants, bet against the Jets. Doesn't matter what the line is. Doesn't matter.
Well, Cam Scatterbo is hurt too, and he had just become a fan favorite.
Yeah, well, I mean, Russell Wilson's, he's healthy again, but what's his name?
Jackson Dart.
Yeah, Jackson Dart's trying to make, it's a mess, that organization. George Reister, really good talking to you. I mean, your latest subscriber, my friend. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, folks. Hey, listen. Let's be blunt here. Gold up about 45% this year alone. Not speculation. It's a reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold or silver, you're missing the boat. Here's the facts. Inflation is still too high. The U.S. dollar still too weak and getting weaker. And the government debt is insurmountable. $37 trillion really and climbing. This is why central banks around the world are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs, but it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold Group and get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a, get this, tax-sheltered IRA in gold, physical gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just turn it over. Turn it from an IRA into a gold IRA. Phenomenal. Just text the word America to 989898 and claim your free info kit. No obligation, just useful information. Best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for decades. What else can I say about that? I'll tell you what. Ask them. Text America, AMERICA, to 989898 right now and claim your free info kit on gold. That's America. Text it to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. And I got to show you this. This came out yesterday. Take a look at Bo Deal, former NYPD detective, just a badass street cop, so to speak. Tough guy, ends up in Hollywood. In the meantime, watch.
The bus coming earlier, I took a double-barrel shotgun, I put it in his mouth, and said, "You're going to meet your master." He gave up the second guy. We ran out. We got the second guy. We were up for days. The second guy tells me to do something with my mother, and he didn't know my mother. I was tired. I was up for 3 days. He says that I gave him a right hook, statute of limitations. I'm like, yeah, I did punch him right in the jaw, broke his jaw. He told me to do something to my mother, and he didn't know my mother. So, I mean, I was a real street cop out there.
It goes on and on. He talks about meeting DiCaprio, about getting booked, getting hired as Leonardo DiCaprio's co-star in Wolf of Wall Street. He was in Goodfellas with De Niro. He's been everywhere. These stories go on and on. Gotta subscribe. Hit that button right there. Use your camera and hit the little yellow button when your camera on that QR code. Or you can always go to youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. Please subscribe. It helps us out. It doesn't ever going to charge you a penny for it. Just brings you up to the top when you go to YouTube. youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your viewership. And especially thank you for your subscription. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
Honey, you see what's happening out there? They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Through it.
Well, what we're about to witness in New York will be like nothing they've ever seen before. COVID sent out plenty of the wealthy New Yorkers, the draconian lockdowns, the crime, the way the city just tumbled into dystopia. People fled to Florida, to Texas. They ran to places that were going to provide safety, freedom, and where taxes weren't going to run their bank accounts into the ground. But I think what we're about to witness will be like nothing we've ever seen in modern history. Mamdani's socialism, communism, and affinity for jihad will push out the wealthy people of New York, the businesses, and everything good within it. Grab the popcorn, folks. The hellhole that New York City was in the 1970s when Carter was president, drugs in the streets, graffiti, crime. Well, I think we all know where they're headed right now under Mamdani, right back there. Even the left admits that they're concerned.
I'm very concerned about what he once said about defunding the police. I'm calling 911. I'm being real with you. I'm calling 911. That's what I'm doing. I don't want to see less police officers. I want to see more police officers. I heard him talk about mental health experts in the subway system. I don't care about that.
Yeah, we know it's going to be bad. And New Yorkers are plotting their exit with Mamdani making socialist promises. His plans, which include rent price freezes and a millionaire's tax, have struck fear into the hearts of wealthy New York residents and businesses who are now fleeing the state. This will be Detroit 2.0, and it's a no-brainer. When businesses leave, so do the jobs. And yes, the crime will get worse. And yes, the taxes will have to go higher. And yes, illegal migrants will have a home where they're taken care of by a so-called leader who puts their needs first. Those things are all true. But there will be yet another reason for the New York exodus, because what we're talking about and what everyone is so damn afraid to talk about is what else will happen in New York City. I'm not making it up. You just have to hear it right from their own mouths.
Sharia law starts now. Absolutely. Zohran Mamdani, Islamic Caliphate, our brother in Islam, Islamic Caliphate of New York starts today, baby.
The name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. The name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I.
And all you need to know is that this is part of their whole plan. Omar Fattah may have lost in Minneapolis, but that city is already far gone. Represented by Ilhan Omar, it's a breeding ground for Sharia law and terrorists who hate America. Dearborn, Michigan? Well, that terrorist breeding ground is represented by none other than Omar's fellow squadster, America-hating Rashida Tlaib. We've already seen New Yorkers embracing terrorist regimes merely 2 decades after terrorists killed 2,000 plus New Yorkers by flying 2 planes into the World Trade Center. I watched it myself. Having enemies on your own soil who believe in a society that is completely counter to our constitutional republic. That's dangerous, but it's far more dangerous now. I believe that we are staring down the barrel, so to speak, ignoring one of the biggest dangers this country has ever seen, the power and, more importantly, the spread of Islam here in America. Europe, already infected. Londonistan, Paristan, Berlinistan. Countless cities throughout Europe are unrecognizable, and New York, not far behind, especially now. Listen to this imam say it out loud.
We are in a gold mine. This is a deep water where if we have to launch big ships, Islam, Dawah of Islam, this is a right place. No restrictions on Dawah. No restrictions on Dawah. Even if you go to Saudi Arabia, you cannot do Dawah. You will be caught. This country, I can stand in the middle of Manhattan and I can call people, nobody can stop it. Trump cannot stop it. Biden cannot stop it.
You hear what he said? He's in North Carolina. He's here in America. And he considers America to be a gold mine for spreading Islam. Well, how will they do it? Well, they do it through our universities, but they're also doing it through our very own government, from smaller positions of power all the way up to Congress. The squad members are blatant socialists who are also pro-Hamas and pro-Iran and pro-terrorist organizations. Ilhan Omar has flat out admitted she's here to serve her home country of Somalia above all else. It's a communist revolution building right under our noses. The hammer and sickle just has a Hamas flag attached to it now. Listen to this Princeton professor talking about how she uses the university to spread her propaganda. She gets the dumb university to pay her a salary so she can indoctrinate our kids like this.
We want to abolish the university as it is, but we're not going to sit down and wait until that happens while people are being persecuted, where people are being abducted, where people are suffering. We got to do both. And then we had the class, which we call it American civilization. 5 premises. Capitalism sucks. It thrives on individualism, and individualism is killing us. Rebellious communities must have intention. They are always democratic and non-hierarchical, so they can have forms of leadership. While number 4, while the focus is on the collective, we don't ignore individual needs and circumstances, particularly as related to the inequalities created by heteropatriarchy and racial capitalism. And number 5, communities are imperfect and require radical love to thrive.
Princeton University professor. You imagine your kid going to, I don't know, finance class with her? She proved my point. Capitalism sucks, she said. Needs to go. And we need radical law to thrive. Radical law is a dog whistle for Sharia law. Believe me. That's what she couldn't say, didn't want to say. That's what she was getting at. You see where this is all going? Now these young people with degrees thinking they're educated have been indoctrinated to hate the West, hate free markets, to think the West is imperialist and evil. And hey, you know what's great? Why not shift to Islam quietly when no one's looking? Because they're peaceful, right? And they're victims. What a joke. You think they're coming here to adhere to our laws, to our way of life? Well, they're not. And we need to wake up to that fact. This is America. This is Dearborn in Michigan. They're here by invitation, but they're on a mission. Muslims marching for justice. This is all part of their calculated and deliberate plan where they play victim. They're here not to assimilate, folks. They're not here to coexist. And we need to wake up to that fact. Now, listen to their words, the words they're telling us.
We do feel like we're not doing enough. We do feel like change needs to come, because change must come. And in the form that it must come is that this empire, the American empire that's been hurting our people since the beginning, the imperial Western powers that have been hurting our people since the beginning, they must fall. And inshallah they will fall. And my message to the people of Gaza and the oppressed peoples across the world is that there are people here, both young and old, who are going to be willing to fight and are willing to put their lives and everything they can on the line.
Dearborn in Michigan, in the United States of America, right there. He's here in America saying America must fall. Do we get it? Do we care? Does no one care that this is going on? And they're not shy about wanting to increase their power. They're not shy at all about taking over our government. Again, listen carefully.
All the power that we have right now in the Muslim American community, the only power we have is to punish. We don't have the power to make someone succeed yet.
But that's where I disagree.
Well, you think we have the power to make someone succeed now?
Absolutely.
Like even the 2024 election?
Absolutely.
Okay.
At the municipal level, at the state level, and even at the congressional level.
Really? Okay.
100%.
Makes the mayor-elect of New York make a lot more sense now, doesn't it? Cities in Europe, gone. Too far gone. They know it. They've let it go too far. They've been conquered. Dearborn, Minneapolis, and now New York is next. We need to wake up to the facts right here in America, because I believe we're near the point of no return, and we need to wake up to that fact. They talk about Sharia law and Sharia creep. Believe me, socialism, Sharia law, they creep, they're growing, and they want more. They want it all. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer, in the moments I'm afraid. There's a whisper in the wind, and a story in the sky, when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
Well, we have a new administration in Washington, D.C., and it's brought a lot of positive changes, believe me, when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do, and that if we really want to make America healthy again, that has to start at home with each and every one of us, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network. They're the best, the gold standard in doctors, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and the all-important guidebooks to assist in the proper use of those medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts right at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice. That's www.twc.health/voice today and order. Again, twc.health/voice. And by the way, use that promo code VOICE to save 10%. Company. Great doctors, great guidebooks. It's official. In order to make the word socialism go down a little bit easier, Democrats are exercising their usual rebranding. Instead of socialism, they're calling it affordability. And Hakeem Jeffries, fake Obama, clearly got the menu.
The 3 primary ones, where you have moderates in New Jersey and Virginia, and obviously a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist in New York City. What lessons can you glean from that as you look to issues and candidates for next year?
Well, Abigail focused relentlessly on affordability and driving down the high cost of living in Virginia. Mikey Sherrill, of course, focused relentlessly on affordability and dealing with some of the escalating prices that have been experienced in New Jersey. And of course, Zoran has focused relentlessly on affordability. That's the connective tissue that we've seen all across the country.
Affordability, socialist, really, but affordability. In case you weren't quite sure, Jeffries has learned to answer all questions about Mamdani, bringing up that same Democrat favorite new word, affordability, all while throwing in some of the usual lies and propaganda.
Does he have an ideology that you would want your candidates in 2026 to have?
Well, from the standpoint of House Democrats and what our focus has been, clearly we have an affordability crisis in the United States of America, and our focus will continue to be on driving down the high cost of living in this country. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down, they're going up. He's crashing the economy in real time. His tariffs are going to impose thousands of dollars in additional cost on everyday Americans per year. And he may even be driving us toward a recession. It's the reason why Donald Trump has become so unpopular.
Affordability. This is what they do. They send out the message to all them Democrat operatives. Use the word. Don't use communism. Don't use socialism. Don't use democratic socialism like Mamdani does himself. Use affordability. It's easier. It tastes better. Tampon Timmy Walls got the message too. This is basically a communist uprising by the Democrat Party, somehow promising Americans more affordability. As always, they have no idea how to actually deliver that to Americans. Remember Joe Biden, Bidenomics, without more taxes and socialist spending.
I think we have shown that in many categories we rank at or near the very top in quality of life. But I think the focus in all of those races is that we have to bring down the cost of life for many people. And that means things like childcare. It means things like housing. And it certainly means things like food and the food insecurity issue that we saw. And again, I don't know. For what it's worth, my pro tip to the president would be is don't hold Great Gatsby parties on the night before you're going to punish people for being hungry. It is not a sin to be poor.
Someone got Timmy couldn't afford a comb? Things got a little heated between Republican Senator Bernie Moreno and Democrat Senator Jackie Rosen. Just another example of Democrats who've repeatedly voted against ending the government shutdown. They voted against it, but they love to pretend that the shutdown is, well, clearly not their fault.
Much like, for example,
expose the fact
hypocrisy. That you get paid, you get a paycheck, but you walk by, you get a paycheck.
I'm donating my paycheck, sir, and I would happily be on legislation
what do you say
not
to
to give.
What do you say to the staff? What do you say to the TSA workers? What do you say to the air traffic controllers?
What I am saying to you is it's the Republican shutdown, my friend. You are in control of the White House. You are in control of the House, and you are in control of the Senate. And if you went home to a food bank instead of going to Mar-a-Lago to eat at a gold-plated dinner while people are starving, you might see and hear your constituents, sir. You are blind to the suffering of your people.
Does it take 60 votes?
It takes you listening and coming to the table to have a discussion.
So it does take 60 votes.
You want to have this, come talk to me in private, sir.
Okay. Just go negotiate. Just show up. They voted against showing up. They don't even want to show up to negotiate. How's it Republicans' fault? I don't know. While many in the Democrat Party are embracing the far leftism of the likes of Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Zohran Mamdani, it's fun to watch the Democrats who aren't quite sure or quite on board try to dance around the issue and squirm when they're asked whether socialism should be the future of their party.
Zohran Mamdani is a democratic socialist. That is not your brand of politics in the Democratic Party, but has people saying that he is or should be the direction that the party is going. What do you think of his win, and do you think that he is a leader in the Democratic Party?
I think what we're seeing is it's less about what people call themselves and more about what they're focused on.
I don't know what to do. They have nowhere to go. The Democrat Party is dying a slow death. This is breathing life into them, but the problem is the life they're breathing is socialist communist life. It's going to really backfire on them. When it comes to the far left, the Democrat father of socialism is making it very clear that his socialist ideology is not only here to stay, but it's the most powerful element of the Democrat Party right now. Bernie Sanders making it clear that Zohran Mamdani is their new poster child.
After seeing the results of last night's election, you have said that this is not just a New York City thing, which some people have dismissed his win as. Do you think Zohran Mamdani is a leader in the Democratic Party now?
Well, of course he is. He's going to be the mayor of the city of New York.
Thank God this guy wasn't born on American soil, because they'd be elevating him for president in 2028, unless they try and somehow go around that. And if they're going to do that, we might as well put Trump up and win anyway, right? This is scary stuff right here. The replacement of Americans, an Islamic imam detailing plans to take over America from within by putting their candidates in positions of political power in our country. It's been in motion for a while.
Change is coming to America.
And what is Allah telling us? Kuntum khayra ummatin. You are the best of nations. You're better than everybody else. That's what Allah is saying. Let's work towards that. Let's work towards a Muslim mayor. Next election that comes in, nominate people for the school board of education. Next election that comes here, nominate people for the local township. Begin the demographics change.
You know, they did it in Europe. They lifted the restrictions of immigrants coming from Syria, and 1 million Syrians went to Germany, and now they have a massive, massive problem with raping the women because they bring their culture over, folks, and they take over. This is what they do. It's called Sharia creep. They creep. They don't come in and try and assimilate to your society. They bring theirs, and they want everything to go. I remember years ago, I was at Fox News, and we're talking about no-go zones in London. There are actually areas where the police were not going into neighborhoods because they're ruled within Sharia law within those neighborhoods. And everyone thought that was crazy. I was nuts. We were crazy. And now there are no-go zones. There's Sharia areas, Dearborn, Michigan, Minneapolis, New York City now, North Carolina. It's creeping. It will continue to creep. They don't want to assimilate. They want to take over. Do you understand, in Islam, anyone who doesn't believe in Allah is an infidel and doesn't deserve to live, to be alive on the planet? This is what these people think. And they don't want to come here and become one of us. They want their own country. They want this country with their laws. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Thank you, New York. You got their ball rolling for them. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
Alrighty, folks, it's that time of the week where we take a look at some Week 10 picks in the NFL, Week 11 or 12 in the college football realm. Our own Washington, D.C. correspondent, sports expert Britt McHenry joins us. Britt, before we start, our condolences. Last week you told us you were going to the Redskins game. I put a lot of money on the Redskins. I just had faith in it, and I thought you were going to be. And boy, at one point, I think it was early in the game, I turned the TV on. They were down 28-0. Either at the end of, either in the first quarter or just early in the second quarter, I turned the TV off. It's tough to sit through a whole game when it's like that, right?
To sit there, Eric, live. Now, I didn't buy the tickets. A friend of mine did, so there's some courtesy. I would have been out at halftime. At 28-0, there is no beverage in the world that is going to ease that ailment. And it just got uglier. And I know we're going to talk about all these games, and this will come back up, but just big ups to Sam Darnold, because in the first half alone, he threw for 4 touchdowns and 229 yards, 13 for 13. So we'll get to those injuries.
Every quarterback that's doing great right now in the NFL is a former Jet or Giant that couldn't get out of their own way as a Jet or Giant. Sam Darnold is one. If you don't mind, let's just start with this 7th ranked BYU at. I have 8th ranked. The prompter says 9th ranked Texas Tech. I have 8th ranked Texas Tech. Texas Tech at home, 8-1. BYU undefeated, 8-0. 10 points favorite Texas Tech. That seems a lot of points against a team that's 7th ranked BYU. What are your thoughts on these?
But when you look at the rankings, we can list a bunch of teams. 8th ranked FSU to start the year when they beat Alabama. The Nittany Lions, Penn State, were 2nd in the country, and now we know where they are with a fired coach. I am going to go with Texas Tech here. I don't think BYU has gone up against a defensive line as strong as theirs yet. The strongest, most pressure would be Utah, and it's 10? Just not comparable.
Britt, you're going to give the 10? See, I'm a betting man, so I have to talk in terms of there's the bet here. You're going to give 10 points to the 7th ranked team in the country. It's a lot of points. I
don't know. That's a lot. I'm with you. I think that's a lot. I'm going to go under on that.
It's a lot. I would take the 10 BYU, even though it's at Texas Tech. That team's, and by the way, the over-under on some of these teams are probably overs. I think 52 in that one. BYU's, remember all these great quarterbacks that come out of BYU? They're just gunslingers. So I would take the over on that. That is true. All right, let's jump over to the NFL, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Your Redskins Commanders. We'll put them aside for a little while. A big game, Philadelphia Eagles, 6-2 team. Green Bay Packers 5-2-1, coming off an embarrassing loss, Britt. Another game I bet on the Green Bay Packers, only to be embarrassed by a last-second field goal by the Carolina Panthers, who's a horrible team, beat the Green Bay Packers. So they come off an embarrassment. Did they come back strong at home to prove to the home field fans that they're all that? But they're up against the Eagles. Thoughts?
Lambeau Leap, baby. First of all, my bias aside of just never wanting to bring up the Eagles, great team still, right? A lot of critical pieces they have intact, great defense. Saquon Barkley struggling this year for the Eagles. I actually like this. I like taking the Packers coming back from that loss. That was embarrassing, as you mentioned, but the Carolina Panthers are kind of, they're middle of the pack. It's not as embarrassing as it would have been last year, for example. I kind of like that upset in primetime. I do. I like the Packers. Look, I saw the Packers in week 2 on Thursday night, and you want to talk embarrassing, just rout the Commanders when they were at their best, coming off an opening game win. So I think they have the pieces, especially defensively with Micah Parsons. I like it.
Now, I won't touch the bet Eagles. I agree with you. I think the Eagles are a tough team. Green Bay has we were embarrassed last week. Let's show the Lambeau we're not all that bad, but they're giving 2.5 at home. I like the 44.5 over. I just like it. I think Jordan Love is seeing the field great, and Jalen Hurts. Do you know what we have here? Do we have this again, Jordan? Get this. My favorite picture when Jordan Love and Hurts are standing together. Love Hurts. Love Hurts. I love this game. This is my favorite game.
Love Hurts all the time in my life, Eric, so I can understand that perfectly. Yeah.
I'll take the over on Love Hurts. How's that? That's a good one.
Yes, I like that.
Patriots at Tampa Bay. Great team, Tampa Bay. Patriots surprisingly 7-2. Tampa Bay Bucks 6-2. Tampa Bay's favored by 2.5. What are your thoughts here?
That's such a close one. I think if you want to really roll the dice and bet on the Patriots here, especially for a high-scoring game, I think that you could get some good dollars out of that if you're just taking, points for each team. I want to go with the Bucs because the Bucs are a really complete team at home. Like I know New England's been having a heck of a year with their quarterback slinging it. A lot of Commanders fans or Redskins fans, as you say, wanted him as their next future QB. But I'm going to go with the favorite here. I'm going to go with the Bucs.
Yeah, and I will go with the Bucs as well because that QB just does not. He doesn't know what quit is. He gets slammed, he gets hit, he gets dropped, and he still figures out a way to scramble.
He's trying to fight corners and defensive backs like he did against the Eagles. I love Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, Baker knows how to win, and I agree with you. The Patriots are the hottest team in football maybe right now. I don't know. 48's a big number in the over. I'd probably just I'm gonna go straight up Bucs at home. Cleveland, the Brownies 2. We call this the toilet bowl. The Cleveland Brownies at the New York Jets, who just traded away probably their best 3 or 4 players for draft picks for the next few years. The Jets will be on their proverbial ass for a couple of years. Cleveland Browns at the Jets. I mean, how do you pick this game?
Haven't they been on their behind for several of the past years, though? Look, Sauce Gardner's got the sauce. It's almost like the Star Wars music for Indianapolis with dun, 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 dun. They are building a Death Star. And if you were to tell me a year ago that Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes from the Giants would be at the helm and really just revolutionize his game with Indy, I would never believe it. But for this Toilet Bowl game, I'm glad we had the audio on that, Eric, because I thought that. For anyone watching and listening, we did not allocate it as such, or at least I didn't see that. I am going, you know what? I kind of like the Jets in this, actually.
Do you?
I kind of like some Al Pacino speech going into this game from Aaron Glenn and everybody else involved, because you just traded off your top players. Sometimes when there's a will, there's a way. If any team can be beaten through that, it could be the Cleveland Browns, although they have a pretty good defense. I'm just saying, if you want to throw a Hail Mary, and we're being literal here, why not? Why not play with house money?
Because I say bet against the Jets and the Giants every single week. Every single week. Doesn't matter who they're playing, what the lines are. If you just adhere to the program, you will not be disappointed. This year is no different. And guess what? Going forward, it looks like the same. I will stay with believe it or not, a 2-6 Cleveland Browns to be the victor in that game. 37.5. I wouldn't touch that. It could be 3-2. It could be a field goal against a safety to figure out who wins that one. Falcons at Indy Colts. This is Indianapolis was so hot, so hot. Falcons came out of the box strong too, and they just kind of fizzled. What's your thought here?
Yeah, well, Indy's coming off a loss, correct?
Yes, but it was a tough loss. They've been playing really, really good football. Yeah, but go ahead. Sorry.
Really great football. This is an overall complete team. Now they have some trades acquired, one of the best players in the league. I think this ship is just cruising right through. The Falcons have a lot of positional holes, and I've seen them play really well. I've seen them play very poorly. The Commanders beaten up early in the season, almost beat them, I believe, in week 3. So I'm going Indianapolis Colts for sure. I think if you want to bet or fantasy with a running back, which has been very successful for them, and passing yardage, I would go for the Colts.
All right, we got one more. It's not on the screen here.
Okay.
I just want to get Britt's idea because she's a football pro. We love having Britt on because we can throw her. We call an audible at the line. Omaha. That's your signal. You're going to do a deep fly in the back of the end zone. Britt, we had George Wrightster on the show earlier, former New York Giant. We asked him why the hell is Brian Daboll still the coach. I believe this guy is way past the time he should have been let go. Giants just are horrible. They're just a terrible franchise right now. Giants are playing the Bears in Soldier Field, and the Bears are favored by 4.5. I got to go with the Bears, lay the wood, give the points to the struggling Giants. Your thoughts?
Is this just underdog week for me? Because when I was going through all of these, I'm not saying you have to clearly take every pick of mine. You're usually on the money here, Eric.
Not this year.
A lot of these,
Here's how bad it's been. Before you finish that, here's how bad this year's been for me in football. My host at Hard Rock Bet just called and said, I got 2 tickets for a sold-out Sting concert for you at Hard Rock on Saturday. I'm like, is it that bad? He's like, yeah, it's pretty much that bad. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I've missed on a few of these as well. But I will say with the Giants losses, I really do like the quarterback, Jackson Dart. And they're missing Cam. They have a couple injuries. Injuries have really decimated the NFC East. A bit of a tragedy, too. The Cowboys, Marshawn Keeland just passed away, which is a bit of a tragic note, clearly. So, and they're struggling as well with their record. So NFC East is just wide open, and it clearly seems like it's the Eagles to take again, just like when we had the New England Patriots always having home field advantage in the playoffs under the Tom Brady era. So that's what I see. But I wouldn't be surprised. I have to check the weather. I did not check the weather app for this game because that is a factor if you're playing at Soldier Field. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised because I honestly don't think the Bears are as great as people are hyping them up to be. I think their quarterback is still very much sophomore figuring it out, and they almost lost to the Commanders. If Jaden Daniels hadn't fumbled that ball, that would have been a Commanders win, and I'm not trying to be a fan here, but I'm just saying I am with you. I'm sure the Bears will win, but that is one where I wouldn't be surprised if you saw some crazy Hail Mary.
I will take the other side of that, and the loser buys a round of drinks next time I'm in D.C. or you're down here in South Florida.
I'll be bringing a beverage here. We'll plan next Friday.
Really good to have you, and if you were down here, you could take my 2 tickets to Sting because I can't make the game, but the concert. But thank you so much. Always good talking to you on a Friday, Football Friday. Britt McHenry, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, folks, I want to thank you for this. Take a look at this new episode we just posted. We told you about Bo Dietl, went from New York City detective, bad boy cop, just a tough guy, to Hollywood. And in the meantime, he sat down with us at the Edge. Watch.
The bus coming earlier, I took a double-barrel shotgun, I put it in his mouth, and said, you're going to meet your master. He gave up the second guy. We ran out. We got the second guy. We were up for days. The second guy tells me to do something with my mother, and he didn't know my mother. I was tired. I was up for 3 days. He says that I gave him a right hook, statute of limitations on me. Yeah, I did punch him right in the jaw, broke his jaw. He told me to do something to my mother, and he didn't know my mother. So, I mean, I was a real street cop out there.
He didn't know his mother. But it goes on and on, guys. It goes on and on. The guy has unbelievable stories of his life. Ends up with DiCaprio and Wolf of Wall Street and Goodfellas, De Niro. It's insane. Guy's great. You got to do that. Do me a huge favor. Show your camera to that QR code. Hit subscribe when it gives you the little yellow line there. You'll subscribe immediately. Put us right to the top. I really, really, really appreciate your subscriptions. Helps us out a lot. Thank you so much for your support, your viewership, and your subscription. Back in 2.5 minutes.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
All right, favorite time of the show. We got some great voicemails. Again, I'm working through them all. Keep them coming. 888-601-0032. Let me know what you're thinking. What's on your mind? Mad Dog, what's going on? Give me some voicemails.
This viewer says, Mr. T, Year of the Dog.
Okay.
Off any subject except for Mr. T, the golden man. No wonder I like him so much. Year of the Dog. Year of the Dog. The fire dog. Keep on trumping.
Keep on trumping. Absolutely. I don't know how to respond to that other than yeah, you're right. Mad Dog, Year of the Dog. Is that the Chinese Year of the Dog or something? Like last year was Year of the Snake. Is this Year of the Dog? There's a rat.
This is Year of the Dog.
At least
and I'm the Mad Dog.
And you're the Mad Dog. That's right. Did you know Mad Dog was a DJ? Mad Dog, Diggity Mad Dog.
I used to be a DJ.
You did? Okay. Well, how about DJing us another voicemail?
Sure. Viewer has something to say about who's allowed to leave NYC.
Thank you. I will have a great day. Hi, Eric. Great show. Just wanted to comment on all the people that voted for Mamdani, that's mandatory that they have to stay in New York City because that's what they voted for. The only people that are allowed to leave are people that didn't vote for him, and they can move to red state. And continue to pray for the Republican rhinos. They're always ruining everything. It's like, when are they going to grow a spine and help President Trump? He's trying to save this country and he can't do it by himself. He needs a little bit of help there. But anyway, you have a good day as well, and have a happy Thanksgiving. That'll be here before you know it. Bye.
Bye. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the voicemail. Thank you for the happy Thanksgiving. Here's the thing. The people who don't vote for Mamdani are the people who are the makers, right? They make and they pay their taxes. It's the takers who voted for him. They're already there, and there'll be other takers that come and take the place of the makers who didn't vote anyway, so they'll be able to leave. I don't think there's anyone who voted for Mamdani who's going to want to leave. They're going to love that stuff, free stuff. That's what they want. They want free stuff. People come from everywhere to get the free stuff of New York. Problem is you run out of other people's money. It's what socialism's all about. What happens when you run out of other people's money? You have shortages. You have a lack of incentive to work harder. You have lack of innovation. People don't go to New York or these places to innovate, start businesses, and create a tax base that pays for the people who are at the low end of the spectrum who need help. Some people need help. Got it. I don't think it should be completely zero, but it shouldn't be doubling the SNAP program in the 4 years from Joe Biden, from $57 billion to $115 billion under Joe Biden. Makers will leave. They'll flee when they're told to pay more taxes. Takers will flock to those areas. That's what New York started. My problem is with the Sharia, with the Muslim push. These people do not want to assimilate. They want to spread their word, so to speak. There's where the danger comes in. Mad Dog, you have another one?
Yeah, viewer wants to know how you'll serve with Mamdani. Survive.
How are your survival skills, Mr. Bowling? How are your survival skills? Do you have that need to survive? Do you have that natural drive to look at the situation? Do you have the situational awareness to look around and go, okay, if I'm going to survive, I've got to look, before the ambush happens, it's just a guy standing over there and maybe a guy kind of minding his business standing over there. You've got to decide right now, that's an ambush. Because if you go any further, you can't do anything about it. Well, I thought maybe that was an ambush, but okay, well, you're dead now. Okay, we're in a kill box. After last night and Mamdani and watching that whole thing and hearing what he had to say and tallying up the number of Muslims across this nation that just won into office on the Democrat side and looking over at Great Britain and London and what's going on with that, where they stop blowing up, okay? Whenever they stop blowing up, it's because they're winning and they switch over to raping your daughter, okay? Okay? So here's the thing. How are your survival skills, Mr. Bowling? Can you avoid the ambush before it happens? Can you see it now? Number one, Islam is not a religion. There's no legitimate home or role for a Muslim in any free society. Okay? That's number one. Islam is not a religion. Number two, Trump 2028, unless you like the idea of being dead, okay? I personally don't. I don't like the idea of ending up in a gulag and standing in line with a tin plate waiting for a bunch of maggot-filled mush. That does not thrill me.
Sir, you almost dictated my monologue from earlier in the show right there. I am very concerned about this Sharia law creep into the country. We showed you imams and people, Muslims around the country who are loving this idea that they've got the mayor of the biggest city in America, but most financially important city in the world as a Muslim in that seat. It's scary. It's not going to stop. They're not here to assimilate. They're here to expand. And you're right. I'm not sure it's going to get to waiting in lines with a tin plate for mush, but I do think it will grow and it will spread. And already in Dearborn, Michigan, you're hearing the ringing bells a couple times a day, and same with Minneapolis. I have no idea. I know it's got to stop. Listen, I hate to end on a tough note. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday, folks. But yeah, let's really, really think what we're doing here. Talk to your friends, by the way. Have everyone vote against these folks. See you Monday.
Democrats are ready to clear the way to quickly pass a government funding bill that includes health care affordability. Leader Thune just needs to add a clean one-year extension of the ACA tax credits to the CR so that we can immediately address rising health care costs. That's not a negotiation. It's an extension of current law, something we do all the time around here, as we all know. But we also offer this. Let's create a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations after the government reopens on reforms ahead of next year's enrollment period to provide long-term certainty that health care costs will be more affordable. This proposal reopens the government and ensures working families who are shopping right now for their health care get certainty and financial relief.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Good evening. My name is Claire Dooley. We're live from the CHD conference in Austin, Texas. Today is November 7th, 2025, year of our Lord. Before we get started with some of our guests from the Children's Self-Defense Conference, I wanted to actually bring in Mike Howell to talk a bit about the government shutdown. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. So let's talk a little bit about this new article that we just had come up. I think we saw that on CNN. I don't know if we have it. But we wanted to talk about the government shutdown when it comes to the latest updates.
Yeah, so Schumer put out what I guess people are going to call a offer. It's not much of a deal. If we were playing deal or no deal, I think you'd smack that no deal button pretty hard. He basically said, we'll reopen the government if you extend Obamacare. I don't know in what world anyone thinks a victory for Obama is going to get us out of the shutdown. It seems that every Republican on the Senate side has completely rejected it. But working on the other side of this equation, obviously, is President Trump calling for Republicans to end the filibuster, to reopen the government unless they can secure a deal, and they shouldn't leave town until they do that. So pause right there and say, he controls the FAA. If you wanted to shut down airspace over DCA, he could do that. So that could be an interesting plot twist. But look, the Republican senators, they're not going to end the filibuster. I think we all know this. This is the same kind of contingent that stood by Mitch McConnell for so long. You got to dance with the girl you brought to prom. And unfortunately, a lot of the people at this prom are not on President Trump's side. And even more unfortunately, a lot of them have been endorsed by President Trump over the course of their careers. And you look at, the primaries coming down the pike, and it's the same cast of characters, whether it's, Lindsey Graham or types like him that'll still get the Trump endorsement, but not do what he says here. It's mind-boggling.
Absolutely. In your opinion, what do you think is going to come of this?
Yeah, I think the government will remain shut down for much longer. I don't see a path out of this. I don't think they have the votes to end the filibuster. And I don't think after, however long it's been, Republicans can look at American people in the eyes and be like, this is what we fought for. We fought to extend Obamacare for you. That's a political loser. Another element of this is the shutdown, does have bad effects for rolling the agenda out. And so what we're really seeing now is the exposure of a massive divide in the Republican Party. That's playing out in a lot of stories right now, by the way. There are people trying to wait out President Trump who hate the America First agenda, but are happy to have America First consultants and, pollsters try to help them speak it so they can stay in the Senate and outlive President Trump's administration. But that's where we're at. We can expect much more of it. It's time we actually get people in D.C. who stand for the things they say on the campaign trail and just not incumbents that can benefit from all of this to just stay in the swamp forever. It's getting old. Everyone's sick of it. There's a reason why Congress has the approval rating it does.
Absolutely. I think that moving forward, what do you see as, perhaps a solution, or when it comes to, and you mentioned Obamacare, and, if we were to settle on this decision or the proposal that Democrats have put forward, what do you see as an ideal situation where Republicans could, walk out of this with something valuable?
I think Republicans need to take advantage of the leverage that they have right now. I mean, like the Democrat constituencies depend on, the federal government being open more than the Republicans. I mean, you're looking at Democrats cause chaos, that they shut down the government. Flights are being canceled, SnapSpot being rolled out. And so Democrats should have to live with those consequences should they actually come to pass in full steam. It's going to get worse. And Democrats are going to have to go on camera and explain why they won't just reauthorize, a clean CR and keep this thing open. And so the momentum will swing over time. Obviously, Democrats just want a deal right now because they feel like they have this momentum with that commie Zoran up in New York. They're saying it's a referendum on Trump when it's really a referendum on the United States of America, that we let so much immigration into this country, that we have communist mayors in New York. That aside, I think, Russ Vogt's got to cook. Got to let him off the chain, let the rifts go up, and start really taking advantage of the situation. And I don't think Democrats are going to sit by and watch all that happen, and they'll come to the table for a clean deal because they'll have to.
Absolutely. Mike, thank you so much for giving us a little update on this. Can you please tell our viewers how they can find you and get more updates on you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on X at mhowelltweets. The Oversight Project is at itsyourgov. Give us a follow. We'd appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mike. You guys hold on. Later on, we'll have Chip Roy joining us talking more about this. But in the meantime, I actually have two guests that I have been working with for a long time here with me, Brian Hooker and Andy Wakefield. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you so much for having us, Claire. It's so good to be here.
Great to be here, Claire. Thank you.
Absolutely. So for those who don't know, there's a film called Vax that came out about 10 years ago. And these two people were a key part of this film. In my opinion, it's the reason why I am here today. So I wanted to actually start with Brian. And I wanted you to tell us a little bit about, what the Vax movie is about. Where did the information come from? All that stuff.
Well, I was a university professor at a small university in Northern California, and in November of 2013, I received a phone call from a senior epidemiologist from the CDC. His name is Dr. William Thompson. And because of my son's own vaccine injury, I had been investigating the CDC for many, many years. But Dr. Thompson actually called me as a whistleblower, and we started talking, and over, a few phone conversations and lots of emails, he revealed to me that the CDC had been covering up the fact that there was a link between the MMR vaccine, the timing of the MMR vaccine, and autism. And so over a period of about 10 months' time, Dr. Thompson revealed to me many, many secrets about the Immunization Safety Office of the CDC, and then that became the basis of the movie Vax, From Cover-Up to Catastrophe.
And, whenever you watch that movie, there was actually a couple interesting data points, especially about African-American males. But I know, Andy, before we actually came on, we were talking a little bit about how that study actually came about. Was there more of it you wanted to talk about with that?
Sure. Just to sort of set the scene, back in 2000, I was invited to a meeting with the CDC and the FDA and NIH at Cold Spring Harbor. And they said, look, Dr. Wakefield, every kid gets the MMR vaccine, only some develop autism. How do you account for that? Well, that's just medicine. A lot of people smoke, some develop lung cancer. But I said one of the variables that we think is important is age of exposure, the age at which you get the vaccine. The younger you get it, the greater the risk of autism. Why? Because we know with natural measles, age of exposure is an important determinant of outcome. If you get it under 1 or you get it later in life after 50, the outcome is more severe. Now, people are very familiar with this now with COVID. They know that older people are more susceptible to COVID. So people are familiar, but they weren't then. So the CDC said, okay, we'll test that hypothesis. And they went away and they tested it. And for 14 years, after they published a negative paper saying there was no association, we all lived in ignorance. Then Brian Hooker came on the scene and the whole thing changed.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. What I was able to do was, through Dr. Thompson, I was able to obtain the data directly from the CDC that was used as the basis of the study. And by merely comparing children who received the MMR on time, this was primarily African-American males to receive the MMR vaccine on time versus those where the MMR vaccine was delayed until after 3 years of age, we found that those that received the vaccine on time were 3.5 times more likely to get an autism diagnosis than those where they just merely waited until they were 3 years of age. And so the rates of autism in African American males, if they just simply waited until that 3-year time point, then dropped dramatically.
The significance of this, Claire, is that for 14 years they knew, and they put millions of American children at risk of serious permanent neurological disease to protect public confidence in vaccine policymakers. And they wonder why we are in such a mess right now. The public no longer trusts them, and the public has no right to no longer trust them because they committed a terrible fraud. And to protect the program, not to protect the children, to protect the program. And that's an absolute disgrace.
Yeah, I actually remember one of the segments I worked on for CHD TV was the Simpsonwood meetings. If you look up those documents and what the people said in those meetings, when they said, we're talking about our grandchildren, we're talking about our kids. These people were making decisions, basically committing fraud, but then going home and deciding they weren't going to vaccinate their kid, or they were going to withhold the MMR vaccine until 3, but they weren't advising the American people against that. So we're going to have about 2 more minutes. I just wanted to wrap up before we run into the next break, but I want to talk about how the Vaxxed movie. How did you guys get together? How did you hear about this? We'll start with that.
I actually contacted Andy while I was still working with the CDC whistleblower, and I had primarily been researching thimerosal, the mercury-containing preservative that used to be in many of the vaccines, and still, up to this point has been in the flu shot that they gave in pregnant women. But I was no expert in the MMR whatsoever, and so I called Andy and filled him in on the story of the CDC whistleblower and said, look, you are the MMR guy. I do not know what I'm doing here. Does this make any sense to you?
The answer is absolutely, and we decided at that stage that we had to record the conversations. It was coming firsthand from a senior scientist at the CDC. Brian, because he's more honorable than I am, was initially a little reluctant to do that, but he did it and used to drive 3 hours north so that he could legally record the conversations, and the film came out of it. Now, people said, well, you just made that up, or it was false, or if we had committed defamation, if one word of that film had been wrong or mistaken, we would have been sued to the moon and back again. There was not a whisper. Not a whisper, because they knew that it was true.
It's been 10 years since that film originally came out. And I am just very honored to be sitting here with these 2 men who have made this incredible film. We can dive deeper into the conversation about it, but I just wanted to reflect on being a 15-year-old, going to the CDC to protest, watching Vaxxed for the first time. When we come back from the break, we're going to show you guys the trailer. You get to see the film at a later date. We have it for free on CHD TV, so if you want to watch it there, you're absolutely welcome to. I think that this is a really important conversation that needs to be happening, especially amidst the MMR scandal that's happening and has happened in Texas. And whenever people are armed with the right information, that's how we can move forward. That's all we're about here at Children's Health Defense, is giving people informed consent. All right, guys, we're going to have a short break, and we'll be back with.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
My phone rings, and it's Dr. William Thompson.
You and I don't know each other very well. You have a son with autism, and I have great shame now.
There's a whistleblower from the CDC who's going to come out and say that the CDC had committed fraud on the MMR study and that they knew that vaccines were actually causing autism.
My oldest son, Ian, was walking and running. After the vaccine, he was no longer able to do that.
So I called the clinic and I said, I think my child's had adverse reaction to those shots.
And then came the head banging, the constant banging against anything that he could find.
Right now, I'm sitting in a very pretty position in terms of providing you a lot of information.
The first thing that Thompson did was to plot a graph. Now, there's no link between early MMR and autism. Those two lines should track together. Now, they do track together until they get to 15 months. And then they separate, and they continue to separate thereafter. And they sliced and diced the data in an effort to get rid of that effect.
The relative risk of receiving an autism diagnosis was astronomical.
Wow. The CDC had known all along there was this MMR autism risk.
In CDC's judgment, the best public policy is to continue vaccination unchanged.
You who run our health agencies in this country, you have an obligation to make sure that these studies are complete, thorough, so that we have all the facts.
Oh my God, I cannot believe we did what we did. But we did.
Omission of crucial data, destruction of documents, misleading the Congress, grievous harm to innocent children.
Everything I've been telling my patients for the last 10 years has been based on a lie and a cover-up.
Parents should be able to count on federal agencies to tell them the truth.
Wow. The Vax movie was, life-changing for many Americans in the United States. This film is, in my opinion, one of the most important films that has ever been made. My name is Claire Dooley. I'm a documentary filmmaker. I first interacted with Steve Bannon during the trucker convoy that was protesting vaccine mandates. I was reporting live on the road for CHD TV and came on the show doing that. And now, a couple years later, we're here at the Children's Health Defense Conference. MAHA is blazing. And I'm here with Brian Hooker. He's a scientist, and Andy Wakefield, Dr. Andy Wakefield, who was a gastroenterologist. Is that correct? Or is one. So I wanted to get back to the Vaxxed movie. I want to talk a little bit more about that. These are the guys behind the movie. We have a couple others that are going to be joining us later. Polly Tommy, who's one of the characters in the movie. We're going to have Brian Burrows and Del Bigtree. But right now I'm sitting with Brian. I'm sitting with Andy. And I want to talk a little bit about, it's been 10 years since this film was made. Could you have ever known the impact? I mean, what was going through your minds as you were putting this film out? Were you thinking, no one's going to listen to this? Or is the public going to be receptive? And then also in the wake of what is happening today, did you ever think that we would be where we are now? If Andy, you want to start, and then I'll come to you, Brian.
Sure. It was going to be dynamite, whatever happened. And we decided that we would put it into one film festival, and that was Tribeca, a preeminent film festival in North America, run by Robert De Niro and Jane Rosenthal. And we put it in, it got in. The film got in on its merits, notwithstanding the fact that Robert De Niro has himself got a vaccine-injured child with autism. And I was home one day, and I got a call from Dell a few weeks later saying they pulled our film from Tribeca. And this is, I think, the first time in the history of Tribeca Film Festival that a film had been censored. And they came up with some cockamamie story about why it was done. Other directors were going to pull their film from the festival if they played our movie. That is garbage. There isn't a director in the world who would pull his film from Tribeca Film Festival on principle. They don't exist. They're not on this planet.
What is Tribeca Film Festival known for? I mean, what's their...
Sorry?
What's the Tribeca Film Festival overall vibe? What kind of films go through there? Is it activist filmmaking?
Documentaries, feature films, the whole lot, the best of the best. And so it was a bad few days. And then Robert De Niro came out and he went on the morning show and Good Morning America. They have a week where they devote, discussion about the film festival. And he said we shouldn't have done that. We should have played that film. Everybody should see it and make up their own mind. And they tried to move the conversation onto the films that did play. All he wanted to do was talk about the film that didn't play. And it blew up. It blew up worldwide. It was the most extraordinary thing. We call it the De Niro effect. And if it had played at Tribeca, maybe 200 people would have seen it. It would probably come. Then it became a worldwide phenomenon, and I toured all over Europe with the film, and it was extraordinary. And it did, as you say, it woke so many people up to the issue because it wasn't me, and it wasn't Brian, and it wasn't Del Bigtree, the producer, giving our opinion. It was the CDC senior scientist saying, "We did this. We did a terrible thing, and here is the evidence."
And it's sickening because it's something that affects, millions of children. Brian, do you know any numbers on how many?
If the CDC would have been forthcoming when they found that result, and Dr. Thompson told me he'll never forget, it was November 7th, 2001, when that result first was analyzed and, then told to senior CDC officials, then it would have prevented, even in the timeline between that and the Vax movie, it would have prevented 250,000 autism cases in African American males. And that's a conservative figure. And so, that's like, half of Sacramento, half of Austin, Texas.
And what kind of autism are we talking about, right? We're not talking about a couple folks who are good at math or, a little quirky. Can you tell us about,
This is profound autism. This is probably the bottom 30th to 40th percentile of autism spectrum disorder. So these are children that will need a lifetime of care. Many of them, like my son, don't speak. They don't have a spoken language. Many of them will never be able to correctly use a toilet or be able to go to school. None of them will essentially go on and get married and have children. This is severe regressive autism, and it's a phenotype that we see over and over and over again.
And knowing that someone had the information that could have prevented this and it was withheld is a crime against humanity. There's really no other words for it. And I'm very proud to be sitting beside two of my heroes and mentors. I've actually known you guys for about 10 years now. Andy, you've gone on to make several other films. I wish we had time to dive into them. But please tell everyone where they can find your website. How can they get connected with you?
Sure. You can see all 6 films that I've made at wakefieldmediagroup.com. wakefieldmediagroup.com. So please go and take a look. We've just shot a movie in Thailand, the COVID movie, another feature film, and we've got another film lined up to go.
Wow. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I know it's been in works for a bit. And Brian, what about you? Where can people find you?
You can find me at childrenshealthdefense.org. I also have a show on chd.tv called Doctors and Scientists. It airs on Friday mornings. And you can find me on Twitter or X at Brian Hooker, PhD.
All right, guys. So before we go, I want to know if you have any final thoughts. I know we're about to tee up the Children's Health Defense Conference. We're getting a lot of action tomorrow. Brian, is there any particular panels or discussions that you're particularly excited about hearing about?
Well, of course, the VAX panel kicks us off tomorrow morning. And so it's a big reunion. It's like a 10-year reunion event. I'm hearkening back to that old movie, Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion. And so we're not going to dress up in 80s clothes or anything like that, but we're very excited to be able to see each other, to see, this film is enduring, and it was just an honor to be able to have the story told by, such luminaries and have just such an awesome experience doing it.
Right, exactly. Andy, are you participating in the conference tomorrow or Sunday?
I am.
What's
I'm
happening?
on the VAX panel and then a measles panel the following day, and we live in extraordinary times. I couldn't have imagined a year ago we'd have Bobby Kennedy in the White House and be where we are. I think we're beyond the tipping point. The last 35 years seem to have evaporated, and now we're in a very different world.
Yeah, it's a very different world. Thank you so much for joining us. For me, I kind of mentioned this earlier. I watched this film for the first time at 15 years old. My mom sort of bribed me to go to the CDC protest. She promised me that she would give me a pair of Doc Martens if I went. And here we are. But I am so excited to be here with the movie, be here with the team behind the movie. And now here we are with RFK Jr. sitting as Secretary of HHS. We're trying to make America healthy again with Children's Health Defense and MAHA Action. I mean, there's so many other amazing groups out there, and Honeycut with Moms Across America. And I think that this is going to be a really progressive discussion moving forward. I'm really excited about the conference this weekend, all the stuff that we're going to get to see. And I am just very honored to be alongside these guys. Listen, next up, we're going to have Polly Tommy and Brian Burrows, who were also a part of the VAX team. They're going to come on and talk to us a little bit more about the making of the film, Polly's son, Billy, who was injured by the MMR vaccine, and Brian, the filmmaker who came on board, even though it was a controversial topic. We'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elf with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hi, I'm Christian Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming forward, Retribution.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Good evening. I'm here from the Children's Health Defense Conference, the Moment of Truth in Austin, Texas. I'm joined by Polly Tommey and Brian Burrows. I don't even know how to begin to describe Polly Tommey. She's been an activist for many years for her son, her autistic son. And Brian is a filmmaker. And we just talked a little bit about the film Vaxxed, From Cover Up to Catastrophe. And these two amazing people, who are also my heroes, were on the team that made that film. So in the trailer, you kind of saw a little bit about Billy Tommey, her son. I wanted to talk with you first, Polly, about what happened to Billy.
Yeah, of course. Well, so I think it's really important to remember that I was extremely pro-vaccine, as in to the point where, I'd really been groomed as a young child in a British school that, you obey authority, you don't question people who are brighter than you, which means if you are really, really bright and you're a really good girl, you'll grow up and be a lawyer or a doctor. So, I went to France, bought an organic crib for my child. I did all of the things to be the perfect mummy, but I didn't think once to question. And even when a friend of mine said on the day there's this doctor saying there's something wrong with the MMR, I kind of, to this day, we've still fallen out because I said, why would I question a doctor over you? A doctor has a medical degree. I don't have a medical degree. So I think it's important people know that because they throw anti-vax at us out the whole time. And you really can't call us anti-vaxxers because we vaccinate ourselves and our kids. We are ex-vaxxers.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually just about to mention that. That's something we say a lot. You can call someone an anti-vaxxer if they just completely reject all vaccines, but you went down that path. Yeah, let's talk about that, Brian. Well, I want to go back a little bit and talk about when you first got connected with the team behind Vax. I don't even know how that happened. Did you get connected with Andy, Polly? What went down?
I was working on a film here in Austin. I was shooting behind the scenes, and a lady said to me, she said, she was a producer on the film, and she said, I want you to go meet this gentleman who has need of somebody that does what you do. Film, edit, do motion graphics. And so I just had Cruz at the time, my son, in 2009, and my wife decided no vaccines whatsoever. And I was actually freaked out about that. I'd heard the same thing, you don't vaccinate your child's going to come down with a horrible disease. And so we had Cruz. Very soon after he was born, I realized this kid is actually doing okay. And I ended up going to this meeting with Andy Wakefield, and my mother had just sent me an article about this horrible British doctor who was going to bring down everybody. And I'm sitting across the table from him, and halfway through I said, oh my God, you're the guy. My mom now is completely on board because of how well my son's doing, and she's loves Andy to death. So that's how I kind of got to meet this team.
Well, I'm so glad that you came on board and shared your skills with everyone. I want to pause real quick, and I want to throw to Chip Roy, who's going to be joining us. We're going to talk a little bit about the government shutdown, and then we'll come back to you, Polly and Brian. Chip, are you there?
I am. Great to be on. I'm coming to you from Austin, Texas.
Ah, amazing. That's where we are. Thanks for joining. Yeah, so we wanted to throw to you for a little bit and talk about the government shutdown. What updates are there? What can we expect in the coming weeks?
Well, first of all, let me just say, I've got a lot of great respect for all the work the administration's doing. And Bobby Kennedy's a good friend on this issue on health freedom, vaccine freedom. And these things, they throw these things around like anti-vax. My dad had polio. Like, I'm far from anti-vax, but getting to the truth and getting to know what's actually happening and testing this stuff is critically important. So let me just give a shout out to you all for being down there and having those conversations. They're important, but I know you don't have me on to talk about that, but it is important. And the shutdown, look, Democrats are playing games. Yeah, well, it's a really important issue, and this is one of the things that I think we need to do a better job of messaging on, that this administration is seeking truth wherever it may lead. Bobby Kennedy's doing that. The administration's doing that, and Democrats are now playing political games. And now Schumer's offered this absurd deal. It's not a deal. It's just a freaking joke that would have, we want these insurance-enriching subsidies to put $400 billion in the pocket of insurers. We want a one-year full extension of that, and we will maybe open the government back for a few weeks. And we want all this other stuff that's ridiculous, and it's a terrible offer, and it should be rejected out of hand. And let's be very clear: the president is correct to be rattling about the need to reform the filibuster and the extent to which his agenda is being blocked. But Republicans have got busy, and Congress have got to get busy putting forward an agenda that would put forward health care freedom and things that would drive the prices of health care down and empower patients and doctors instead of insurance companies and bureaucrats. And look, I was talking about healthcare freedom long before COVID, long before all the vaccine stuff, because healthcare freedom means patients and doctors are in charge, not the bureaucrats in Washington or corporate boardrooms. And I think that's what we got to remember. The Democrats have taken our healthcare system hostage. Now they're holding the American people hostage with their government so that they can spend more money to enrich insurance bureaucrats. And we should say no, but we should also say yes to healthcare freedom and to lowering prices for healthcare for the average American hardworking family.
Yeah, absolutely. Americans spend more on healthcare than most of the other developed countries, yet we have worse health outcomes. So I'm totally on the same page that, if we're just going back into, if we accept this proposal, it's not actually going to make America healthier. What would you like to see happen, Chip?
Well, I'd like to see Republicans stand alongside the president. We need to play hardball with Democrats. We need to go on offense with what we believe we would do for health care for the American people. And we need to lay this shutdown and the games they're playing with air traffic control and with Border Patrol and with TSA and everybody not getting paid at the feet of Democrats, make them own the shutdown when we've done our job to fund government at common sense levels and go on offense on all the things for the president. But, I've heard Steve talk about this all the time. We're just sitting back. I think the House Republicans need to come back to Washington. I think we need to send a bunch of bills over there, healthcare freedom bills. We should send over the SAVE Act saying only citizens vote in our elections. We should send over H.R. 2, which would codify the president's border security plans. We should send over a bill that would ban congressional stock trading by members of Congress. And I just think we ought to go on offense and make Democrats respond rather than playing defense. The president's winning. Republicans are kind of fiddling while Democrats are trying to get political advantage. While they're advancing, Marxist Islamists in New York, we're sitting back trying to cry about it instead of going on offense saying what we would do for the American people. So I just think we ought to go on offense here in the next few weeks.
Absolutely. We are so lucky to have you on the show to talk about this with us. Chip, where can everyone find your information? How can they get to you?
Yeah, sure. ChipRoy.com, ChipRoy.com, and ChipRoyTX on, X/Twitter. Great to be on the show. God bless you all being at that conference. It's such an important one. This issue of freedom with respect to our health care is critically important, whether it's vaccine health or whether it's being freedom from insurance bureaucrats and reclaiming our ability to take care of our families. So God bless you all and enjoy your time in Austin.
God bless you. Thank you so much for joining us. This kind of reminds me of the All Family Pharmacy. If you need antibiotics, hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, you can call them. They have doctors. You can order online, get your prescription. They ship really quick. And if you use the code Bannon, you get 10% off. So you go to allfamilypharmacy.com/Bannon and you get 10% off whatever you need. It's actually really funny. My grandma has been getting ivermectin from India. Shipping it to me. I think this seems a little bit more reliable. So yeah, definitely check out All Family Pharmacy, you guys. I want to hop back to Polly Tommey and Brian Burrows. Thanks for waiting with us. Brian, I wanted to go back to the making of Vaxxed. I wanted to hear what your perspective was before the movie versus now.
It seemed like one of the things that Vaxxed, I think, did was bring the health freedom movement together. It was remarkable. When I started working with Andy and Polly, it seemed like there was all of these little factions of groups, and anytime somebody started gaining traction, it seemed like there was a lot of infighting. And Vaxxed, after it came out, it seemed like it just kind of brought everybody together and everybody started fighting on the same team, and it seemed like we gained tons and tons of momentum. So I think it just had an amazing effect.
Yeah. I want to jump in there too. So that was actually something that eventually was talked about in the movie Vaxxed 2. So you guys didn't just do Vaxxed and move on with your lives. This team went on to make the Vaxxed 2 movie and Vaxxed 3. Polly, I want to talk to you about Vaxxed 2. Set the scene for us. You're traveling the country with the Vaxxed movie. You're touring. What did you find?
I mean, really, so the following Vaxxed, Dal and myself, because Andy was traveling around Europe promoting it there, and Dal was very much into the politicians, really good at doing the politicians, and I was taking the parents' stories because they recognized Billy's story was in Vaxxed, and they recognized from that something in their own child. So it was the first time that these parents, including myself, had a voice for our children. For years, every time we go to the doctor or wherever we go, you're slammed down that it's not the vaccine, you're ridiculous, you're mad, off you go. And so this is what happened following Vaxxed. We decided to get a bus and we traveled around, and this is where it really hit us. And I have to say this is the best education I've ever had in my entire life, and I'm pretty sure the people watching on Periscope would say the same thing. I mean, I knew the MMR was a problem. I had no idea that babies died after their 4 months vaccinations. I had no idea about the HPV Gardasil that was shutting down the ovaries of these people, or the crippled children, the children in wheelchairs, the paralysis. I mean, we'd never seen anything like it.
And you're talking about vaccines in general, not just the MMR, but there's many different vaccines.
So we thought we were just going to get MMR stories because that was what the Vaxxed one was primarily about, the MMR and the fraud. But what we saw when we got out there was that actually there is no such thing as a safe and effective vaccine. Actually, hello, these are the unvaccinated families that are super healthy, really bright. You could see their eyes light up. You could see the dullness and the heartbreak in the families that had the vaccine injured. And that's what shocked us, was how many Americans are living with vaccine injury, and they're living in utter desperation. No help whatsoever out there. So Vaxxed 1 gave us the opportunity to make Vaxxed 2, which was about telling the stories of the American families who were injured.
And that film ultimately had a huge impact. I mean, I think before maybe people just thought about delaying the MMR, but moving forward, it turned out that there was actually a lot more issues with a lot of different shots. And I think that was one of the beginning films that started that conversation. Polly, Brian, thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell me and the audience, where can we find you? Where can we follow you? What's your website? Tell me about CHD TV.
Well, I'm actually still really banned from pretty much, I think I'm only allowed on Instagram. I can't even get on X. But if you follow CHD.TV, we're out every single day, 7 days a week, 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. We have Brian Hooker. We have some fantastic experts. None of us are professional hosts, but I tell you what, the shows are really good, and they'll bring you truth. They will break down the media and bring you truth. So CHD.TV and more Children's Health Defence. That's where you find me.
And you can find all the movies there as well. And we're making making 2 more now in the next year for CHD TV. So,
which we're very, very excited to announce. And what about you, Brian? Is it www.Tommy Burrows Productions?
Yeah, Tommy Burrows Productions, but pretty much everything we're doing now goes through Children's Self-Defense.
Okay, yeah. We're really looking forward to that. They're going to be breaking some news tomorrow at the conference. We'll be plugging in, telling you about their new film, but I can't tell you any secrets yet. But thank you so much, Brian and Polly, for joining us, and I'm sure this will not be the last time we hear from you. Sure.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right. Welcome back. Before we get started, I have another guest for you guys. I'm Claire Dooley. I'm a documentary filmmaker. But I want to talk to you a little bit about Birch Gold. This weekend at the CHD conference, we have an awesome guest named Catherine Austin Fitts, and she's going to tell us all about digital control grid, the central bank digital currencies, and one way you can fight back against that is by buying gold. The national debt is, $37 trillion and growing. So if you want to learn more about buying gold, you can text Bannon to 989898. They can roll an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. They'll send you a free info kit. You can learn more. Definitely check them out. But moving forward, I have a special guest with me, who you've actually seen in the show before, Del Bigtree, who I don't even know what to call you now, a TV host, documentary filmmaker. I mean, you're kind of doing everything.
Jack of all trades, I guess.
I want to just hop back real quick to earlier I mentioned being 15, going to the CDC rally, and I was sitting outside of this hotel, and I saw this guy in the car, and I was like, oh, he looks a lot like Del Bigtree, who I just saw in this documentary Vaxxed. And then he got out and it was Del Bigtree. I think I was maybe your first fangirl.
I think you were. I think that was the first time I was ever publicly recognized, and I'll never forget it. Felt really, I was like, oh my God, you're like Del Bigtree? I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. We talked a little bit about the film Vaxxed with the rest of the crew. It's been 10 years since it was made.
Right.
I want to talk about...
It feels like 40 years, but...
I can relate to that. But you were in Hollywood before you made Vaxxed. So tell us about that.
I was a producer on the CBS talk show The Doctors. That's where I was working before I got involved with Vaxxed. Prior to that, I was on the Dr. Phil show, but I'd won an Emmy Award on the Doctor's television show. So I was, I consider myself, I guess, a medical producer because that was the majority of the work that I did in Hollywood, turning science and medicine into entertainment.
And, moving forward, you worked on the film Vaxxed. As Polly Tommy mentioned, you ended up meeting with some different congressmen and senators, and then The Highwire was born shortly after, right?
Yeah, Vaxxed was on tour for about a year. Halfway into that tour, people started saying, hey, will you come in and talk to our senators and our congressmen? And I was like, sure, never done that before. And then, try it. As soon as I did, I think it was Mississippi was the first time I ever walked into a Capitol. That's right. I think it might have been your mom that dragged me in. But as soon as I did it, I was like, I really enjoy doing this. So as the tour went on, I started going to more and more capitals. And then I started flying because people wanted me to go to the different capitals. So while I was doing that, the truth is after a year, Vaxxed was only about the MMR vaccine. And I wanted to go deeper because, as Polly said just earlier, it wasn't just autism. It wasn't just MMR. People were saying my baby died after a flu shot. My teenage daughter was paralyzed after a Gardasil vaccine. I wanted to get to the bottom of that. And so I started a nonprofit, the Informed Consent Action Network, started my own internet talk show, The Highwire, and then hired the constitutional attorney, Aaron Siri, to start suing the government so we could get to the bottom of the answers on vaccine safety. How they determined that all the vaccines we're giving our kids was safe. That was my primary goal, and have been doing that work since 2017.
And Del, ultimately, why do you do what you do every day? What is the reason?
Well, there's a couple reasons. I don't vaccinate my kids. I want them to live in a world where I wasn't vaccinated as a child, so growing up that way, I just wanted to be able to raise my kids the way that I was raised. And living in California, SB 277 took that right away, took the right to choose what's injected into my body, or especially the bodies of my children. And I think that this is really a freedom issue, at the tip of the spear of all freedom. If we do not control what goes into our body and the bodies of our children, we are not free. We are not free citizens. I believe we have the same rights as farm animals, and I don't think I'm overstating that. So my fight is, this is one of the most important issues to show that I don't think this country is working the way that it should, and luckily we've got it coming back on the right track. I was director of communications for Robert Kennedy Jr. when he ran for president. I think he's doing a great job at HHS. We have a lot of work to do, but I don't think there's any issue that embodies, whether you have freedom or whether you're basically imprisoned and living in an authoritarian state. So I think it's the most important issue of our time.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It's the most important issue of our time. And to me, it's something I think we're all on the same page. We're going to dedicate our lives to it until we see it done. Where can people find you, Del, and learn more about what you do?
My weekly talk show is called thehighwire.com. You can go to all of the legal work we do at icandecide.org, and I have a film out right now at inconveniencestudy.com, which people can watch for free.
Yeah, I'm really excited about An Inconvenient Study and your release of that. I'm really glad it's out for free, so everyone should check it out. Thank you for joining us, Del.
Thanks for having me. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. You guys, I wanted to move to talk real quick with Mike Lindell. Mike, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here. Claire, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Okay, so what do you have going on, Mike? Tell me what's up.
Well, we're doing our big Made in the USA sale, everybody. This is what you got. USA at my factory. You have our beds. You see there the beds with our patented technology, our MyPillows with our patented MyPillows, and you're going to save up to 80%. But here's another part we're adding to it. Free shipping if you go to mypillow.com. There it is, the Made in the USA sale. Free free shipping no matter what you buy. And we're doing it for today, and we'll run it through tomorrow too. So you got the My Pillows. Remember, they help you get the best sleep of your life. The mattresses, the beds. Now's the time to get that for the biggest sale price plus free shipping. We have all of the little mini shipping. We have all of the little mini pillows, the travel pillows, you guys. But all of the stuff that we make at our factory, we have. Remember, everybody, we've got the crosses that I wear, 100% made in the USA, and we have over 200 products, you guys. And so if you call 800-873-1062, and you're going to get a person right here in the USA answering those calls, and also mystore.com. You can also use the best promo code ever, War Room, there too. So the biggest sale ever made in the USA, promo code War Room.